Hello, everyone, and welcome to episode 89 of ThROH The Years, the podcast that reviews Ring of Honor show by show from the beginning. My name is Trevor Dame, joined as always by the co-host Matt Feuerstein. And as always, we have our audio tuxes on because this is the, it's the fourth annual, although it's not quite annual because we take so long to do these shows, but it's the fourth annual, but not quite annual, ThROH The Years, end of the year show. We have finally come to the end of another calendar year of Ring of Honor stuff, which means, as always, for our newer listeners, we will review Final Battle, and then we will do like a whole extra mini episode bit at the end where we do give out some awards, go over some other people's awards, talk about the whole year, look forward to next year. It's a whole big thing. Matt, we're all spiffed up. How you doing?
Love those extra mini episodes specials that we do. So we've done 4 years in 5 years. And I think that's probably better than we expected, honestly, going the rate we were going earlier. So I think the pandemic actually helped us speed up our pace a little bit. So yeah. So thank you to the pandemic. No, just kidding.
That evens everything out. You know, all the bad things of the pandemic, but occasionally you get it a week earlier. This one Ring of Honor podcast now, I think the karmic scales are evened because of that.
Don't blame us for COVID. As much as you're tempted to, and as much as almost everything is our fault, it's not our fault that there's the pandemic. I'm going to edit some of this. I don't know what exactly, but this is not going to appear on the podcast exactly as we said it. But what I was going to say was sometimes I feel like these year-end specials that we do, where we get to Final Battle, it's almost a bigger celebration than the actual end of a present-day year, or like New Year's Eve is for us. Because I think of it like this. At least when we get to the end of a year in ThROH The Years, we can feel like we, A, accomplished something, and B, have something to look forward to. Not something that we can really say about the real world. So thank you, ThROH The Years, for giving us that.
I was about to say, like, you said exactly pretty much what I was going to say, which is like, at the end of all these episodes, I get kind of wistful. Like, I was like, man, it's crazy that, like, we're done this part of, you know, like, this, and we won't go back to this exact part, and we had some good times, and then you're kind of, like, excited for the next part. And then, I was thinking just like you, like, oh, that's how normal human beings are supposed to feel about, like, the end of actual years of their lives, which I never feel like. Instead, I feel just full of regret and panic of, like, time is running out.
If it makes you feel better, Trevor, I don't think anyone actually feels that way about the end of real years. Everyone is living in a nightmare.
Nobody we know, at least. But yeah, it's always a little bittersweet. You know what the weird thing is? I mean, I don't know why I'm rambling when it's such a long episode, probably, but I just want to say, I was thinking the other day, like, maybe because the last few years have been so weird, but there's so much in my life that just runs together. Like, there's so many things where I can't remember if it happened like a day ago or 5 years ago, maybe not that extreme, but you know, kind of what I mean. But yet, like, there are various moments in this podcast, even though all of this podcast is just me in 3 or 4 different locations, sitting or laying down, talking to you, looking at the same laptop screen. Like, I can remember where I was or little things that I did while recording the podcast where I can't remember, like, important life events that happened in the last years. Like in a weird way, this podcast has kind of framed the last half decade of my life.
Well, I feel like I've just been in the same apartment the entire time. So I feel like I do remember where I was, but only because there's no other options. There was one time when I was traveling in Europe. I didn't record the podcast from there, but I do remember watching Night of the Butcher and taking notes while I was there. And there was one time where I recorded the podcast from a friend's apartment in Washington, D.C., and that was the only other place I've ever recorded except for here. And that's the story of the past 5 years for me.
Folks, see if you can spot which episode it is. Go back and re-listen to them all and find out.
I actually am trying to remember which one it is. I could, if I thought about it enough, I could figure it out. But I don't know off the top of my head, actually, which is, I don't know if that's good or bad.
Try to find the 2 or 3 episodes I've done where I've been in horrible physical pain during them. I can't even remember which ones they are. So, Anyway, let's move on. So, if you want to investigate what locations and what we're feeling, as we just challenged you to do, a reminder that we have 3 different ways to listen. There's the Pro Wrestling Only feed. If you just look for Pro Wrestling Only on your favorite podcast thing, that's for if you want our show along with a bunch of other shows. If you just want a neat, clean archive that is just us, just look for up Through the Years on any podcast app of choice. And if you want it in a browser window for some reason, we are on YouTube. So that's that. Matt, let's get right to it. Final Battle 2005, the last show of 2005. In fact, the final battle of 2005. It took place December 17th, 2005 at the Inman Sports Complex in Edison, New Jersey, in front of a reported crowd of 950 fans. The Pro Wrestling Torch reported when they announced this building, they wrote, "Yet another new venue in Edison, New Jersey, which will be their 4th building in New Jersey in 2005. I did not go back and check. I just assumed they're correct. But, man, it feels like Ring of Honor in a lot of their major markets had problems. They're going through that right now with New York. We just saw New York had Basketball City, and we'll run only one more show at Basketball City before moving to yet another new venue there. Philadelphia.
I'm thinking it's their 3rd venue in New Jersey. I could think of Rexplex, the venue in Morristown that had Night of the Grudges 2 and Death Before Dishonor 3, and then this one. Unless I'm going crazy, I can't think of a. Oh, I remember now. The Asbury Park show for especially the American Super Juniors. Okay, good. Yeah. Yes, it was 4. Oh my gosh.
So 4 different venues for New Jersey in 1 year. Philly had 1 million venues. Boston had 1 million venues. Of course, now they're not going to go back to Boston for a long time at this point in the timeline. But yeah, it's kind of funny when you think about how certain indies have such a hard time nailing down. And then you think of a place like PWG ran the same building in Reseda for so long until they literally tore it down. And then other indies, other markets, it's just they can't nail it down. So
although this is it for them for Jersey. This is their home for a few years now. Once they pretty much settle into this venue.
And of course, the big draw on the show was the debut of Kenta and Mara Fuji from Noah. And the Observer wrote when they were booked, Dave wrote, apparently the advance for seeing Kenta on the show is ahead of the advance when Great Muta worked for Ring of Honor, which ended up as one of the biggest crowds in company history. Now, if the numbers are correct, the Great Muta show drew significantly more than this. It drew well over 1,000, I think, people, according to the Observer at the time. But, this did very well. Technically, this show drew more than Kenta Kobashi did in Ring of Honor, although that's a little disingenuous in the sense that they probably could have fit more people in the New York show, but they basically at that point, the building that we're running at that point in time could only fill probably 800 people or something. So, but still, people were excited for Kenta. He was the new hotness in Japanese wrestling at this time. This was one of your first opportunities to see him stateside.
And I would say for American wrestling fans in 2005, Noah was kind of like the it promotion, right? That was the one that was getting the most buzz from American fans. Still nothing compared to New Japan at its peak, and nothing compared to some of the, even New Japan and All Japan during the 90s. But, to the extent that American fans were into Japanese wrestling in the early 2000s, Noah was the one that everyone was really paying the most attention to, and the one that was getting the most coverage in the Wrestling Observer also.
Yeah, definitely. Dave, when the show actually happened, he continued. The show drew 950 fans and may have set the company's all-time record for merchandise sales. It was definitely the company's biggest merchandise night of the year. It was clear that Kenta drew a lot of extra fans, although it was noted that while Kenta was the star of the show, based on reactions, in particular to the spot where fans throw toilet paper at Jimmy Rave, which is relatively new, and that all the fans there seemed to know the Ring of Honor guys, that it wasn't a Noah crowd that didn't know Ring of Honor. The show itself went 4.5 hours, which was a good 1 hour longer than expected. part of it was so much merchandise was being sold, and they don't come back from intermission until the gimmick table lines are down. Part of it was that up and down the show, virtually every match went a few minutes longer than it was booked for. Matt, I don't know how little Ricky Reyes and Dave Andrews possibly could have been booked for that.
Yeah, I know, exactly. It's interesting though, because so I was at this show. I don't remember exactly how long it felt or how long it was live, but on video, I guess they did a ton of editing because it didn't feel like a particularly long show. They really kept it moving. And there's one match in particular where the listed time in the Observer is much, much, much longer than the time on the DVD. And I'm just trying to rack my brain to remember, like, if I know for sure that it was edited to the degree that it was. But we'll get to that when we get to the match.
We will get to later. There's a promo on this show that is edited, but maybe probably not for time reasons. But yeah, I didn't include this in the notes, but I think I saw one other live report that said the show ended sometime after midnight. And I remember that was always a big deal online because, some people definitely had things to do the next day. And depending on especially how far you traveled to go to a Ring of Honor show, I knew there was always a little bit of, I know, grousing whenever a show went past midnight. Like, God damn it,
yeah.
Like, this is late.
And I guess if it ends after midnight, that is pretty much officially 4.5 hours. But because the shows would begin at 7:30 on Saturdays, so it does make sense.
So the Torch wrote that the Ring of Honor was happy with the attendance in Edison, New Jersey, and of course, yeah, that would be a pretty good attendance for Ring of Honor 2005. And a couple other quick notes before we get to a special section that's not quite worthy of just being in random news, but gets its own section. But first, a couple other tidbits. Dave Meltzer also would write, Kenta and Naomichi Marufuji, with 2 straight Tag Team of the Year awards, debut as a team in the U.S. on the 12-17 Final Battle Show. They do not debut as a team, Dave. They're in singles matches in Edison, New Jersey. He wrote, the two, along with Takeshi Rikio, are coming to the U.S. for a week. Rikio will be working for WLW, but I don't think he's coming to Ring of Honor. So, for those who don't know, Takeshi Rikio was this big heavyweight guy. He was actually the man who dethroned Kenta Kobashi's long GHC World Heavy, which was Noah's world title, still is title reign in 2005, which is why Kenta Kobashi did not have the title when he faced Joe. In fact, I believe Rikio was the champion until like a month before the show. I think he lost it to Akira Taue. So it's funny that they could have had like another recent Noah champion, but maybe they presume that Rikio, I don't think ever works at Ring of Honor. So maybe they just presumed like he was not quite the super worker of the other guys. So maybe that they thought, we don't need this guy, or maybe he just didn't want to work Ring of Honor. But it was interesting they could have possibly had a third guy.
There was no buzz to push to get him at the time from the fans at all. It was not like Kobashi, like that was like feeding a demand. So was Kenta and Marufuji. This would not have been. No offense to him, but like that was not what people were demanding at this time.
Yeah, maybe 2 people on the Death Valley Driver message boards or something. I don't know. But and then finally, Matt, I just wanted to include this because I love notes like this. So we'll be referencing him, I think, at least one other time during this episode. But a guy at the time wrote a live report for the Pro Wrestling Torch, Michael Tyler. So always give credit to people. And I just love that he included this in his live report. Before the show started, many of the Ring of Honor students ate at the Academy, dined at Taco Bell. I love that was just included, like, hey, I saw a bunch of the students at Taco Bell. And Shane Hagedorn, definitely let us know what your order was.
Big news right there.
I still do not have – I tweeted it all those years ago. The coward, he never responded to me. Spanky never told me what was in his order from Wendy's, which he was holding in that first Ring of Honor show ever. Still one of the great Ring of Honor mysteries. What is Spanky's order? I think he's a Nuggets man, but who knows?
What if he doesn't remember, Trevor? What if he doesn't remember what he got at a fast food restaurant one day 20 years ago? What if that's the case?
I refuse to believe he does. That's an important meal in the history of independent U.S. wrestling, Matt. But
okay, Matt,
it is time for our special AJ Styles drama section. So it all starts. that's the theme song. It's halfway between like a breaking news and a very rushed TSN or ESPN in America Sports Center jingle.
Sure.
Observer TNA section. This is Dave covering something that happened in TNA about a week before this show, which will have some ramifications for this show. Dave wrote, on the positive side, the December 11th Turning Point pay-per-view got generally strong reviews, and early returns indicate a lot more buys than the prior month. It was for the most part a decent pay-per-view show with one extraordinary match. The match where Samoa Joe beat AJ Styles to win the X Division title is the first strong candidate for the 2006 Match of the Year. I've got to pause here and quickly say, for anyone that does not know how the Observer Awards worked for years, and I don't know if it still even works this way, but Dave, because he wanted to get the awards out in a timely fashion, which seems laughable now, he would always make it so basically the cutoff for what you could vote for in the Observer Awards would be like sometime in December. So if you're wondering, why did he just say a match December 11th, 2005 is an early candidate for 2006 Match of the Year? I guess technically this match is after the cutoff there.
Yeah,
I still think that's always bizarre.
Well, so the reason, I'm pretty sure the reason that it was created that way was just because it used to take a long time to get all the votes mailed in. Like, 'cause he probably started doing that before email. And then, I think that was it. And he just wanted to have the awards issue out by January. I'm pretty sure that's why that timeline ended up like that. And then he eventually changed it when he realized that was no longer a logistical issue anymore. Like, what year did he finally change that? Like 2015, like something like that?
I'm not sure, but yeah. It is still bizarre. Like, we will get to when we go over the Observer Awards later in the show. Like, there is a Ring of Honor match that happened in 2004 that gets votes in the voting for the 2005 Match of the Year, which is just a weird thing. But Dave continues, from what we've been told, from a live perspective, it was the best TNA match ever done in Orlando. Super stiff matches, and this was the stiffest in TNA history, with Styles suffering a busted lip and bleeding badly, and Samoa Joe suffering a dislocated jaw. Don't translate as good on television as they play live in most cases. From a watching on TV perspective, I would only call this among the greatest matches in TNA history. Even though banged up, both Styles and Joe did wrestle at the tapings 2 nights later. That would be the TNA TV tapings. But Styles cited the injury when pulling out of the December 17th Ring of Honor show in Edison, New Jersey. So, yes, AJ Styles was originally booked for this show. In fact, to show you how snake-bitten one match on the show was, originally this was supposed to be Colt Cabana versus Homicide on Final Battle. Then, of course, Homicide got hurt against Steve Corino, which we covered on the last show. Then it was supposed to be AJ Styles versus Colt Cabana. And then AJ Styles pulls out because he gets hurt, and it ends up being Colt Cabana versus Azrael. So
suitable replacement.
So significant. They got one good replacement. Nothing against Azrael, but they couldn't quite keep up the center for a second replacement.
For what it's worth, I haven't seen that AJ Styles versus Samoa Joe match in many, many, many years, but I remember thinking at the time that it was my favorite TNA match to that point also. It was either that or one of the America's Most Wanted against Triple X matches. Those were the two that I thought were the best as of December 2005. But I cannot verify if I still would think that.
My memory is worse than yours, but I am willing to take your word for it. Would you say it was actually better than, like, didn't one of the 3-ways already happen?
Yeah, I liked it better than the 3-way from Unbreakable.
Wow, that's big praise. So yeah,
I thought it told a better story. At the time, again, I do not know if I would still think that, but that is what I thought in 2005.
I could definitely see that, just because I think in general singles matches usually tell better stories than 3-ways, just because 3-ways are a bit more moving parts to kind of err towards more of like just lots of big spots, which can be really fun.
Yeah,
but
similar to how I liked Danielson against Low Key more than I liked the Danielson Low Key Daniels 3-way.
Yeah, for sure. So going back to the Observer, as the story kind of continues to unfold, Dave actually wrote, the scheduled AJ Styles versus Colt Cabana match is off for Ring of Honor. Styles had his lip torn open in the match with Samoa Joe and took 7 stitches. He then had it re-injured 2 nights later, and another injury could require him needing plastic surgery. So you think, okay, that's no big deal. Yeah, guys worried about re-injuring something if it's been badly hurt twice. So, don't work the show. And then, though, Matt, AJ Styles actually did wrestle this weekend of the final battle. He just did not work for Ring of Honor. So we will go to a Wrestling Observer recap of a Ring of Glory show. And for people that don't remember Ring of Glory was a Christian-themed independent wrestling promotion booked by Vince Russo. That is all true. I'm not making any of that up. Dave recaps from that show. AJ Styles pinned Abyss. Abyss's left arm cuts from the barbed wire match 5 days earlier were cut open again. Styles' lip was busted open for the third time in a week. There was quite the controversy because Styles had called Ring of Honor earlier in the week to cancel his appearance on December 17th, citing injuries. And then he worked the show. If you think about it, it does make sense to a degree. Styles knew he wouldn't have nearly the pressure to put on as physical of a match in this setting. Plus, he was in the semi-main event as opposed to a prelim match. And being religious, probably felt this wasn't a show he wanted to miss because he was a key part of this show. Plus, the show already had tons of no-shows, and at least Lex Luger was known in advance because he's in jail. And he was the biggest mainstream name booked. You really can't get away with holding back in Ring of Honor very well, and for sure AJ can't. And he's got a lot on his plate and likely felt it wasn't worth the risk. Still, it did leave some embarrassment to Gabe Sapolsky in Ring of Honor, which immediately got out the word that Styles wasn't going to be there, and had no idea he was still working this match, and didn't know until they showed up at the building the next night and some fans brought it up. So it probably would have been better if he had made it clear beforehand, because it led to people questioning whether the injury was legit. Obviously it was. His cancellation at Ring of Honor was fear that the lip would be busted open working a physical match, but even in the more careful setting, it was busted open anyway, so at least his fear was well grounded. He was afraid he'd need plastic surgery if he risked ripping open the stitches. Styles, after the main event ended, came out and gave a speech about religion and challenged everyone to become a better Christian. Lots of no-shows, besides Luger, still in jail in Minneapolis. Ron Killings, Tracy Brooks, Chris Harris, Sonny Siaki, Jerry Lynn, and Brad Armstrong all no-showed.
Gosh, was that rambly or what?
Yeah, that was a lot of day. But, I mean, it's funny, one, like look, I will never judge a wrestler for not going to a show because they're afraid of being injured. But I do think you should then tell them ahead of time that you're going to work somewhere else instead, because, yeah, I can imagine in Ring of Honor there probably was some egg on their face, like you said, AJ's hurt and he's wrestling Abyss for Vince Russo in this other promotion. It's also interesting that maybe he was more banged up than just the lip, but this all really focuses just on the lip. You would think like wrestling Colt Cabana, like of all the body parts that you would want to protect in a wrestling match, I have to imagine the lip could be fairly easy to protect. I mean, maybe I'm missing something, but like, I think like you don't have to throw strikes to the face. I don't think you have to take a lot of bumps on your face. I mean, where
did they say the Ring of Glory show was?
I'm not sure. I don't think they gave a location, at least in the part I looked up. Maybe I'll look quickly, but
maybe the travel will, played a part also. Obviously AJ Styles didn't live in the Northeast. And so, maybe that had something to do with it. Like, as far as like, well, I can just go and work a quick show. I'm not, I'm hurt, but I'm not so hurt that I can't do that. I don't know. I do get the logic of they expect more from Ring of Honor matches. Mm-hmm. Like, I do get that. But yeah, he should have been very, very, very transparent about it.
Yeah, I was just thinking like Ring of Honor, like Colt Cabana, I mean, like he is a guy. I think if you were telling me I had to wrestle someone in like a safe way, like to kind of protect me, he would be one of the guys I would really trust with that. AJ Styles wrestled Abyss at Ring of Glory at the Forum in Rome, Georgia. So it would have been Georgia. So probably AJ lives in Georgia, I assume.
He's from there.
Yeah. So I could see that being a very easy, maybe driving distance show. So yeah, I could see that being an aspect of this too. But anyway, that is Matt. In the upcoming shows, I don't know when we'll tell the story in the next show or whenever. There will be another story of a wrestler in Ring of Honor who no shows a Ring of Honor show and then ends up working a different show anyway, and that relationship will end in a different way. And he might be a person working the opener of this card, in fact. But first, we we go to the start of the DVD. We open with a backstage promo from Low Ki as in-ring highlights of Ki's Ring of Honor career play. Ki tells us that it's been over a year since he started working full-time for Pro Wrestling Noah. He says he has more skill, intensity, and ability than ever before. Tonight he wrestles Kenta, and he says he will walk away GHC, Junior Heavyweight Champion. So just very quick promo to establish that.
Another issue with the production here, though, like which we always get on these at this point, like the audio is like just way too low in the mix in compared to the music. You know, like the music is so loud that low key sounds low, and the video of him, like in the back, like all the videos that are shot backstage at this venue are very like weirdly washed out, as you know, often happens in ROH. The clips that they show are good, though. Like, the video editing is good, but the audio, not good. The audio mix and the clips of Low Ki talking, also not good. That is my assessment of this video.
And it felt like even the mix, like, this show felt like there's been multiple shows lately that we've watched where it felt like the crowd noise was mixed like significantly louder than the audio of the commentary, to the point where at times it was hard to hear the commentary when the crowd got really excited. But I guess if you want to err on one side or the other, I guess I'd rather you erred on the crowd over the announcing, although I would just like a good mix of audio.
You want no erring at all.
I want an error-free zone. So there was 2 dark matches before the show that we do not get to see. As usual, just student matches. Mitch Franklin and Smash Bradley defeated Bobby Dempsey and Derek Dempsey, and Pele Primo beats Shane Hagedorn. That brings us to the opener that we did get to see. Jimmy Rave, escorted to the ring by Prince Nana, defeated Milano Collection AT via pinfall in 12 minutes, 44 seconds after he hit the Greetings from Ghana, the pedigree. Matt, this would end up being the final match of Milano Collection AT's very short Ring of Honor career. What'd you think about this?
Well, before I talk about the match, I should mention, like, this is the first time I was ever at this venue also, which I'd be back to many times. And I thought this was a very enjoyable place to watch a show. It was kind of dim. This was also another, like, hockey rink that the show was, that the matches and the arena was set up on. And it was, so like it could be kind of cold in the winter months, but like, unlike the basketball city that they just ran a couple weeks before, or maybe it was 2 weeks before. This one had a really nice sightline. It had bleachers. It was a very pleasant place to watch a show. You never felt too far away from anything, even though it was a pretty decently sized venue by ROH standards. So, and it was also just such an odd location. Like, it was just like off Route 1 and 9, just in a suburban, a lot of greenery around area, just very unassuming place off the side of the road where you could go see like international superstars that just are wrestling the Tokyo Dome. It's very weird how independent wrestling works that way, right? Just these really like nothing buildings, and you see these legendary matches or amazing wrestling superstars. It's kind of crazy. But I like this place. I was, at a certain point, I think that the crowds kind of died, like not in terms of attendance, but in terms of enthusiasm, because like any place to get burned out. But these early shows there, this is the first year that they were running here, I thought it was a really nice place to watch a show. But that all being said, as far as the match, first of all, this was by far the biggest toilet paper shower for Jimmy Rave, which I think Meltzer even mentioned in his recap. It was very noticeable. This is like the beginning of this era where the toilet paper becomes a major, major part of the show for Rave. Also, another interesting pattern that I noticed, he loses a big blow-off cage match, Rave does, and then immediately on the next show, he's in the opener, which is exactly what happened after he lost the cage match to CM Punk at Nowhere to Run. He goes right back to the opener. It's weird that they do that. Like, he blows off a feud, and then he's back on the bottom of the card. I don't know if that's the best way to go about it. I'm not sure, but he'll be back in a world title match before too long. Also, Lenny Leonard mentions that the story was, and maybe this was true, I don't know, but the story was that Lenny Leonard was not on the last show because he had bad sushi, because he was trying to, quote, immerse himself in the Japanese culture because of the influx of Japanese talent coming into ROH. And I was like, well, that is one way to explain it. Don't know if that's what I would have gone with, but it was one way to explain it.
I would have loved if he just kept doing that, like for the next few shows. Like, I'm really getting into anime, praise Zach. Like, did you see this Dragon Ball? It's pretty good. Like, he just started like every episode. He had like every show. He had like a different new Japanese like thing he was getting into. Like the films of Kira Kurosawa. I mean, I think, man, like you could really see George Lucas's influence here.
And by the end, he had some sort of like hentai addiction that they had to cure him of. That didn't happen, but I'm just saying it would be that would be the end point. Yes, exactly.
The whole bunch of 2006 shows. He's like, sorry guys, I had to go to sex rehab. Hentai a little too hot, a little too close to the sun. Old Lenny went to.
Yes, if only that could have happened, but it didn't, unfortunately. So the match was first of all, the crowd really was having a blast early in this match. Milano was like really showing his speed, his flexibility. He did the splits, he did the rolls, the quick transitions. The crowd was rocking on all of his big spots. He did the thing where he does the paradise lock where he ties Rave up in the ropes and milks it for a while until he hits a running, like I guess basement drop kick. The crowd loved that. Rave eventually took over. Things slowed down a bit. And things were going really smoothly until they eventually sort of botched a Northern Lights suplex because Milano just pancaked face first on the mat instead of going all the way over into the bridge, which didn't look great or fun for him, but they kept going. And at a certain point, like you see Milano, he keeps grabbing his head, and I was almost wondering if he was actually hurt. Because I guess he was just selling, but I was like, does he have a concussion after that? But as far as I know, I heard nothing about that, so I don't think he did. But, Rave slowed things down. He hit some of his big moves, does from dusk till dawn, which is that kind of like flip around into the crossface thing that he does, which I don't remember seeing for a while. And I always liked that move. And the crowd is so into Milano that they even do a please don't tap chant. And he eventually makes the ropes. Nana even gets some punches in while Milano leans over the ropes. So Milano responds with a baseball slide drop kick while running the ropes, taking out Nana. And then he does that Matrix style backbend clothesline evasion and enziguri to Rave, which the crowd loved. He hits a good running senton, hits some more big moves. Rave does the backbreaker into a gonorrhea. Milano comes back with his cartwheel jumping clothesline. And what is it called? The Armani shoot change or something?
Shoe exchange, I believe. That's
what I thought it was, but then I heard someone say something different. So I don't know. Shoe exchange makes the most sense to me, but I heard someone say something else. But hits the running kick to Jimmy Rave for 2, which I thought was great. Rave rolls through a powerbomb attempt, hits the running knee, and gets the greetings from Ghana, which is the pedigree, and gets the win. Even in the sense that like they thought Milano was going to be sticking around for a while, I never really understood what they were doing with him as far as the wins and losses, because he got the win over Claudio. He lost to Joe. He lost to Rave. He lost the tag title match. I wasn't really sure what they were planning on doing with him or what their strategy was, but I guess it worked out in the end anyway because he was gone. I thought the match itself had a good finish. I thought it was really, really good at the beginning, and I really, really liked the end. So I liked the match, but it did kind of lose it for a bit in the middle there. But I love the beginning and the end. So I guess that's usually the most important part of the match. But I think it could have been much better if the middle was a little bit smoother.
I thought this was a good opener, like an outright good match. Maybe I liked it a little more than you, but I think we're mostly in agreement that, yeah, it did slow down a bit in the middle. I feel like Jimmy Rave, he works best a lot of the time with more flashy offense guys like Milano or Matt Sydal or guys like that, because the heel Jimmy Rave, he's so much about kind of controlling matches and doing cutoffs and really kind of very muted offense that it kind of makes those kind of opponents, their offense seem even cooler, just because, yeah, you will go through these kind of almost boring minute stretches where you go, man, Rave's just kind of dominating or just, very basic stuff. And then all of a sudden when you see his opponent do like a big flashy move, you're like, holy shit, that looks great. Even though it's just their standard stuff. But I thought this was a pretty hot crowd throughout the night, and on this match they were definitely into it, and that helped.
They love Milano, man. He was rocking them at the beginning.
Yeah, I this was a match where I thought, like, what could have been for Milano in Ring of Honor, because I thought he was like getting pretty over, like, certainly for this crowd. And he hadn't even, when you think about it, like, he hadn't really visited any market yet a second time, I don't think. Probably most of his Ring of Honor matches hadn't hit DVD yet. He hadn't really had a lot of big, like, showcase prominent singles matches with the top stars. I mean, he had one against Joe on an undercard that was good but not great. But, like, he hadn't really gotten, if he was already getting reactions like this, think of where he could have been in 6 months with the right booking. He could have been something significant for Ring of Honor.
Could have been a contender.
Yeah, although I guess it always would have been short-lived, because I think he does, even though he does not stay in Ring of Honor, he does continue just basically a year excursion to the U.S., and then he goes back to Japan permanently. So it probably would have been, no matter what, like a Shingo type thing of, you're here for a year, but then you're gone. So, and
he ended up retiring pretty early because of an injury, right?
Yeah, and I believe he is still a color commentator for New Japan. So, yeah, I like this match. I like Little Rave's cuss. I like the one where he's begging off in the corner, and then Milano, like, runs after him, and he just, while he's begging off, turns it into, like, a drop toe hold into the corner. I thought Milano's run of offense at the end when the match picked up again was just really fun. I just also want to bring up what you brought up, which is that botched Northern Light suplex. That is one of, like, the worst botches you will see in Ring of Honor, where, Ring of Honor, a lot of really good wrestlers. A lot of times when you see a botch, it's like a slightly rough but still executed move. Like Matt said, this was like not a suplex where the guy didn't quite go over. Like, this is a Northern Light suplex where it was basically almost ended up being like a shoot flatliner, where I don't know what happened, where Milano did not jump up really at all. Maybe he tripped or something. He just does not rotate at all. He just lands on the side of his head, like almost face first. And like you said, looked kind of hurt, maybe just selling from it. And there's also a great spot for people that are going to watch this match. Watch for, like, there's this big running enziguri type kick from Milano that really looks like it smacks Jimmy right upside the head hard. I don't think it really hurt him, but you can hear even Dave Prazak's like, whoa, like, it's one of those moves where even he gets a little up for. So yeah, good opener. And then we go backstage for a Bryan Danielson promo. He says they've been sending open contracts all over the world for his Ring of Honor world title, and he's honored that someone from Noah, Fuji, has accepted one. But Bryan says he's not intimidated because he's beaten the best juniors from New Japan Pro Wrestling: Jushin Liger, Gato, Jado, Minoru Tanaka, Tiger Mask. Bryan calls the Ring of Honor title the most prestigious title in the world today. He knows Fuji wants to have it, but he won't have it, because Danielson is the best in the world. So very basic, but promo. Just, hey, I'm having a match tonight, basically. And that brings us to Colt Cabana defeating Azrael via pinfall in 7 minutes, 18 seconds after he hit a lariat. Matt, I'm going to do the next match first, I think, because it's a match I really just want to kind of lay out. So I'm going to let you go first on this match, too. I was just thinking also, this match is almost like, I felt like this match was halfway between a match and almost just an angle. Like, it's very much mostly about just doing some character development for one wrestler, I would say.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. It's character development even more than an angle. The one, guess, most noteworthy thing about the match is I think this is the debut of Colt's Copacabana rap mix theme.
Yeah.
Like, not just playing Copacabana, but like his own rap mix that he got specially made for it with, like, Colt Cabana. It's Colt Cabana. Oh yeah, I'm not gonna do the rap, but
which is funny that it comes out during the middle of an angle where he's a storyline where he's supposed to be like the most serious guy, and now he has this like very
not that Copacabana fits that either.
Yeah. Huh. I guess you're damned if you do, damned if you don't.
Yeah, exactly right. You're just either way. You're just damned. It was such a damn situation. But yeah, so as far as the character development we're talking about, it's that they're trying to show that Colt is getting tough and getting serious. He's rocking some stubble. He's not clean shaven. They mention that Homicide shoulder injury postponed their match. They do not mention AJ Styles here. But yeah, obviously Azrael, a very suitable replacement, as I mentioned. Yeah, the story is that Colt is super serious, and Azrael tries to get him to be silly, which doesn't really fit Azrael's character either. Um, he does a lot of like dancing and goading, which is it's just weird because we haven't seen Azrael be like that before. In fact, the whole thing about him becoming Azrael was that he was serious now, right? Like that was like the whole point of him being Azrael, right? Because before that he was in Special K, and then he's like, I'm getting serious now. But this is him being very not serious. He's trying to get Colt to just be Colt, and they do things like daring each other to hit the ropes, and Colt tries to like tell him, like, I'm too smart for this. Like, I'm not going to fall. He's like, if you stick your foot out when you're telling me to run the ropes, I'm going to slap you in the face. He goes, I know this game. So Azrael does stick his foot out. So Colt does a tumble and then does, in fact, slap Azrael in the face. So that's sort of where they go with this. They end up doing some more hard-hitting moves. They knock heads after a corner whip. Colt tries to reverse out of the electric chair, but Azrael hits it and gets a 2 count after that. And even though he hit his finisher and the announcers try to sell, like, oh, wow, he hit his finisher, the crowd does not buy this near fall, as you might expect. Colt comes back, hits a bunch of his big moves, running shoulder block off the middle rope, missile drop kick off the other corner, and the big lariat. So that was fun, so they tried to tell a little story, but overall it wasn't really a match. It was more just Colt developing the character that he's not going to be silly. Which, for what it was fine. I could take it or leave it, honestly.
Yeah, and again, like we mentioned earlier, and like you just mentioned, this is basically the third proposed Colt Cabana match of the show after Homicide and AJ both got hurt, so you kind of can't blame them for trying to go to something different. I felt about this like you made the point. I had this in my notes. I felt exactly the same way, that Azrael was acting way out of character. Like, it's one of those weird moments that happens in wrestling and sometimes just in fiction in general, where a character starts acting completely out of character just because it serves the plot. Like, why Azrael, this match decided that from the bell, all he was interested in was trying to get Colt Cabana to like do Colt Cabana's classic comedy spots. Like, why he cares so much. Like, it only makes sense in the fact of, well, it's to show the story of Colt Cabana right now is not in the mood to be classic Colt Cabana and do the funny spots. I did like that spot you described where, Azrael setting him up for the standard Colt spot where he dares his opponent to run the ropes, then trips him, and Colt actually tells him, like, look, I know this trick. If you try this, I'm going to slap you. And then Azrael still tries it twice. Colt avoids it both times. The second time, he just like jumps over the trip, and then in fact he slaps Azrael right in the face. And continuing to make Azrael, like on recent shows, look like a big idiot, where like Colt tells him exactly what's going to happen. He still tries it. Azrael does it anyway. In terms of the character stuff, like, I'm on the record saying that I feel like Colt serious, it so often like straddles the line between good serious and corny serious to me, and a lot of times it walks over what you've heard me like praise and criticize it on recent shows. I feel like there's a moment in this match that's right on the borderline where, like, at one point he just says, like, out loud, why show mercy? When he's during like a relatively normal match against Azrael. Like, I was like, okay, that's maybe a little corny. I get what you're doing. I also think it's funny that, like, one of the big character developments for Colt in this feud is to have stubble, because he has stubble in a lot of these matches, and it's like he never grows out the full beard, I don't think. So it's like, I guess in character, he's distraught enough to not shave occasionally. Like, he still shaves sometimes. He's just too distraught to shave, I guess, before wrestling shows.
Yeah, but he'll take what, like 2 or 3 days before a wrestling show and not shave. That's his move. And I guess maybe even just Ring of Honor shows, for all I know.
He gets, when he gets nervous about Homicide, then he can't shave right until he knows that show is over. But anyway, yeah, just look at my notes. I thought there was a really nice when Colt countered Azrael's moonsault off the ropes with a drop kick in midair. I thought that was a really nice move. That probably the highlight of the match. But again, it's hard to even review this as a match. It really felt more like an angle. The one other note I had from this was this was interesting to me. At one point, Colt covers Azrael, and Azrael kicks out, And then Colt recovers Azrael for another pinfall attempt immediately. And I think you can hear Colt say to Azrael, hand. And then Azrael immediately then, in fact, grabs the ropes with his hand. And I thought, like, I have no idea why a wrestler would call a spot that minor. Because it clearly wasn't the end of the match, but, like, why, like, just, like, grab the ropes, like, I don't know why. It's just a really weird, very minor thing I know. So, again, if you're going to watch the show after you listen to the review, like, look out for that, because it's a really weird, I can't believe someone just said hand, and then the guy grabs the ropes, but it happened. After the match, Colt towels Azrael off, shakes his hand, so while Colt may be grumpy and more serious, he's still not an asshole.
Shakes his hand. The plot thickens.
And then the lights go out, Homicide's music kicks in, out comes Homicide, the man himself, with Ricky Reyes in tow. Homicide's arm is in a sling from the legit shoulder injury he suffered against Steve Corino at the last show. Homicide enters the ring, and then he takes off the sling before he grabs a mic. Homicide says he still hates Colt, but he's not here to fight him tonight. He's here to warn him. He says his doctors tell him that he needs surgery and that surgery will put him out of this crappy promotion for 6 months.
Spoilers, it doesn't.
Yeah, he does the wrestler thing and just works through it. Homicide says the injury is not Colt's fault. It's Steve Corino's fault, so that's the man he wants. He wants to kill Corino, and then after that, he will come after Cabana. He tells Colt to talk to Corino and stay out of his motherfucking business. He spits at Cabana, tells him Corino is dying tonight, and if Colt gets in his business, he's going to fuck him up. He then throws the mic pretty damn hard into Colt's chest. Homicide and Reyes then go to ringside. Homicide throws a tantrum, throwing around the ring bell like he often does. So, fairly intense promo to kind of set up what comes later. As far as Homicide promos go, like, as always, he's not very much for substance. Like, with Homicide, like, there is no subtext to his promos. There's barely text. It's like, literally just, I'm going to kill you. I'm going to kill you. Stay out of my way. I'm going to kill you later.
There was one funny part where, like, after Homicide said he's not going to attack Cabana, someone in the crowd yells pussy at him, and Homicide goes, I'll be a pussy. Fuck it.
I mean, I thought in the way this promo was enjoyable, there was a certain charm in it. Like, I also like just the idea of the promo of Homicides being like, look, I don't have a problem with you. Well, actually, I kind of do. Like he kind of at first is just telling him, like, I'm not going to do anything to you tonight. Just stay out of my business. I'm going to kill your friend Steve Corino. But then he's like, after Steve Corino, I'm coming for you. So it's kind of like it's hard to do like a truce when you're basically saying, as soon as I do this other thing, I'm going to come back after you. Like, well, then what motivation does Colt have to do a truce then?
Yeah, exactly. And so he doesn't do one. Spoiler alert.
And that brings us to the Ring of Honor Pure title match. Nigel McGuinness successfully defends the title when he defeats Claudio Castagnoli by disqualification in 14 minutes, 36 seconds. When the second ref, because this match had two refs, one in the ring, one on the outside, disqualifies Claudio for using Nigel McGuinness's iron that he always brings to the ring at this point in his career. Before we get to the match, Bob McGee gave a live report to the Torch, and he wrote about an entrance. Speaking of edits, they edited out Nigel's usual pre-match intro that he gives for himself on the mic. So maybe that is a sign, Matt, one of those signs about how you talk about how maybe there were some edits on this show to get a 4.5 hour show running at a good 3 hour clip. They cut out something that they normally include. So it sounds like it was mostly the same, but a little different. Bob writes, Nigel started out by introducing himself. He first did the Rock intro by saying, finally, McGuinness has come back to Philadelphia, which was very funny and got the fans yelling at him that he was in New Jersey. He then did the Road Dogg intro of ladies and gentlemen, children of all ages, which was also funny and got good heat. And then McGuinness did Bret Hart's The Best There Is, The Best There Was, which, of course, Matt, you and I have seen him do multiple times. So that would have been fun to see, but I get you have to fit in a long show, apparently, in 3 hours.
It sounds like that intro did take up like a whole hour, so.
So, I will be interested after I do my review of this match, Matt, what you think of it, because I'm wondering if we're going to have another Nigel Colt European rounds match, because this was another very story-oriented match that I really enjoyed. I would give this 4 stars. I thought this was great. I thought this was a great bit of storytelling. One of the huge pleasures of this match is you see every trick a heel has used for months not work. He tries them all again. This time they actually get foiled, but yet he still somehow wins. So, like I mentioned, the whole story of this match is since Nigel won through heel chicanery. Last time I faced Claudio, Jim Cornette, the commissioner, mandated this match would have 2 refs. And in like a very simple bit of wrestling booking that I'm surprised does not happen more often because of how satisfying it was, the extra stip actually works. Like, the whole first half of this match is all about Claudio doing all his old tricks, and none of them work because the second ref catches them all. So, like, he throws a closed fist and fakes getting his eye poked. The first ref misses it, but the second ref on the outside catches it. He throws another closed fist. First ref misses it. Second ref catches it. He kicks off the rope at one point when he's in like a submission to get out of a move. First ref doesn't see it. Second ref catches it. So as a result of all this, by the midway part of this match, Nigel's already lost 2 rope breaks and gotten the one closed fist warning you get in a pure title match. All for stuff he normally gets away with. All because, the second ref stip works. The second ref is seeing all these things that Nigel can usually hide from a ref in the ring. And again, just very satisfying, simple kind of a payoff to all. If you've been watching Nigel for months, very simple payoff to that. And I thought also just the wrestling in the first half was really good. Like, Nigel and Claudio have pretty good chemistry, and it's fun to see them. I thought they were just really in a good groove here. They do some athletic stuff for 2 big, tall guys, including what I first thought was the world's slowest Rana, but actually was more of a body scissors takeover where Nigel, like, hooked his arms, his feet under Claudio's, like, armpits and just kind of pulled him slowly over. I really liked how they kind of did this. They would battle where, like, one guy would put the other in a hole and the other would have to, like, do multiple attempts to get out of that hold. Like, they would try different approaches to kind of until they could finally find a way to kind of get out of the hold. So I like it really kind of put over how they're both good technical wrestlers. And there's some really good intricate spots in this match. Like, at one point, Nigel goes for that divorce court, kind of like that arm DDT. Claudio blocks it by kicking Nigel's legs as Nigel tries to kick out Claudio's, which is how you kind of do the move. You kind of arm wringer the arm and then kick out the legs of your opponent. And then after he like blocks the kick of his legs, Claudio then Northern Light suplexes Nigel while Nigel's still holding his arm in a key lock type position, which I thought, again, like really cool, intricate, like counter of a move you see from Nigel all the time. And then the story changes about halfway through. Nigel gets so frustrated that none of his cheating is working. He goes to the floor. He breaks the 20 count whenever he needs to. So he's just venting on the floor. Eventually, Claudio just gets frustrated and like, screw this. He does a big tope onto the floor to get to Nigel. But at the last second, Nigel grabs that second ref that's on the outside of the ring, pulls him to Claudio's path. Claudio completely takes out the second ref. He hurts his own arm in the process. And at this point, the match does slow down, I would say. It's kind of like the Rave Milano match, where it does slow down a bit in the middle, where Nigel is just working on Claudio's arm. He's really grinding him down. He gets Claudio to use up a couple rope breaks, but then it picks up big, I would say, in the final minutes. There's a great big comeback from Claudio where they do a big European uppercut battle, a big brutal looking basement drop kick to Nigel's head. And then he hits Nigel with his own Tower of London, which gets a great near fall. Nigel has to use his third rope break to save himself. And then Nigel goes for his rebound lariat at one point, kind of against the flow of the match. Claudio avoids it, but the rebound lariat takes up the first ref. So now both refs in a 2-ref match are bumped. Both are out. At this point, Nigel brings back the iron like he has in prior matches. But in another, great bit of storytelling for if you've watched this whole feud, Claudio has it scouted this time. So he blocks the iron so Nigel can't hit him with it. Nigel at this point throws the iron to Claudio and then sells that Claudio hit him with it, which is how Claudio won their last match, except both the refs are still out. So like Claudio, instead of like winning the match, he's made a huge mistake as he's just given the weapon to his opponent. Claudio then uses the iron on Nigel, pins him, gets the 3 count, gets the win. Except the second ref recovers after the match, and he tells the first ref he saw something. He saw Claudio use that iron, and we get, in fact, a reversal of the result of the match. We get, I don't know, Matt, is this the first dusty finish in Ring of Honor history?
Yes.
I mean, and the crowd boos it. Now, I really thought this match was great. This is another one of those matches I would say where, if you just are watching this match on its own with no context, it's probably like a 3.5 star match. I would like bump it up a whole half star to like the great territory, because I think there are so many nice callbacks in this match, counters of things. It pays off so many different things. I just love the storytelling of the stip. And because of that, I feel like this is nowhere near as good of a match as the Joe versus Punk trilogy. But I feel like this is since those matches, that trilogy in Ring of Honor, I don't think there's been another match in the last year that has like paid off, rewarded you so much for being a viewer of every show. Like it really rewards you with lots of little details for having watched this entire feud. And I always really love matches like that. And also, I could see why a lot of people would be turned up by the Dusty finish, but I think even Dave Meltzer, who obviously railed on the Dusty finish as much as anyone, probably really was one of the people that really, like talked about it more than anyone and got that hatred for that kind of thing going. I think even Meltzer said in the past, it's not that the Dusty finish is a bad finish. He said, like, the Dusty finish is actually a clever, good finish if you do it very, very rarely. And so I have no problem with Ring of Honor like once every 3 to 4 years doing the Dusty finish. And I thought it worked here as a way to kind of protect Claudio, where he still loses the feud, but, it's not his fault. And I actually really like the story of the idea of Claudio foils every bit of cheating the heel normally does, and he loses this match because he actually cheats. But the one time he decides to cheat, he gets caught. And I thought there's just a neat, kind of turnabout story. I like how it all comes full circle like that. So, Matt, you probably did not like this match nearly as much as me.
Yeah, I mean, I didn't. I get why you liked it, though. I mean, everything you said is true. It's just that it has two of my least favorite wrestling tropes. Yes, the Dusty finish. I guess once in a blue moon they could do it and it's fine, but I'm never really gonna like it. And then the other one, which obviously I've had to just get over because it's so ubiquitous in wrestling. But even after 30 plus years of watching wrestling, I still don't like ref bumps. And I like that Ring of Honor in this era doesn't do them. And so the fact that a ref bump was such a major part of this match also made it so this is not really up my alley. I mean, the thing about a ref bump that I just can't get past, even as you get them all the time in every promotion still, is if a referee gets knocked out in a match, in a real anything, everybody would stop what they were doing and attend to that person who was unconscious, right? And I just can't, I know that it's crazy as a wrestling fan that I can't get past this, but I can't. So so that annoys me. The Dusty finish, yeah, I guess, you could say that sometimes it's okay, but I didn't think this was worthy of it at this point, for something like that. I think the other thing that bugged me was, they make such a big deal about Cornette coming in, and clearly this thing is that Nigel keeps stymieing all of Cornette's, edicts, right? Because the idea here was that Cornette was, Cornette put the two referees here because he was embarrassed by Nigel getting away with what he got away with against Claudio at the Showdown in Motown show, right? And
yeah.
And so they're building. You'd think they're building up. Eventually, Cornette's gonna finally give Nigel his comeuppance, but they don't really go that way. They change gears once the CZW feud starts, and then the whole Cornette Nigel thing sort of goes by the wayside. So I don't really think this actually had a real payoff, right? Nigel ended up winning, but it didn't really have a real payoff for Claudio, ultimately. I think that's the other thing. But yes, they do some clever stuff. There's a lot of clever callbacks. You pretty much mentioned them all. I also like one little thing, which is you don't really see too often. Nigel does the headstand, and Claudio reverses it, or counters it, not by doing a move, but just be grabbing Nigel's legs and pulling him back down. And I'm just like, oh, maybe this makes sense because Claudio is one of the few guys tall enough or with long enough arms to actually do that reversal. I really like that. And yeah, they are good wrestlers. I thought, Nigel was being goofy. The other thing that I thought about here is Nigel really leaned into the goofy side of his character here. But by the time we get to a few months from now, he really changes course completely and becomes much more of a hard-hitting, strong style guy. And I think that's an interesting transition too, because he's sort of this isn't actually building to that much. I guess maybe we'll see if I'm wrong, but I just, the tropes that they went to here just happen to be tropes that I find unappealing. But I think that if people follow it, they probably will be more in line with you than with me on this one. It just was ill-suited for my tastes.
I could see. Look, I bet you I'm the high vote in general on this match. I think it's just certain things about these kind of Nigel story matches just work for me way more than the average person. And I think you made a good point. Like one argument I think you could really make against this match when you talk, like you bring up the ref bumps, it maybe started making me think while you were describing that, is like, if you're of the mind that like a big stip should be like guarantee certain things, like a cage match should guarantee that there's no outside interference, it is kind of egregious to have a match where you emphasize like there's going to be two refs, so there's going to be no heel chicanery, and then you do a double ref bump. Like, and then like the most screwy finish imaginable. Like, if for some reason your heart was set on like going into the show, like for sure we're going to see a clean victory between Claudio and Nigel, you got the exact opposite. You got even more bullshit than normal. So I could see people being really pissed about that in a sense. I like that you mentioned like Claudio being a goofball in this match, because I thought this was Claudio's best, not Claudio, Nigel's best performance from a character thing. He is just so comfortable in this character, and I love this character. I'm kind of going to be sad that when it goes to more strong style, he is just so goofy and so happy with being an asshole. Like there's a childlike glee to him. At one point, he's just so happy early on this match, he holds out his arms and runs around the ring like a child in like imitating an airplane. Like he's just like so happy with himself. And there's a moment later in the match where, you know, so often lately, Matt, I've had a hard time coming with like a good, funny image, and I've just been using serious images for the podcast. For what, you know, every episode of the podcast gets an image. This one, it's not going to be Kent. It's going to be Nigel. There's a look on Nigel's face after he makes Claudio take out the ref with a tope. It is the goofiest fucking face I have ever seen in my life, where he's trying to act like he's shocked it happened. I did like a screen cap. There's like 4 incredible different facial expressions. I don't know which one I'm going to pick. They're all fantastic. I thought like Nigel this was his peak as just a goofy, gleeful little shit. I just love it. Who happens to be actually a big shit, but
big shit.
Someone that you have to be so tall just to count him a proper way, as you just described. But that brings us to Alex Shelley, escorted to the ring by Prince Nana, defeating Steve Corino via pinfall in 11 minutes, 4 seconds after he used, I guess what you would describe as just a leg trap cradle. Before the match, Corino's personal ring announcer, Brian Regal, starts to do Corino's usual ring introduction, only for Prince Nana to attack Regal almost immediately, just by pie-facing him. Corino then immediately attacks Nana. Shelley attacks Corino. The match is on, so we do not get Corino's usual ring introduction. Matt, this is kind of a random match. I guess if you really wanted to find a reason for this to happen, you could say, well, Corino helped out the Second City Saints when they feuded with Generation Next in late 2004, back when Shelley was a member of Generation Next. But this is really just kind of a random pairing here, especially for Steve Corino that doesn't wrestle too much in Ring of Honor at this point. What'd you think about it?
Yeah, it was so random that I almost was like, was this a replacement for something else? But I couldn't find any evidence that was the case. So I guess this was just the match that was booked. Yeah, it was weird because, you know, Corino was the babyface here, even though he was the heel at the last show. And it's just kind of hard to kind of categorize Corino in ROH for a lot of his run, honestly. But especially during this, like, I guess, you know, Corino was the babyface because Shelley and Nana are obviously heels. But the crowd wasn't super into Corino as a babyface. And they worked a bit of a more competitive, longer match than I expected. You know, they no-sell each other's chops. Corino claws and boots at Shelley's face. And he goes after Shelley's ear. Like, I don't know if that's like Corino's thing, like where he's like, after his ear hearing got messed up, he just started going after people's ears. Or maybe I wrote that wrong and Shelley went after Corino's ear. Maybe that's what happened.
No, I remember Corino early on in the match was like definitely clawing at Shelley's face. So I bet you are right. Like,
yeah, I'm trying to figure out what the deal is with that. But, you know, it's a fairly competitive match. You know, again, Nana gets involved a lot. You know, he sends Corino head and shoulder first into the guardrail. Shelley props up a chair in between the middle and top ropes and tries to send Corino shoulder first into it. But Corino instead sends Shelley into the chair head first. So this is another one of those random sort of no DQ matches. One spot I forgot to mention during the the Claudio Nigel match is Claudio sort of botches a La Magistral cradle and just kind of just ends up being a schoolboy. And Shelley does a La Magistral here, and it works out a lot better. It actually, like, with the arm trap and everything. But they do a bunch of back and forth. Carino at one point comes off the middle rope, and he does something to his leg.
Yeah.
And I guess it's probably a shoot blowout the knee. I don't think it's like any sort of long-term injury. I don't know if you have anything on that, but I don't remember hearing that like he has a major problem with that leg after like from this match, but he definitely has a problem with it during the match. Like he's limping a lot. He's also seems to be like not favoring it to the point where it becomes a storyline point in the match. So that's why I think it's probably a shoot, right? I mean, did you?
No, it is a shoot. In fact, Dave Meltzer in The Observer, he wrote, this match wasn't that good because Shelley is still injured and Carino blew out his knee early in the match. Now, what I would say is, I agree with you. I didn't know, he definitely blows out his knee, but I think the spot you're describing, which is the spot I would say he blew out his knee on, where he's like jumping off the second turnbuckle and he just, immediately you can tell it seems like he jams his knee. Like, that was fairly late in the match, I would say, not early. Like,
okay, fair enough.
But that's just, I'm disagreeing with the Observer thing, but yeah. I agree. Like, he definitely blew out his knee, it looks like.
Yeah, and like you could see him favoring it, but again, like the match doesn't really focus on it. But Carino still fights through it. He fights off Nana at different points. He goes to DDT Shelley, and then Nana comes in, and Carino DDTs and attacks him. Hits a lariat, a fisherman's buster. Nana keeps interfering. He breaks up the pin. Somehow that's not a disqualification. So Carino attacks Nana, and in all the chaos, Carino goes for another lariat, and Shelley grabs his arm, gets a roll up. They did work hard. But I felt like the match just got kind of repetitive. Nana kept coming in. Like, I didn't really see the direction here. So, I kind of agree with Meltzer. Like, it wasn't that good because it just for a variety of factors. I thought the booking was weird. I don't think the injury helped no matter what in the match it did happen. And I don't know. It was just odd. Like, I don't really know how to categorize it. There was something about it that didn't really click to me.
Yeah, this was probably my least favorite match of the show. Still, it was a perfectly competently wrestled, one of those matches I would say is a perfectly professionally wrestled professional wrestling match. But, it wasn't anything super great. And then apparently, according to Dave Meltzer, not only did Creel get hurt in this, but Shelley was coming into this hurt. And I completely agree with you about Steve Carino. I think even when he wrestles as a face in Ring of Honor, he feels like a heel. And especially this match, yeah, I realized they kind of had like a little bit of, he's pissed off maybe because Nana attacked his ring announcer before the start of the match. But he's going to Shelley's eyes before Shelley does anything to him, which feels kind of heelish. And just, yeah, Carino as a face at this point in his career in Ring of Honor feels really weird. It's not a natural fit. And he doesn't really, for the most part, work like a face. And then I really didn't like the end because, I thought the interference was a big negative here. At one point in this match, Nana actually holds Creel's arms behind his back, standing on the apron. The ref is full view of the ref. Ref does nothing. And of course, it doesn't work because Carino ducks down, and then Shelley hits Nana instead. But then after that, later in the match, at the very end, like you were describing, Carino hits his lariat, his Northern Lights bomb, like his big finishers, he covers, and Nana breaks up the count by actually walking into the ring and just outright attacking the ref, like not putting Shelley's foot on the ropes, not even pulling the ref out of the ring, which I also hate. He goes in the ring and attacks the ref. There's no disqualification, and then Shelley wins basically immediately out of nowhere with a roll up. And I get, if you want to protect Steve Carino because, he has other commitments, fine. If you want to have a cheap heel win, I'm fine with that. But I just am so sick of these really unimaginative finishes where you're outright attacking the ref, and the ref, if the ref isn't going to call for a DQ there, where is he going to call for a DQ on? And we're supposed to be in this era of, Jim Cornette, we're just a few shows into Jim Cornette saying, "Oh, we're going to adhere to all the rules now." It's been lawless for too long, and this is the second of a series of 3 straight matches where there's like a ton of bullshit, where places where refs could have called for the DQ, weapons being brought into a match that's not a no DQ match, and it's a bad stretch of wrestling, I would say, in that regard.
Yeah. So in the Claudio match, in the Claudio Nigel match, it was a DQ finish, right? Like after it was overturned, right? Like that's how it ended, DQ. So that was a disqualification, but none of the stuff in this match merited a disqualification. It has to make a little bit of sense. You know what I mean?
Yeah. I know you were mad about a match recently, I forget which one, but it was a match where there was weapons used on the outside of the ring and the ref could see it and didn't call for a DQ. And I always try to justify, well, maybe the refs think if it's on the outside of the ring, it's okay. But there's not even that kind of plausible deniability here. There's stuff happening in the ring to the referee, and he's not calling for a DQ.
Yeah,
so,
and I think the match that you're thinking of was Jay Lethal against Samoa Joe.
Yeah, that's the one. Yeah, yeah, that's definitely the one. And then the other thing the Observer wrote about this match was, Dave wrote, Steve Corino took a lot of heat from the crowd about a lack of tan and lack of physique. And I didn't really hear that, but I did notice, whatever, it's not a big deal, but this definitely did seem to be Corino at his doughiest. And I was like, oh man.
But Corino likes leaning into that. You know what I mean? He likes being self-deprecating about that stuff. So, maybe they were laughing with him and not at him.
Yeah, and I definitely know, on shoot interviews and stuff, Samoa Joe and guys would, laugh about how Steve Corino's, a lard ass, who would kind of dead weight them on moves and stuff like that. So, yeah, I could see, Corino seems like the kind of guy who can roll with a joke like that. But
the post-match is definitely more interesting than the match.
Yes, so immediately after the match, Homicide attacks Corino pretty roughly, too, I would say. Some pretty hard stomps to the head and kicks to Corino's body.
He just comes in and just Corino's already slumped in the corner. He just wails at Corino with the big running boot, then another one, and it's just wow, flush in his face. I don't know to what degree these two really do hate each other. I know they try to say they really, really, really hate each other, but man, they work like they do.
Yeah, I was going to say it felt like a bit of a receipt. If all the stuff about the newsletters at this time that Homicide really felt like Corino kind of hurt him on purpose, again, maybe it could be there's excellent at working people.
Yeah.
But I wouldn't be surprised if Homicide was going basically as far as he could without going completely over the line here because it looked harsh.
And I know you're going to obviously get to the what happens, but do you think that if there's two guys if they really hate each other as much as Homicide and Corino are purported to, do you think it's they just shouldn't be booked with each other because something bad could happen,
Sometimes, but the funny thing is sometimes I find when two guys really hate each other, they almost go the opposite and they get so self-conscious and maybe get so warned by their employer that they go very careful. Because I feel like some of those Matt Hardy Edge matches, some of them were good, some of them weren't, but you never got that feeling that you get here of danger. Or same with Shawn Michaels and Bret Hart. You would sometimes in promos, the stuff Shawn Michaels' Sunny Days comment and stuff like that, or you'd hear they got into hair pulling fight backstage, but you felt way more of the real hate in promos than you ever felt when they actually had a match, because in matches it always felt apart from one key spot in one match, they were being completely professional with each other,
But Homicide and Corino have a history of hurting each other.
Yeah, exactly. So they definitely go the other way. Anyway, Homicide takes out the ref when the ref tries to stop this assault. Homicide then proceeds to grab a bottle of Drano, the classic name brand drain cleaner. He opens it up. He begins to pour it on Corino, just a little splashes, very tiny ones are starting to come out. A little bit gets on him, but Colt Cabana runs in. He shoves Corino out of the way, out of the ring, saving him. Colt gives a what the fuck style, just incredulous stare to Homicide, what are you even doing? This is too far even for you. Until Julius Smokes runs in the ring, attacks Cabana, as Smokes then holds Colt, and Homicide, now pissed that he didn't get to have his revenge on Corino, dumps the Drano bottle on Colt, with Colt even at one point opening his mouth, which was a horrible mistake if this was real Drano. Some of the Drano gets into his mouth. It's yellow liquid all over the ring. Students from the Ring of Honor school immediately run in the ring. Homicide Smokes flee to ringside. Colt vomits, like legit vomits in the ring, on the ring apron. Very quickly, the students are pulling him out, kind of carrying him to the back as he's retching, and Smokes is still like nearby, just screaming at Colt. So, this angle, okay, first thing I'll say, very memorable angle. In fact, I would go as far to say, when people say, like, think of the Colt Cabana Homicide feud, this is the first thing I think about of this entire feud. I don't think about a match. I don't think about any other angle. I think about this. Very memorable. So in that way, it's a complete success. What I think it's a striking visual. Like, you don't think of many Drano storylines. You don't think of many legit vomit storylines in Ring of Honor, if any. I even like how Colt wasn't the intended victim. It was Carino, which is someone Homicide hates far more than he hates Colt. So it actually makes sense. Like, I think at this point in this feud, it wouldn't have made sense for Homicide to go this far against Cabana, but it does make sense for him to go that far against Carino. And so it works out the idea of, like, he's so pissed he can't to one guy, he does it to the guy who stops him. At the same time, I do feel like Ring of Honor overdid this kind of angle this year with these really heavy kind of extra crazy foreign object angle. And I do think Drano is one of those things where it becomes really it's so serious that it's hard to justify a wrestler ever wrestling in that promotion ever again for using it, because, like, this isn't like hitting someone with a chair. This is a pretty good shot of attempting to kill a guy.
Carino literally says it in a promo later that Homicide tried to murder Cabana.
Yeah, like, there's no deniability of, oh, I went a little too far. Like, the announcer talking like you could blind Cabana if it gets in his eyes, he's puking it up. And then I guess my other flaw to this, Matt, before I hand it over to you, would be the idea that Homicide, a man so angry and crazy that he warns Cabana earlier, like, I'm going to kill Steve Carino tonight, that he comes out and tries to pour drain cleaner down his throat. I like the idea that he waits patiently for Steve Carino to wrestle an entire wrestling match and then only tries to murder him when the match is over. Like, that is very polite of Homicide.
Yeah, I mean, I agree with you. The angle, like, was really heavy, and, like, in a lot of ways it worked. In terms of getting over this feud is really intense. I don't think they ever really follow up on it in terms of, like, this should be one of the first things Cornette makes a big deal out of, right? When he finally comes back to a show, is we can't have wrestlers poisoning each other in the middle of the ring, and murdering people in front of the crowd, all those things. But, the thing that stands out to me, like, as far as beyond assessing it as an angle, because I think, it's just, we could do that. And I think in the end, the Homicide Cabana feud ends up working for what it is. I think it's a very intense feud, has some really memorable matches that come later on. And that angle might have been the most memorable part of it. But, like, I'm still trying to figure out, like, what, like, in real life terms, what was the plan? What did they actually do? What was it real Drano? It couldn't have been. Like, they couldn't have actually been playing with fire like that, right? Like, pouring poison down each other's throats. I never really listened to an interview about this. It couldn't have been real, right? Right? I don't know.
Multiple people, including Michael Tyler, who we referenced earlier, who gave a live review to Pro Wrestling Torch, say it was yellow Jello. Now,
yeah, I was there. Like, I mean, I remember being in the crowd. Like, I don't feel like being there had gave me any insight into to what that substance was.
Like, it just looks like a very kind of bright yellow liquid. I don't know how you could tell, like, in a liquid too. So I don't know how you could. It would have been funny if it came out like actual Jello. Like, if Homicide's pouring the Drano ball and it just comes out as like one uninterrupted block that's like wobbly, and Colt's still trying to avoid it. Like, oh no, the Jello. So I don't know how. Yeah, multiple. But I did see multiple live reports say, "Oh, yellow Jello." So I don't know how that was apparent to them from the crowd, because, like you said, you were there and it wasn't apparent to you.
But I've used real Drano and it's not yellow Jello, unless there's different kinds. But I just can't imagine. Like, maybe I feel even stupid asking. Like, there's no way that they were like, oh yeah, let's just pour Drano down his throat and see what happens.
No, it can't, because Matt, I can't believe I am saying this. This is going to be the darkest moment in Through the Years history, but fuck it. Okay. I can't believe I'm saying this. I actually have a Drano anecdote, a Drano drinking anecdote, because.
Oh.
Okay, let me think. Okay, this was some slight details may be changed to protect people, but this is all the parts you wish weren't real are all real. There was a friend of my family, a person who they were disfigured. They had a part of one of their lips was gone, and it's because as a very little child they drank some Drano. They survived, none the worse aware, except for they had a mild disfigurement. And this person, we would sometimes see them, and I was a little kid, and being a scared little kid, I was terrified of this person just because they had what you would see as an adult as a minor disfigurement, nothing special. But I remember I would always scream and cry, and whenever we had to see this person, I would hide behind couches, or I think at one time I just said, I'll stay in the car for like 4 hours if you have to. And I was like a little kid. Like I was that scared about seeing this person. And I remember years later, as I got a little bit older, I was just, I didn't think about that often, but from time to time I think about, and I would just feel awful because I just thought that person probably went through so much, teasing and shame for a very minor thing that happened to him when he was a kid. And I just, even though as a kid, I didn't know what I was doing, I felt really guilty, right? Like I felt like I always ran from this person. And I was scared of him. And I just remember I must have made that person feel so bad, and I felt terrible about it. And then a few years ago, a relative told me, they're in jail for molesting children. And I'll just say
that took a turn.
Yeah, I will just say, Drano is not good for you. You should not drink it. It's very bad. Do not try it, even in the context of a wrestling angle. But I can never say completely that drinking Drano is bad because of that. Because someone drank Drano, my life might be dramatically different if they hadn't drank Drano. That's all I'll say.
Oh boy.
So Matt, that's a long way of saying, yes, I don't think that was real Drano.
Yeah. Oh, I will just leave that story out there. Wow. No, I mean, there is insight in there into what we're talking about. As far as so let's say it wasn't real Drano. What was it? How did Cabana make himself throw up? Because did he just gag himself? Like, was it, what do they call that thing that you drink to make yourself throw up?
Epicac or whatever.
Yeah, was it that? Like, I don't know what that looks like because I've never taken it. Like, is that yellow Jello? I don't know.
Yeah, and the funny thing is, it did look like it was a real Drano bottle. So Here's the thing: I wouldn't feel even comfortable using a real Drano bottle, even if you cleaned it out 10 times. I'd be like, I don't want this. But it was clearly it looked like a Drano bottle. It had the logo sticker on it. I mean.
But you've never heard a shoot interview where someone describes how they did this angle or how they, what the magic was to make it look like Cabana drank Drano and then, because when he threw up, he didn't spit up a little bit, he had puke gushing out of him, in the middle of the, something, he had to do something to kind of dry out that vomit.
The other thing I just want to mention, and I can't believe we're having these conversations. Don't worry, this is not as morbid, but I did some research on this, and so I think I'm telling the truth, but I would just advise anyone, if you accidentally drink a caustic liquid like Drano, call the Poison Control Center and do whatever they tell you. But I would say do that first, because I do feel like in real life they would tell you not to do what Colt did, which is immediately throw it up, because your stomach is actually the best place for really acidic liquids. It's kind of built to handle them. And I've heard a lot of times that you can actually do more damage vomiting it back up again, where a lot of times some of these liquids can get kind of neutralized in your stomach with your own acids, and your stomach can kind of deal with it, but your esophagus, your mouth, all those parts can't. So if you bring it back up again, if you did what Colt did, even though that might be your gut reaction, no pun intended, I think actually a lot of people would advise you not to do that.
Yeah.
I would just tell our listeners, if you ever drink Drano, remember this, but maybe don't do what Colt does. Instead, call the number on the back of the bottle.
Yes, call Poison Control or Trevor Dame, one of the two.
And I'll tell you some more depressing anecdotes. Your last moments will be
Yes.
at least you'll feel better about going away once I tell you about my life.
Yeah. But like, as far as like, nobody revealed the secret behind the magic of pro wrestling. This is the one storyline that I want to know now more than anything. How did they do the Drano into vomit storyline? What was the secret ingredient that actually went down Cabana's throat that made him puke like that?
Do you think he was just pre-gaming after the Azrael match, like just drinking it? It did seem like a very liquidy, clearish. Not to really evaluate the vomit that much, but
there were some chunks in there. I feel like.
Do you think? I wonder if he just ate a bit. Do you think he's like, oh boy, someone bring in some takeout? Like, I'm gonna gorge myself between this match and the ankle, and no, because there weren't that. Okay, we've talked too much about.
Yeah, I feel like just someone knows the answer and they're just going to tell us and we're going to sound stupid. So anyway, memorable angle, huh?
Yes, whether you like or hate it, it was absolutely very memorable.
Quite a fucking insane visual, and definitely a major escalation. The next show they have in New Jersey is in February. And that's an extremely memorable match too, is all I'll say for now.
Apparently also, we talked on a recent show about how like the students and the production workers of any wrestling promotion are the unsung heroes. And it definitely has to be on this one because it said the live report said it took them, multiple minutes to clean up the ring after this. And can you imagine, you're some poor schlub making almost no money or maybe no money. You're setting up the ring. You're just trying to get these very short, like student matches where you get very little respect and almost no ring time. And now it's like, hey, clean up what's probably like, maybe a sticky liquid, maybe something else, and a bunch of actual human vomit.
And then having to wrestle on the vomitous canvas a few minutes later if you're in the next match.
Yeah, just again, the unsung heroes of any wrestling promotion. It is not a glamorous job being part of the ring crew.
Nobody did that thing where they kissed the mat at the end of the show, did they? CM Punk not on the show?
Especially if they went right to the apron. We then go forward in time to a clean ring that's nearly empty, except for Gary Michael Capetta, who has a mic. Gary has some questions, he tells us, about Jay Lethal's recent behavior during his previous match against Samoa Joe. He's here to get some answers about it because, Gary's the scoopster. Out comes a very cocky Lethal with some new entrance music. Makes his way to the ring. Gary asks Jay why he attacked Samoa Joe with a chair during their last match. Jay says Joe didn't take him under his wing. Joe held him in the fat that's under his arm, which actually gets a nice sick burn reaction from the crowd. Jay says one day he was getting dressed in the room with Samoa Joe, the room with the oversized star on the door that says Samoa Joe, which it's adorable. He's trying to convince us that Samoa Joe has a personalized locker room in some of these buildings they work in. Anyway, he says he saw Joe's paycheck lying on top of his bag. Jay says he couldn't help but look at it, and he found out that the mentor makes a hell of a lot more than the protege. The crowd begins chanting, Joe's gonna kill you, and Jay says, I beat him already, what are you talking about? Which actually made me chuckle a bit. Jay can't understand why Joe gets paid more than him when Jay himself has accomplished so much this year in Ring of Honor. He won the Pure title. He beat the first Ring of Honor champion low key. Jay says he thinks that should mean big bucks for him. We then get a very obvious cut to later in the promo, which is always a good sign that a promo is going well. We'll talk about that in a second. Some fans are briefly chanting, you fucked up, along with shut the fuck up. Jay says he realized that as long as he was in the shadow of Samoa Joe, that he'd never get the money that he truly deserves. So he broke free of Samoa Joe and became the hottest free agent in wrestling today. Jay gives a message to all the managers in wrestling coast to coast. His services are now open for bidding. So, yes, if you watch this, you will see an awkward edit, and the explanation is, first going to the Observer, Dave wrote, Jay Lethal cut a promo, said not to be good about turning on Samoa Joe, saying he saw his check and found out that Joe was making more than he was. Michael Tyler at the PW Torch had a bit of more explanation. He wrote, Lethal botched his lines a few times, and the crowd let him know about it. Hilarious. So that must have all be cut out because he doesn't I would say Lethal's promo as it airs is perfectly average. And he does have that one good line, but clearly he did fuck up lines because there's a cut and then you hear people chanting like you fucked up. And
Yeah.
the energy is completely different.
Yeah, I mean, as far as what we see, like it's very clear he's made a lot of progress on promos. It's not like the most dynamic promo, but man, has he come a long way from "Tonight is the night I've been waiting for," which was less than a year earlier. That said, I didn't really love the content of this promo. I feel like if you're going to build up to this big turn, it should be like more personal and hate filled. I feel like the whole like, oh, he makes more money than me feels extremely trite for such a major turn, doesn't it? Like, you know, I mean, there like that moment at the night of tribute where he walks out, and he's like, I can't do this anymore. Like that deep seated frustration, you just don't see that in this promo. He's just all of a sudden like, I want more money, you make more money than me, and it's not fair. Like, I don't know. That's just boring to me. I feel like you could go a lot deeper than that.
I agree, and also there's some legit like things you could draw on because
you're using me to get your tag team titles. You're pushing me to the background, right? I mean, your shadow.
Beat me for the pure title. Like, why couldn't you just have waited and gone after a different title then when I was the champ? Yeah. Like you just said, you know, we were a tag team. Also, you could go after your goal of winning the tag titles. Like I was just what you needed to get there. Like you could do a legit like you were selfish promo, and instead, it's the most boilerplate classic wrestling. You make more money than me, which is very, as you said, trite is a great word for it. But we immediately transition from that promo into a four-corner survival match. Jay Lethal defeats BJ Whitmer, who was escorted to the ring by Lacey, Christopher Daniels, escorted to the ring by Allison Danger, and Samoa Joe in 15 minutes, 1 second, when he pinned Daniels after he hit a top rope flying headbutt. I thought this was an incredibly by-the-numbers formula Ring of Honor Four Corners match, but a good one if you're going to follow that formula. I mean, you had the standard booking here of it's two kind of burgeoning singles feuds that you just throw together in a Four Corners match. It's the same old thing where you got a couple big stars in this match because this is a card that's so loaded up top that you kind of don't need Joe and Daniels in big singles matches to draw on this show, so they're kind of just sacrificed into a four-way. You've got the heel in this case, Jay Lethal in this case, spending a large portion of the match avoiding his rival, like tagging out. We've seen that before in these four ways until finally he only attacks when he has the advantage until finally the face kind of gets him when the face is in a good position. The heel gets the whooping he deserves. And then you also get the thing we see a lot in these Ring of Honor four ways where the two heels basically decide, we'd rather wrestle this as a tag. And they basically just isolate a face for a while until the face makes a hot tag, which is what Whitmer and Lethal do to Christopher Daniels during this match. But I still somewhat enjoyed this because these guys are all talented. They seem to have their working boots on. The match has worked at a good pace. It's pretty action-packed. They really wrestle this in a way that kind of protects Joe and makes him look like the star because he wrestles the star of the match where he just basically kicks Daniels and Whitmer's asses and looks like a king. And then he spends the rest of the middle of the match, like I said, like waiting for the hot tag. And then the hot tag, he gets to kick Lethal's ass, which is kind of the highlight of the match after he spends so long wanting to get at Lethal. And then basically, the match does slow in that middle, but in the final few minutes, it's really pretty hot. It's all four guys coming in, hitting big moves. But then this is the third straight match where a heel wins due to some kind of bullshit. Lethal brings the Joe's X Division title into the ring at one point in full view of the ref, but Joe avoids it and takes out Lethal. But then while the ref is admonishing Jay, Joe hits Daniels with a muscle buster on the belt, which is kind of a heelish move for Samoa Joe, supposed to be a babyface. And then Whitmer hits Samoa Joe with a steel chair. Jay Lethal recovers. He gets back in. He gets rid of Whitmer, and he then hits the still injured Daniels with the headbutt for the win. So I know enough about Gabe Sapolsky's. I've heard enough about him talking about his booking philosophies to know he probably felt like this show is going to end with 3 clean, very crowd-pleasing wins, so I can afford to have 3 kind of really interference-heavy finish heel wins in the middle of the show. And I don't mind that, but I do mind is just how, again, the first 2 particularly that Carino one, how kind of unimaginative they are. I feel like they're just lazy, and I do feel like also when you just, again, not to beat a dead horse, when you just started the whole the Jim Cornette, everything's going to be no more, heels aren't going to get away with everything. To do this heavy on one show, it feels like bad timing. And I guess the one last thing is we also get an Allison Danger Lacey cat fight in the middle of the ring during this match. And well, I do like involving them in matches, giving them things to do. It did feel, again, kind of regressive. It was very much an ECW style roll around. They did throw hard elbows, but it felt more like, the cat fight mid-match spot than anything too serious. But it was a good match. I didn't like the booking around it.
Yeah, I actually wrote, at least I didn't say cat fight when Lacey and Allison started fighting. And it wasn't quite like that. They weren't, pulling each other's hair and rolling around, right?
No.
They were actually, throwing shots at each other. So it was definitely ECW inspired. There's no doubt about it. But it clearly showed progress from what they were doing with Francine and Beulah or whatever, or Dawn Marie or whoever was involved in those. So I wouldn't quite go, say it was as bad, but I agree with you pretty much about the match. It was pretty boilerplate, but also it was pretty good at the same time. They had an entertaining match. The one thing I noticed though is Meltzer said this match was 26 minutes long. And obviously on DVD it was 15. Do you think that must have just been a mistake in the Observer? Because there's no way they cut out 11 minutes from this match, right?
I can say I always get my match times from Cage Match, and they listed it as the 15. So It might have been. Although, didn't Dave usually get his match times from Green Lantern fan, who was literally timing things out with a stopwatch in the front row?
Yeah, I'm not sure. I was trying to find out if there was anything in my records that said that match was long, or any other thing that I could find saying it was long. I just don't remember. But definitely, they if it was 26 minutes long, they really cleaned it up because it definitely flowed. But yeah, it did slow down in the middle, and I do think much like the Lethal promo, the whole thing where Lethal's trying to avoid Samoa Joe is also a little bit hacky, I think, at this point. Obviously it's fine, it works, but the way that the turn happened, it makes it seem like Lethal would want to get his hands on Joe instead of just being the cowardly heel. But, a heel is a heel, so I guess you could make the argument either way. I don't know. But, yeah, I agree with you that the final segment was good. I thought it was funny when finally Joe got his hands on Lethal and he did the inverted atomic drop into the big boot, he screams, "I'm rich, bitch," in Lethal's face. Cause it made me think first of all, it was responding to the promo, but also it was a Dave Chappelle reference. And I was like, oh yeah, that reference was still fairly current in 2005. Right. Cause obviously that's a long time ago. But it was not that long ago in 2005. I think Joe, because it was a four-way, he didn't have to really, take all the bumps that he would be taking in TNA and stuff like that. But I do feel like he had his working boots on as far as his offense. He had energy. He felt like he was emotionally invested in what he was doing. It wasn't sort of lethargic Joe that occasionally came out in the matches that he was less invested in during this era. You know what I mean? So yeah. I think that was good. I did really get annoyed at some of the chair stuff at the end. What annoyed me the most is when after Whitmer hit Joe in the back with a chair, when Prazak said, well, the ref is on the floor with Lethal and doesn't see it. And I'm just like, well, based on everything I've seen in ROH, that doesn't matter at all. So why are you even saying it? For some reason, that annoyed me more than anything. If they pretended like that would have mattered, because people use chairs in front of the ref all the time and interfere in front of the ref all the time. So just even pretending that the ref would have made the disqualification here annoys me. But otherwise, though, I thought it was an exciting match. It could have been better, I think. They could have been more clever with it, but I thought it was good. Not more than good, but a good version of something they do a lot, like you said.
Dave wrote in The Observer, the idea of the match was to set up several new matchups, including Joe versus Daniels, Joe versus Whitmer, and Lethal versus Daniels. I wouldn't exactly describe Joe versus Daniels as a new matchup, but it would continue the feud, but they've wrestled each other quite a bit now in Ring of Honor and TNA. Dave also wrote, said to be really good, which, again, I think we would both agree that's maybe a step too far. Maybe there is a lengthy version out there somewhere. I don't know. I would describe this quality of this match as like, it's the kind of match where, because there's so much great talent in it, like if this show was kind of a weak show, you'd be like, I wish there was a better use of these guys. But if it's a good show, you're like happy to have this on undercard. You're like, oh, that's a pretty good undercard match, and we got some great matches up top. So, and I will say, tipping my hand a bit, I think I was happy enough to have this match on the show. So, it's intermission, and Gary Michael Capetta is backstage with the embassy. He tells us that Colt Cabana has been rushed to the hospital. They've tried to get word from Steve Corino, but his locker room is closed. I wrote my notes, Matt. Boy, between this and the Jay Lethal promo, who knew Ring of Honor shows had so many different locker rooms? This promo is so dark, not dark like my Drano story, but just visually dark. Nana tells Gary to shut up, and Gary whines, "Be nice to me," in a way I can only describe as simultaneously pathetic and adorable. I love like the little weaselly, like poor put upon Gary Michael Capetta. I always love that. I'm just like, hey. He just sits there and takes it though. Nana says that 2005 was a fluke, and in 2006 the embassy is going to change wrestling. Alex Shelley says he's been thinking. He says like Randy Savage, and he had an epiphany. They've just tried beating people down, the embassy, but why don't they play by everybody else's rules and go after Ring of Honor's titles? Ravis then goes, I think the Ring of Honor World title sounds really good. And Matt, I just love at the end of the promo. The whole point of this promo, they said it in such a way as if it just occurred to them after being together for over a year that like maybe in a pro wrestling company, their goal should be to win pro wrestling titles. Like the whole point of this promo was like this was a new thought they just were discovering.
It does seem like since the pure title lost from Walter to Lethal, they really have stopped focusing on titles. So I guess it does make sense. That said, I don't think Nana meant to say that 2005 was a fluke, because that sounds bad, because they were successful in 2005. So saying it was a fluke means like, oh, we didn't actually deserve our success. So I don't think I think he meant to say it was just the beginning or just the taste or something like that. Yeah. But instead he said it was a fluke.
I mean, he could have said the last show was a fluke where they lost a big feud ending match, but it's big to write off an entire year as a fluke. Lord knows we'd all like to, but that brings us to Ricky Reyes with Julius Smokes defeating Davey Andrews via ref stoppage in 2 minutes, 19 seconds after he made Andrews pass out in the Dragon Sleeper. In the opening seconds of this match, Dave Prazak says there is a backstage development, and we cut to Gary Michael Capetta, who has found Steve Corino. He's leaving the building. A freaked out Corino talks about how Homicide tried to kill Cabana just now. Steve says Christmas is coming. He needs to take care of his family. He's out of here. He calls Ring of Honor an unsafe working environment. And then we go back to the match, which was almost nothing to begin with. They exchange a few stiff strikes. Reyes applies the Dragon Sleeper. It's over. And this is the final match. I believe according to Cage Match, not just the final Ring of Honor match, the final wrestling match of Davey Andrews, the guy who was hyped as the star student from the first class of Ring of Honor's wrestling school, got to be the first top of the class trophy winner. And yeah, again, we talked about in the last show, it's the big mystery on the Honorable Mention podcast where they want to know, and they can't even find out with their connections what happened to Davey Andrews, but this is it for him.
Yeah, I mean, it's a mystery, but also it's like, I don't know, people have lives, you know? I mean, who the hell knows? I know very little about Davey Andrews as a person. You know, we saw very little of him as wrestling fans. The match was a squash with no heat. I guess the main thing we could mention is Steve Corino's cutaway promo, right? Like, where he says, he's talking a mile a minute. He's like, that was real Drano. He says this is an unsafe working environment. If Cabana was smart, he would press charges. And Carino's gone completely from ROH because this is an unsafe working environment and he should sue, but he won't because he's a professional, unlike Homicide. And then he goes, who tries to murder people? And I just thought, like, in kayfabe terms, nothing he's saying is a lie, right? Like, he's totally 100% right about everything, right? He's like the most true to life promo I've ever heard, because if I was a wrestler, that is the exact reaction I would have.
And again, like Creo's promos, I don't know if he's intending it or not. They always have this energy which feels like, oh, he's being kind of this whiny heel. But yeah, like you said, the substance of what he said, he is completely in the right. Like, he's having the normal human reaction to someone trying to murder you. Like, there should be charges filed. And if this keeps happening, like, I don't feel safe working here. But yeah, it's kind of like, you know, the energy of it's kind of like the typical interviewer being like, what's going on, man? Why are you running away? Like, it's pretty obvious why he should be running away.
Yeah, that was definitely the most memorable part of this match. When we come back, Andrews just tries to power slam Reyes, and Reyes turns it into the Dragon Suplex, and Andrews is out, and Reyes wins. The one thing I do want to know is, did they already know Andrews was leaving after this? Because it felt like they were building up to eventually Andrews beating Reyes, but instead they just transitioned right from Andrews to Austin Aries. Maybe that was the plan all along. And maybe that's why Andrews left. I don't know,
I'm not sure. But when you think about the amount of time they gave, like that in-ring segment on a recent show where Reyes took out all the students and then had a confrontation with Andrews, and then compare it to this, where they don't even show all of the squash match, and they don't show the entrances or anything. Like, to me, it felt like they were building something bigger than what they deliver here.
Yeah, it felt like they were building up. Because they were giving Andrews, they were putting Andrews in four ways with star wrestlers.
And BJ Whitmer had that match where he got a fair bit against Whitmer.
Yeah, he was in a four-way with Claudio, Nigel, and Jay Lethal, right? That's a pretty major match to be in a few months before this. So I think that this was not their planned endgame for Davey Andrews. So they must have already had word that Andrews was at least leaving for a while, if not permanently, by the time this match came out in front of the crowd.
Yeah, and after the match, this is probably the most memorable thing I would say about this whole segment. Reyes puts the Ring of Honor top of the class trophy in the ring. He gets handed a bat. I guess it's kind of a bat. It doesn't quite look like a bat. It's some kind of clubbing implement. He then uses it to destroy the trophy, but almost immediately Austin Aries runs in and chases him away to ringside. Roderick Strong soon joins him in the ring, and he's holding Aries back from chasing Reyes to the outside. Someone, I assume Reyes, we can't see it, it's off camera, spits at Aries from outside the ring, and you can hear Aries shout, "Are you trying to give me AIDS?" Which is that made me pull on my collar. Reyes and Aries jaw back and forth. Smokes keeps holding Reyes back. Aries gets on the mic and he says Reyes thinks he's a tough guy ass kicker, but he's pathetic, trying to soothe his bruised ego by picking on some students. He says Rocky Romero carried his ass in a tag team, and now Rocky's a big star in Japan. He says the only time Ricky Reyes is ever over is when he's drunk. Rick Noon is over. He says, Ricky Reyes, who gives a shit? I wrote in my notes, Aries basically ethering Reyes here. He's just killing him on this promo. The crowd's into it. Aries says, is Reyes really letting Julius Smokes hold him back from getting into a ring and fighting him right now? Reyes is super pissed, but Smokes is dragging him at this point to the back. At times, Ricky is actually swearing very angrily at Smokes even. As Reyes finally leaves, Aries says on the mic, "Go have a beer." And then Aries says, since they're already in the ring, he and Roderick, let's do the tag title match right now, which cues the champ's music. But before we get to that match, Matt, I thought this was one of those promos, it was a really good promo from Aries, but it was almost too good. It just destroyed Reyes, I felt. And so for people that don't know what Aries was referencing, there was for the age of viral videos when we had Twitter and stuff, there was kind of an early viral wrestling video was, I guess Ricky Reyes, the Samoa Joe has talked about this on shoot interviews. Ricky Reyes, when he drinks, he's one of the many people that kind of becomes a different person. He is much more bold and
outgoing, I guess.
Yes, gregarious, aggressive, whatever you want to say. And apparently, he got into fights with I think the famous thing was there's that place in Chicago, the Wiener Circle, where it's a hot dog place where it's famous for the women that work there are all very verbally mean to the customers on purpose, but you kind of know that going in. And apparently Ricky Reyes did not know that, and he was very drunk and got into an argument with them in a funny way. And he would, instead of saying, "I'm Rick James, bitch," again, another Chappelle Show reference, he would be "I'm Rick Noon," and he was trying to say his real name, Rick Nunes, but instead he's so drunk it came out as Rick Noon, and so that became his nickname. And again, I guess a video of him being this drunk got out there. And so that's what Aries is basically. In some ways, that is the thing that Ricky Reyes was most famous for, was not any match he had in Ring of Honor, but this very brief clip of him being incredibly drunk.
And the crowd seemed to be aware of it, because when Aries made that line, everyone in the crowd was like, maybe not everyone, but a lot of people in the crowd were like, "Oh shit." They got him. And you'd hope that Reyes approved that line before the promo was cut, but you never know in wrestling, right?
Yeah.
But yeah, no, Aries definitely got over on Reyes in that promo. That's for sure.
Yeah, it was almost like one of the rare instances of wrestling where the promo was almost too honest, because like he was saying hurtful things, and they kind of like Rocky Romero did kind of carry him. He is more successful than Reyes. That is the thing that kind of he is most known for at this point, is being drunk. Like it was kind of like, ouch. I felt bad for him.
Well, just saying it like the way he said it too, like that he says Rick Noon is over, Ricky Reyes, who gives a shit? Like that's like that's quite a cold slap in the face, huh?
Yeah. But, I mean, this does lead to Aries and Reyes wrestling, I think, at least once, maybe twice.
Yeah, more than once.
And the whole idea is, why would Aries be so mad? It's because Aries at this point was the current trainer at the Ring of Honor Wrestling School. So, he has reason to be really pissed off that Reyes on recent shows has been abusing the students that he is now training. But that brings us to the Ring of Honor Tag Team title match. Generation Next of Austin Aries and Roderick Strong defeat Sal Rinauro and Tony Mamaluke in 18 minutes, 13 seconds when Aries pins Rinauro after hitting the 450. The title has changed. We have new champs. Matt, finally, a new era for the tag division starts here.
Yeah, I'd say like the first era in a long time where they're actually going to take the tag team title seriously, right? Mm-hmm. And but I think this was a good start to it. I liked that, just the way they worked this match. Not everything about it, but I enjoyed it a lot overall. First of all, Strong and Mamaluke, I thought, had pretty good chemistry. They started the match early, and they really kept the crowd invested in their mat work for like a solid 4 or 5 minutes. And when they finally have a stalemate, there's like a really big applause break. I thought most of these matches start with this feeling out sequence, but I thought this one was above average. When Rinauro tags in against Strong, it's not quite as dynamic, but we do get to see Strong stretch him a bit, and Mamaluke will come in and break it up. And, they work on Rinauro for a little while, and they cut off the ring, and they're tagging in and out. And he's definitely being played as the weak link, Rinauro is. Generation Next are dominating him. Strong uses Rinauro's ponytail for leverage a few times even. And for the first 10 minutes, I would say, of the match, we get way more Strong than Aries, because Aries always tags out very quickly once he gets in. But I thought that was okay, because Strong was pretty on point here, I thought. We, of course, get some classic Roderick Strong spitting, because he spits at Tony Mamaluke while he's in the corner. And Strong just abuses Rinauro with chops. Aries will come in and get his big drop kick. And I'm to the point where I'm starting to feel bad for Rinauro, because he's just getting the crap beat out of him. And I think the chops sound even more brutal than usual. Rinauro gets some big hope spots. He gets his run-up moonsault press onto Strong. But Roderick, he quickly turns that into a roll-up, and Generation Next are right back on offense. When Rinauro does finally try to make a fiery comeback with strikes, Aries tries to do his slingshot twisting press from the apron, but Mamaluke pulls him off the apron and just aggressively smashes his head repeatedly against the guardrail. And I'm just like, well, that's one way to react to your partner getting dominated. I actually like it, because you don't really see that very often. The guy on the outside just gets so fed up, and he's just like, take that, motherfucker. I'm not going to take this anymore. I thought it was a good spot, but I thought it ended any chance of a hot tag to Mamaluke, because Mamaluke just tagged himself in at that point, and then he gets booed, and he milks the boos, and that kind of stops the match dead in its tracks, which I don't know, obviously that's not a good sign, but eventually they get it back. He works over Aries for a while. Looks like he's sort of going after Aries' neck. And they try to make it so it's sort of like getting personal between Mamaluke and Strong, because Mamaluke starts taunting Strong. Sal tags back in and holds Aries, and Mamaluke holds Aries so he can come off the top with an elbow to the back of the neck. At one point, Rinauro is covering Aries, but Strong comes in and he breaks it up with a really loud chop to Rinauro's back, which I always like those unique pin breakups. Now they're going after Aries' leg, so Mamaluke isn't really targeting one specific body part. He just sort of dismantles Aries with various holds. They try to do a double team, but Aries flips over, tags Strong, and now we get the hot tag. Even though the heat sequence against Aries wasn't as long as the one against Rinauro, the Strong hot tag does get a much bigger reaction than Mamaluke coming in, and he does a really good hot tag. He does a cool backbreaker variation where Rinauro's legs are draped over the middle rope. He pulls him in with a double underhook and hits a backbreaker. I like that. Renaro does a cool reversal of the double knees that Strong does. He reverses it into a Rana, gets a near fall on that, which I thought was one of the best spots of the whole match. After a series of reversals, Aries gets in a sudden, like a heart attack clothesline, and they send Strong to the floor. Aries hits the Finley roll, goes up top for a frog splash, which you can tell he's going for the frog splash because he pounds his chest like Eddie. The beginning of a very, very long tradition of guys going up top and pounding their chest like Eddie Guerrero to tell the crowd that they're going for a frog splash. It's funny to watch this back now and realize, oh yeah, that was just when people started doing that because this was 2005. But Mamaluke catches him and goes for a superplex. And then Renaro follows that with a springboard press off the top rope. Strong breaks that up. Renaro drop kicks Strong to the outside again, and he and Mamaluke go for their spike DDT, but Strong breaks that up with the big boot to Renaro. Aries then brainbusters Mamaluke. And at this point, you can sort of see that the crowd is sensing a title change, sort of like in the match with Aries and Joe from the year earlier. You get that moment where the crowd's like, oh yeah, this is going to be a title change. Right as Aries hits the brainbuster. Roderick hits the backbreaker on Renaro, and Aries comes off with the 450 and gets the win. And the title change gets a really big pop. And, I really liked the beginning of the match with Strong and Mamaluke. I really liked the way they beat on Renaro. I thought that was very entertaining. I thought the middle sometimes seemed disjointed, but I thought the ending really got it back together and was quite exciting. So I thought this was quite good. I think it could have been better. I think if they just tightened up the middle a little bit, maybe once Mamaluke came in, the way they did that tag could have been a little bit, I don't know, they could have maximized the interest level in that a little bit more. But I thought the match was had just enough tension, but not too much where it didn't make sense that they shook hands at the end. And I don't know, I think it just symbolized a new era in a way that I enjoyed. I don't know, I like this match, I think, more than I remembered, actually.
I like this match significantly less than you. This was my second least favorite match on the entire show, in fact. I would still say it was a little bit above average. Like, that's how, the quality of Ring of Honor is really good at this point. But this match isn't painful, but to me it just felt completely adrift because, we've talked about how Mamaluke and Renaro as a team didn't really have chemistry, but it's not just that they're opposites in style or gimmick, because a lot of times there have been a history of great, like, opposite tag teams where, two guys have different styles or different personas, and that's kind of the gimmick. This match, I felt like these two guys were wrestling like they were completely different tag teams, period. Like, Sal is just getting you mentioned it. He's just getting dominated in this match to the point where he does not even get to make his own comeback to make a hot tag. Like you mentioned, he gets dominated, gets the crap beat out of him, and then it's Tony Mamaluke basically decides, fine, okay, I'm just going to grab Aries, I'm going to drag him to the floor, I'm going to ram his head into the barricade a million times, and then I'm going to basically almost tag myself in. And I felt so bad. Like, Sal he gets just a few offensive spots in this match. Every time he gets a spot, almost immediately, it's never a sustained run. He's getting beaten up like he's like the most underdog babyface ever. And then when Mamaluke's in, he wrestles this match 50-50, and he wrestles it like a heel. Like, he comes out there and, like you mentioned, when he gets the hot tag, he like plays to the crowd, like soaks in their booze and like eggs them on. And I felt like one guy here is wrestling like he's a complete Ricky Morton babyface, and the very sympathetic, just getting a complete ass kicking. And the other guy is wrestling like he's a mid-card heel. And it just felt like it didn't, for me, it made the match feel weird. I also felt like watching this match, a big tag title change, third from the top on a big show. They got plenty of time. It didn't quite feel as epic it didn't feel like they were aiming for something as huge as I wanted it to. And it also felt like I didn't feel a lot of tension in this match. It never felt like the two top teams in the division were fighting for the top titles. To me, it always felt, maybe because a lot of it was Renaro getting his ass kicked, it always felt to me like Aries and Strong were just worlds ahead of this other team. And that took some of the drama out of it. I will say the crowd was really into, like you mentioned, Aries and Strong winning the tag titles. Like, especially in those final minutes, like you mentioned, I think you can tell when the crowd really senses like, oh, this could happen. It almost is kind of like Aries against Joe, maybe not quite to that level of heat, but not that far from it in the final minutes where the crowd realized, oh shit, like they could do this. We're going to see a big we're going to see a big title change. And that kind of energy is infectious. And Aries and Strong did hit all their signature stuff, and they look good doing it because Aries and Strong are good professional wrestlers. It just, the vibe of this match, the story of this match, everything about that part of it, something about it just, it did not click for me at all. Completely missed. And I also am shocked, Matt, that you didn't mind what I thought it was becoming one of your big pet peeves that I was loving looking out for, because yeah, you mentioned it, but there's a moment where Roddy works the first, I think, like 7 minutes of this match, and he tags Aries, and Aries like does one move and immediately tags out. And I think he does that like 2 or 3 times in this match, where like for the first half of this match, I was thinking like, is Aries hurt or something? Like, does he secretly not want to wrestle tonight?
Because that's not the pet peeve. The pet peeve is when they do that off a hot tag. Like, yeah. If it's just like a quick tag in and out, like, I don't care. I feel like that's the thing they're going for. It's when the guy's getting the shit kicked out of him, which is not what was happening to Roderick, that he finally tags out, and then his partner's just like, come right back in. I know you're already really hurt. If anything, that happened with Mama Luke and Renaro, if anything, not so much with Aries and Strong.
I do feel like 2005 was a lost year for the tag titles. I might have a reason to talk about it later, but like they desperately needed what they're doing right here, which is just, they needed to take 2 big names. They needed just to put them together and sacrifice maybe some singles matches from them and just put the titles on a stable act for a long time. That in a way you could say this is yet another somewhat thrown together team. They had wrestled a few times, but not for long term, and just mostly because they were in a stable together. But like, this was desperately what this division needed. And
they're going to stick with it. Like, Aries and Strong will have the longest continuous title reign in ROH history up to this point. So, yeah. So I mean, I think they're going to hold the title for, 9 or maybe 10 months? They hold it till September of 2006. So that's a long title reign. No one else has had quite that long of a run yet. So, I think they're doing the right thing. And, I think even by the end of 2006, the tag team division will not quite be where it could be, but it's a whole lot better than it is at the moment that we're reviewing right here. Yeah, help is on the way because the Briscoes are coming back soon. Before the end of the next year, we'll have the Kings of Wrestling. Like, there is some help coming. After the match, the 2 teams shake hands, like you said. Dave Prazak on commentary notes that Aries has now won titles at 2 straight final battles, so that's a nice little trivia bit there. Aries yells that the belts aren't going anywhere for a long, long time, which you just point out he's being completely honest about. And then that brings us to the semi-main event, or I guess depending on how you look at the first half of a double main event, the Ring of Honor World Title match. Bryan Danielson successfully defends the title, defeating Naomichi Marufuji via pinfall in 23 minutes, 42 seconds with a cradle. This was very good, I thought. Not quite great, just a smidge under. But it felt like it was a first meeting between 2 talented guys where there's no work that was rough, apart from there was one semi-blown Marufuji spot, which we can get to. But it felt like it was a first timer just because it was 2 guys kind of figuring out what they do together, just trading a lot of their signature spots back and forth. I feel like a lot of first time matches between talented guys are like that. You very rarely get the Joe Kobashi where it's just everything clicks 100% the first time. Like, this was a match where I was like, really good match. I bet you if they wrestled like 2 or 3 more times, they would have better matches than this because I think their chemistry would just grow. Although they did have other matches in ROH, and I do not think they were as good as this, but we'll save that for years from now. Maybe I'm wrong. I'm not sure. My memory is off, but I think an interesting thing about this match, Danielson defenses so far as champion have been Danielson dominating. We've talked about, with the exception of the most recent, the Rocky Romero match, where Romero took it to him just as hard as Bryan took it to Romero. I felt like this match kind of split the difference, where there's a significant amount of this match is Danielson controlling, but there is enough for Marufuji too. And pretty much every time Danielson is a dick to Marufuji, like he slaps him, Marufuji immediately fires back. Like, he doesn't put up with any of Danielson's shit. He's not submissive to him. He doesn't just let him slap him around
ground. He'll fire right back. He'll stomp Danielson's head, everything like that. It felt almost like Danielson was wrestling his normal kind of Danielson as champion match we've become accustomed to, but because Marufuji is like a special guest star, foreign star, he gave his opponent like larger windows to show off because, hey, he's a draw too, and you need to show him a bit more respect, and the fans kind of to some degree paid to see this guy. So I liked all of that. It's one of those matches where it's good, and I don't have a lot to say about it because it's just like they did their stuff back and forth, and their stuff is good. Marufuji took a DDT bump that looked like right on top of his head very dramatically, but probably was very safe, which was very cool looking. The botch was Marufuji did like this inside-outside dropkick where he kind of goes outside the ring and kind of swings his back in to do it. But as he was kind of swinging on the ropes, he kind of stumbled, but he caught himself. He managed to do it. Marufuji at one point spanks Danielson's ass. That was always that's a treat. I'm a fan of a big mid-match ass spank, man. I'm a fan of that kind of thing.
Yeah, same. Big same.
And before the match, Danielson did his usual new gimmick where he gets Bobby Cruise to announce him like a special announcement that he always tells him to say something a little different. And this time he made Bobby Cruise announce Danielson as the best wrestler in the entire world. Emphasis on entire world. So just rubbing it in Marufuji's face. And I also loved before the match, Matt, I loved how adorably Marufuji seemed to get into the fans chanting his name. Like, I feel like this was still the era where foreign wrestlers sometimes did not realize how over they would be with an American crowd. And when the crowd starts chanting Marufuji's name before the match, like Marufuji for like a brief second seems almost surprised. And then he seems like really into encouraging it. Like he's really happy. Like he's like, oh boy, they're chanting my name. And I thought, oh, this is like a nice wholesome wrestling moment. So to me, that was almost as good as anything that happened in the match, which is not necessarily a slight on the match, but I really liked that.
Yeah. One thing to mention before I talk about the match. So Marufuji's entrance made me realize I wish there were more wrestlers that wore masks that, like to the ring and then they took them off when they wrestled. How many guys in America do that now? Like I know the Young Bucks do it sometimes still, and like the House of Black does it. How many wrestlers can you think of that do the pre-match mask that they take off? Can you think of it like currently, right now in 2022?
I can't. You know who should do it is Sting. Sting should have a Sting mask on before every match.
Yes.
And then just because that's become such a meme. Just have a Sting mask.
I think that's a great idea. But as far as the match, yeah, I mean, I agree there's not a ton to say. It was like an action match more than a story match, but I do think that there was some story to it in the sense that like I didn't remember how much like slapping they were doing. There were a lot of slap fights in this match. Not as intense as the slap fights we're going to see in the main event, but there's a lot of that. Danielson really carried the match with his in terms of like getting the crowd's emotional investment, whereas Marufuji was much more about the big moves that he was doing. But Danielson would taunt the crowd, did the surfboard tease where he said "fuck off." He would throw Marufuji into different guardrails. It's funny, this match did something that you really don't see now, but it was something I guess could have been done in 2005, where they do a really long sequence teasing a move off the apron, but they never do a move off the apron. And like nowadays, you can't tease a move off the apron unless you're going to eventually do one, right?
Yeah.
I thought that was interesting. Because like
I feel like the only thing you can do now is you can still do the tease of I'm going to do like suplex a guy out of the ring and not ever deliver on. But yeah, I agree. You can't tease an apron thing and then never do it now. Yeah.
I mean, even less than a year later, when they do the Marufuji against McGuinness match, they tease stuff off the apron, but eventually, Marufuji hits the Shiranui with off the apron on McGuinness. So like this is teasing a spot that's going to come 9 months later. So that's interesting. But no, but I feel like Danielson does a great job of keeping the crowd engaged during like the building part of the match. And eventually they get into the more hard hitting or fast paced or just more spectacular moves. They do a bunch of stuff early where Danielson is working on the leg, and they never really pay that off. Like Marufuji, like once he gets into his big move sequence, he doesn't sell the leg even a little bit. So I guess I could see somebody not liking that, but if you just accept that this match is not about that, it's just about the big moves and the action, I think you'll enjoy it a lot more. And I think they do deliver on that. Other than that one spot you mentioned where I think Marufuji really recovers well from that botch, like to the point where I think he even gets the crowd to react even more than they otherwise would have after it. I think the execution's really good. Marufuji gets the please don't tap chance when he gets when he gets locked in the cattle mutilation a couple times, and when he finally hits his Shiranui, they're both down, so Marufuji can't cover. There's a lot of good dramatic near falls at the end. The finish is very sudden, very quick. Like Danielson goes for the German and Marufuji flips over, gets a sunset flip, and they get a series of roll-ups that eventually Danielson just gets a tight enough cradle and gets the pin. But the crowd pops pretty big considering. And I guess, for a finish like this where you got to protect both guys, getting the quick maneuver win versus like the really decisive, I beat you intensely win is something that more people could agree on. So I guess that's okay. But yeah, it was just a different kind of match than you normally saw in ROH during this period in terms of just like building to the big moves in a fast paced way. And so I would call this really good or low great. That's what I would call this.
Yeah. One other thing I want to mention that you brought up with the please don't tap that made me think is something that I think Marufuji and I think Kenta maybe did it too, I'm not sure, is they actually, at least Marufuji did tap the mat during a submission hold earlier in the match, and like the crowd notices it, and Marufuji taps like during he's in a surfboard, and Danielson notices it even to the point where he yells at the ref, he tapped. And like the crowd gets on it a bit, and it's funny. Like it's just I don't know if it's just a cultural thing at that time where maybe Noah they didn't do like legit tap outs in that way or something like that. But it was funny like they were tapping more in that way of I'm in pain, like I'm tapping because I just got to move my limbs. I'm suffering. But in Ring of Honor, obviously by this point, if you tap, but they just ignore it for the purposes of this match. The Observer, Dave Meltzer, had both live reports, and then this was the rare show where Ring of Honor show, where Dave actually did a review of the top matches weeks later when he got a copy of the tape. So first we'll do the live report. That's not Dave's thoughts, but was in the Observer. Dave wrote, some were disappointed with Bryan Danielson versus Naomichi Marufuji, where Danielson retained the Ring of Honor title in about 23:45, but I was told it was 3.5 stars to 4 stars. It started slow, and there were some missed spots and weak chops by Marufuji early, but the last 10 minutes were excellent, and both men got standing ovations when it was over. It was also clear that people didn't see Marufuji at the level of Kenta, as Marufuji got a nice reaction, but Kenta got a superstar reaction. I didn't really notice weak chops from Marufuji, and I didn't really notice more than one botch. Again, who knows about editing or stuff like that. I would think
having seen the match live, I don't think there were multiple botches. Just FYI.
Yeah, I would say that star rating range is probably, I'm right in the middle probably of that 3.5 to 4, so I think that's probably a good, range of opinions probably on that match. Then Dave got the DVD or whatever and watched it, and his thoughts were, I thought Danielson versus Marufuji was underrated, probably because it couldn't match the main event for being spectacular. Danielson is an artist in the ring and always plays the role of an old-time Dory Funk Jr. style world champion better than anyone in a long time, in that he's able to get himself, the match, the opponent, and the title all over while giving you a finish that doesn't compromise the belt. It's a stretch to call what is essentially the top indie belt a world title and its champion the greatest wrestler in the world, but he does an excellent job in playing that role. The crowd also felt the match was the semi-main because the aura of Kenta in the building was so much more than Marufuji. But I'd give it 3 3/4 stars, which is also, again, what I would give it. So this is a bit of classic Dave negging the indies. I would say I agree with the part, like I can say, all right, if you don't really want to call a Ring of Honor world title a world title when it's only been defended overseas, I think once or twice, or like out of the country, once or twice so far, I get it. But in saying an indie wrestler can't be the best wrestler in the world, like, I'm sorry, Danielson had a good case to be the best wrestler in the world. Samoa Joe, the last 18 months, had a good case to be the best wrestler in the world before he went to TNA. Like, this idea that if a guy doesn't wrestle on a major television promotion, I still feel like, and again, Dave, I think by this point, he was starting to outgrow that thinking. We were seeing less of these kinds of comments in The Observer. He was having them a lot more in the earlier years. But that's still that idea of if you're not a major promotion, you can't be the best at being a pro wrestler. It'd be like saying, I don't know, like the Ramones can't be a great band because they didn't sell as much as the Beatles. Like it's a weird kind of business logic that is not true of creative talent.
Yeah, I mean, I think there's a lot of people that have that view about wrestling. Like they don't think about it as like some sort of creative endeavor. They just think of it like, like that old thing where like Al Snow would say like, oh, the best match at WrestleMania 3 was Hulk Hogan versus Andre the Giant because it drew the most money. And it's like, well, I mean, no, like there's other things to feature about like what makes something, like they're the biggest stars, but there is also this thing of like aesthetic and like subjective quality that you could also argue besides just like quality is not just based on business. Like there's other factors at play, I guess is what I'm trying to say. And I think Dave would eventually come around to realizing that guys who are not the top, in the most well-known companies can be the best in the world, but who knows? I would think that Dave wouldn't have thought that even back then, but I guess he did.
Yeah. I mean, again, I realize from one point of view to what like the Al Snows of the world would say, if the goal of wrestling is to make money, then the best matches from that standpoint to hit that goal are the ones that draw the most.
That's a goal of wrestling and not the only one.
Yeah, because let's face it, if saying that how the best of anything creatively was is just what sold the most, no one would have a personal opinion on anything because we would just say, all right, what are the 10 best books of all time? It's the 10 best-selling books of all time. What are the 10 best albums of all time? It's the 10 best-selling albums. And no one thinks that way. Yet in wrestling, there's a certain group of people that's like the best matches of all time have to be the best drawing ones, which, again, nothing else is like that, I feel like. But
I mean, I'm sure there are like music executives out there that would say things like that, right? But like, man, it's a boring way to think about the world.
Yeah, exactly. After the match, confetti goes off over the road, which kind of shocked me that Ring of Honor was going to this level of pomp and circumstance.
No, there was a guy in the crowd that had like a confetti popper. It was not ROH that did that.
Yeah. Well, kudos to that one fan. Danielson and Marufuji hold up one finger each. Danielson outright saying one more to Marufuji, so like teasing a rematch. The crowd chants Ring of Honor, then they chant Marufuji, then please come back, which Danielson encourages. So even though, Danielson was kind of a heel at this point, he's being very nice to Marufuji here, and he's like encouraging them like, hey, give this guy his props. Marufuji grabs the mic and the crowd chants Arigato. Marufuji says something very quickly. I couldn't make it out. Matt, did you make out what he said? It was something very short.
No, I couldn't.
Yeah, it was probably just something very like thank you or something in English very quickly, but it was hard to hear. As Marufuji leaves, Prince Nana, Alex Shelley, and Jimmy Rave are all standing by the entrance staring at him. They're then looking to the ring and looking at Danielson. Danielson celebrates in the ring until he notices that the embassy is staring at him, and then he starts walking after them, but then they just walk away to the back. So teasing a little angle there. And that brings us to the actual main event. The GHC Junior Heavyweight title match gets to go after the Ring of Honor title match. I can see some people going, how dare they? But I think once you watch this match, you realize it was the right move because the last match could not possibly have followed this match.
I promise you, no one was saying how dare they.
Okay. And that brings us to the main event. Kenta successfully defends his GHC Junior Heavyweight title, defeating Low Ki, scored to the ring by Ricky Reyes, via pinfall in 24 minutes, 56 seconds after he hit the Busaiku knee kick. Before the match, they have Bobby Cruz read out a GHC official title match declaration, which is kind of the way they do it in Pro Wrestling Noah in Japan. So a very official kind of proclamation, like this has been officially sanctioned as a match, which I thought was a neat touch. Now, before I throw it to you, Matt, a little background on this match. Dave Meltzer would write, the first ever singles match with Kenta versus Low Ki, with the GHC junior title at stake, provided Kenta doesn't lose it first, will be at the December 17th show for Ring of Honor. Low Ki asked Gabe Sapolsky when he found out about Kenta coming, saying he wanted a singles match, and since he's a Noah regular, there should be no political problems in getting it done. So this was actually, maybe Gabe would have booked this probably anyway, because it's a very good match to book. But according to the Observer, like Low Ki went out of his way to ask for this match. Matt, what did you think about this match? This is a very fondly remembered match?
People kind of, will compare this as almost like the junior heavyweight version of Joe and Kobashi. And I don't think that's really fair, like to this match or to Joe versus Kobashi, because that match had so much built-in emotion and like passion because Kobashi's such a legend. Kenta was not a legend at this point, right? Like he was the new kid on the block, if anything. He really became famous, like, like really celebrated globally, I would say maybe like 2 years before this. I would say it really aligns with when he and Marufuji won the GHC tag titles, right? Like, which would have been like mid 03 probably when they first won. So Kenta was now becoming, more like well known as like a singles guy, between Kenta and Marufuji, who, and Marufuji would end up being the GHC champion, shortly after this too. But Kenta was the bigger star. And he was the one that was considered like the better of the two by most people, not everybody, but by most people. So he was a really big deal as far as being like the hot new thing, like you mentioned earlier. So that's going to have a different kind of emotion than, these Japanese legends coming in, like the Ligers and the Mudas and, of course, Kobashi.
Yeah, I would say this is like an important transition point for Ring of Honor, because before this point, most of the time, bringing Japanese guys was always about like legends from the past, like you just mentioned. And from here on out, there will be the Misawa shows and stuff like that, but it becomes much more, let's get guys that are like entering their prime right now, between the Noah guys and the Dragon Gate guys.
Right, and because of that, I think people did not realize just how big of a part in ROH Kenta would be playing over the next few years. And Marufuji too, honestly, but especially Kenta in 2006 and 2007, he was a big part of those shows. A lot of them. He'd be there a lot and have some major matches there. And, for all I think anybody really knew at this point, this was just him coming in once like Kobashi. So people treated this like a big one-off special match. And low-key, even though he was a major legend in ROH, he was so on and off there. His character was a little bit different than Joe's. So he didn't have the support base that Joe had either. The crowd wasn't like rooting for him to, be a legend himself in the way that they were for Joe. So my point in all saying this is they did not have the built-in atmosphere to work with and the built-in emotion that Joe and Kobashi had. They just couldn't. So they had to get by on, yes, their star power, but also just the match, much more so than Joe and Kobashi did. There wasn't like a "this is awesome" chant right at the beginning before they did anything. This is not like, oh my God, we're seeing this person do anything in front of us. This is awesome. So the crowd's a bit quiet early, but they're attentive. It's not like they're bored. And, I don't know, I think Meltzer said this was the first ever singles match between these two. Right? Didn't he say that?
Yeah.
So, like, I'm guessing that in Japan, he would not have been able to be in control as much as he was here. But I guess if you're going to say there was any storyline here, it would be that since Low-Ki was on his home turf, he was able to match Kenta a bit more than he normally would in Japan, where he was, a bit lower on the totem pole than he was in ROH. Obviously a lot lower on the totem pole than he was in ROH. So he gets to be in control a lot. And the other storyline is that he gets to sort of like stop Kenta in his tracks whenever Kenta tries to get some momentum going, try to get some of his big moves. So we see a lot of reversals in this match. But Low-Ki works really tight and snug. Even like his head scissors are locked in real tightly. It doesn't take long for him to start releasing really hard chops, and Kenta responds with really hard kicks, and they are really hard. Like, that's the one thing you notice about this match. The chops are hard, the kicks are loud, they are laying it in. And when they do their slap fights, they get bigger reactions than the one in Danielson Marufuji because they are harder strikes. And that goes to it a bunch. So, like, there's a big sense of anticipation early, and it gets rewarded because they have these big, like, strike battles, and the crowd loves all of those. They also do the Noah thing where the ring announcer calls every 5-minute mark as that passes, which I like, and I think that American promotions would do that. I think it would make draws more interesting, but that's beside the point. But they do pepper in a lot of big moves. Kenta hits a flying clothesline back into the ring. They do some brawling on the floor, kicks against the guardrail. Kenta does his thing, which would definitely become at least in the ROH, would become a trademark spot where he teases, like he slingshots over the top rope to stomp on Low-Ki, but instead of stomping on him, he just lands on the apron and does sort of like a lackadaisical looking like kick behind him to Key's head. Mm-hmm. And the crowd goes nuts over that. But Key will pepper in his big kicks in response out of nowhere, which I think are always make him more effective. Like Kenta hits the ropes and suddenly Loki hits a big capo kick. Looked really rough. At one point, Loki gets a running start, leaps to the top rope and flies to the floor. And at this point, I'm like, you know what? I really like a lot of what Gangsta Loki is, but I've missed this Loki. I think that's one thing you notice. Like we really see how much he's held back since he turned heel. He really lets himself loose in this match, which obviously makes sense. Like he should, but you really notice like, wow, he could do so much, and we don't get to see that very much anymore in ROH. But we do get to see almost all of it here. He's firmly in control in the middle of the match. He's taunting Kenta. But it's never too long before Kenta fires back a few times, like with strikes and kicks. But Key always cuts him off again. Gets a lot of 2 counts. Gets a body scissors, really slows things down from there. And Kenta gets to the ropes. Key hits his first double stomp after Kenta tries a sunset flip. Loki double stomps out of that, and the crowd goes nuts for that. And every double stomp Loki does, they love all of them. On the floor, Loki puts Kenta over his shoulder and just like gets a running start and runs him into the barricade. It's interesting as I watch this, I notice like how little crowd work there is in this match compared to the Danielson match. Like Danielson really plays to the crowd a lot, and really the only crowd work in this match is like every once in a while Kenta will just like spread his arms and pose to the crowd, and that's basically it. Loki does not work the crowd at all, I would say. Like at least if he does, it's like super subtle stuff. But like they really are just like, we are serious and having a serious contest here. But the crowd is still into it because, they like Kenta, and Loki is awesome. Like, he keeps getting his hope spots. He tries reversing an Irish whip, but Loki whips him into like a 619 position and then just quickly jumps to the top rope and leaps off the top and hits a double stomp. But the problem is, I think Loki crotched himself when he did that. And it seemed really painful. I mean, he recovered quickly, but he fell to the outside, sold it, he got over it, but I don't think he was happy about that, especially not in a big match like this. But, they keep going. Kenta hits him with a big running corner boot, another jumping kick. He does a flurry of kicks, followed by a springboard drop kick from the apron for 2. Kenta blocks a clothesline into a bridging butterfly suplex, and then goes right into a cross arm breaker, then hits a Falcon Arrow, gets a 2 count off of that. He goes for a super kick, but Loki gets him into the Tree of Woe position and hits that double stomp. But he can't follow up because both guys are down. So when they finally get up, he goes right into that machine gun chop flurry against the ropes. And Kenta comes back with a Busaiku knee, or that flurry that he does before the Busaiku knee, where he does the chops. He runs to go hit the knee, and this is the first of multiple counters to this. Loki follows him to the ropes, springboards off, and hits one of his springboard kicks. This is one of his signature ones. He gets a 2 count. I thought that was one of the best spots of the match. Because that's just like an awesome out of nowhere counter. Every time Loki did something that you did not expect, I thought it always came off really well. Loki hit the Kawada kicks, went to the top rope, and Kenta does his really awesome leaping to the top rope Falcon Arrow off the top for 2, and then the kick out to that, I think, got the biggest pop of the night at this point. That's right as the ref called the 20-minute mark. And that's when we get our first "This is awesome" chant. They earned this one. Wasn't just right at the beginning like with Joe and Kobashi. They have another chop battle, and this one is really epic. Like just tons of reversals, and it ends with a really killer right hand by Kenta that almost looks like it knocks Loki out, and he gets a 2 count off of that. He goes for the Busaiku knee combo again, but this time Loki catches him into I guess I'd call it a modified key crusher because he doesn't get him all the way over his head, and he gets a 2 count off of that. It wasn't the most beautiful key crusher you've ever seen, but the counter and the near fall were really awesome. And I think I remember from where I'm sitting in the crowd, it looked even better live. You didn't really see that it wasn't the full key crusher. It just looked like a perfect catch into a key crusher. And I thought that was just a really awesome spot. Then Loki went for the title crush in the corner on Kenta, and he called for the key crusher again, but Kenta reversed, tries to go for the go to sleep. But Key fought out. Kenta hit a tiger suplex with a bridge for a 2 count. Then Kenta goes for another Busaiku knee combo again, but this time Loki hits a dropkick into the corner. He slowly crawls across the ring, climbs up to the top, and hits the top rope double stomp. Kenta kicks out, which was a really good near fall, but not as good as the Falcon Arrow one. And at this point, I kind of made note, like, this is a rare thing for ROH at this point. People in ROH in 2005 did not typically kick out of a lot of finishers, but in this match, Kenta is kicking out of all of Loki's finishers. Loki does not kick out of any of Kenta's finishers, for the record. So you could still see there is that pecking order. Loki climbs back up, goes for the twisting Phoenix splash, but Kenta moves, picks up Loki, hits the go to sleep, and then hits both ropes, hits the Busaiku knee, gets the win. So after all those crazy near falls, Kenta just hits his 2 signature moves and wins the match. So I thought, like, as far as like near falls, big spots, well executed reversals, it was on another level. Like, it wasn't what ROH was doing in 2005. It was much more like the Noah Jr. style, and it landed really well. I think for me personally, I prefer stuff that's a bit more emotional. So this wasn't my match of the year, but the crowd still immediately chants 5-star match, and I know that some people really like still think it is. Like, I hear people talk about this match like it's one of like in the pantheon. The biggest compliment I think I could pay this match is if it happened now, like exactly as it did, it would still be considered a really great match. Just because the athleticism was so good, like, and usually matches based around athleticism don't stand the test of time the way more story-based matches do. I think that this would still hold up as a great match. So I thought it was a great match. It didn't hit the elite tier of ROH matches for me because it didn't have the emotion that even a Joe vs. Kobashi match type of thing did, because even though that was also just like a one-off, it had this built-in emotion, and this was just sort of like an athletic match. I guess maybe if you followed Noah, maybe there was more of an emotional hook for Loki. I don't know, but I don't. And so like it just felt like a big, really, really well executed athletic match. But, you know, I do think this was the beginning of an era for Kenta, and I think that elevates it a bit because he ended up having a hell of a run in ROH. So this was a hell of a match.
Yeah, I thought this was a great match. Like, I agree with you, like, in the sense of, so, you know, if there were some people, you know, most people loved Kenta and Marufuji, but there were, you know, some people the people that were more detractors would say that sometimes their matches, you know, they didn't quite always have great storytelling or a lot of like the nuance, the little details. And you could say that for both Kenta and Marufuji's matches on the show. And like you were saying, you know, this match doesn't maybe really have like that emotional hook, but I would say I would agree. I would say this match is about as good as you can get without having an emotional hook. And that's why, like, if I had to give it a rate, I think Meltzer gives this 4.5 stars. And I would agree with that. I think it's, you know, I wouldn't put this on the pantheon of Joe versus Punk or even Joe versus Kobashi or even something like Carino Homicide, which I would give 5 stars to, which the classic one from Bitter Friends, Stiffer Enemies. But from just action, yeah, I mean, this is fantastic. One thing I liked about this match is, you know, it's a dream match in the sense of it's 2 guys from different worlds, although they were working to get the same promotion, that are famous for one thing, and they do that thing to each other a lot. Like, so occasionally you see a dream match where they don't do the thing you want to see them do. This match does not do that. Like, these 2 guys are known for stiff, hard kicks, and they give you like a proverbial buffet of stiff, hard kicks throughout this match, including like, I've learned from watching MMA over the years, you know, they always say you hear those kicks with the hard slap, and those aren't actually the most hard hitting ones because that's hitting like fleshy meat, which is absorbing a lot of the impact. It's the really dull thuds that are the bad kicks because that's like bone. You're not hearing as much padding. And there are some dull thudding kicks in this match. There are kicks in the safe places, the quote unquote safe places people talk about, like the back. There are some kicks right to the goddamn head in this match. Like, these guys really go into each other. If you like kicks, this is the match for you. Kenta's really good in this match. He does all his Kenta stuff. He flashes some charisma here. Personality-wise, I always thought Kenta was this really interesting middle ground between, he had like some of the stoicism of a Misawa, but he had some of the ass-kicker surliness of a Kawada, and he had like a little bit of a cheekiness to him for good measure, like the spot you mentioned where he like does the springboard and then just does a little like scraping kick instead, like a little jerk. Like he had a little bit of a few different elements to him, which made Kenta like this really charismatic, interesting person.
He's leaned more into the cheekiness, obviously, as he's gotten older and maybe more beaten up.
Yeah, if anything, that's become something he's kind of needs to lean on now, because maybe he can't do, as most wrestlers, he can't do every single thing he did 20 years ago. But I think a lot of the fun of this match too is just seeing people in the crowd lose their minds for seeing Kenta stuff for the first time. You know, some of them probably had seen a bunch of Kenta before. I think some of those fans probably had never seen Kenta, period, because there are reactions to signature Kenta stuff that he'll probably never get again. Like when he does the leap to the top rope to do the Falcon Arrow, that gets like a huge oh my god reaction. When he does the go to sleep for the first time, when he does the first signature big strike exchange with Low Ki early, like I feel like those are three moments in this match where it's not just gets big reactions, but big reactions in the way of, it feels like some of the fans in the crowd are like, holy shit, I didn't know someone could do that. You know, like they're discovering this guy, which is always really cool. Like that kind of holy fuck, this is a whole new guy kind of reaction. But all that said, I don't know if this is a controversial opinion or not. I think Low Ki is the MVP of this match. All that stuff you talked about, like Gangsta Ki, like how this reminded you of the old Low Ki, I completely agree. Like I respect Low Ki paring down what his offense and stuff. But man, I missed this Low Ki, because this Low Ki, he's not trying at all to be a heel. Like you mentioned, he's not even playing to the crowd. He's not trying to be anything. He's just trying to have the best match he can have. And he's not holding back at all. Like he does a dive to the floor. He does all his old Low Ki stuff, like the springboard kick and the key crusher and stuff. But he still does have a little bit of the modern Low Ki in that a lot of his offense is still setting up the big double stomps. He does all his double stomp variations here. He's working over the midsection like he often does in modern Low Ki matches with like the leg scissor, the body scissors and stuff like that. But I thought he just worked his ass. He was trying, it felt like he was trying to have like his WrestleMania match here, like the match of his life, trying to impress everybody. And even like you said, like Low Ki is a guy who's known for being very finicky about, you know, doing jobs and protecting himself. And he, as you mentioned, he lets Kenta kick out of every single thing. He kicks out of the key crusher. He kicks out of the tree of road double stomp. He kicks out of the regular top rope double stomp. Like he gave Kenta everything in this match, basically, in terms of kickouts. In terms of offense, yeah, Ki gets a lot. But Ki really, this is about as all out and generous as Ki is in a match layout, I think, as you'll see. I think it's a great match. Maybe not quite like I'm completely on the same page as you. It's maybe not quite as, we're not quite as high on it as maybe as the biggest fans of this match, but I think both of us agree, still a great match worth going out of your way to see. You know, whatever it lacks in intangibles or you know, it's just it's the kind of match you would want these two to have. It's like a brutal ass kicking athletic war. So
do you agree with me that if the match happened now and like the execution was the same, people would still be raving about it? Like I think they would. I think the execution is just so spot on.
Yeah, I feel like this is kind of the same as the last match we really said that for, I think, was Low Ki versus AJ Styles versus Paul London. We said, like, you could put that match in PWG today and it would be move for move, it would be just as over. I think, yeah, you're right about this match too. I think part of that's just their athletic stuff holds up. I think part of it's too, so much of this match is about being really stiff. And I feel like a lot of matches today aren't this stiff even, you know, which is probably a good thing.
Right.
I mean, it would be brutal by any standards, I would say.
Yeah. And so two things I want to mention before you move on to other things. So one, isn't it crazy to think that Kenta today in 2022 is several years older than Kenta Kobashi was in 2005 and has been wrestling for longer than Kobashi had?
That, you just blew my mind, Matt. That is...
Yeah, because Kenta's 41. I think Kobashi was like 37 or 38 in 2005. And, you know, I think Kenta's been wrestling, I don't remember exactly what year, but definitely, like, Kobashi started in 88. So he had been wrestling for less than 20 years, and Kenta's been wrestling.
Yeah. Started in 2000, maybe?
Yeah, so Kenta's been wrestling for over 20 years. So that it's just a crazy thing to think about. Like, just time is crazy. And the other thing that I just want to do is, here's from an email that I sent to a friend 2 days after this show.
Oh, I love this stuff.
Yeah, so,
I love when past Matt can chime in.
Yeah, so it says, here's what I said to him. I said, as far as Kenta versus Low-Ki, I'm not huge on star ratings these days. But if you twist my arm, I'd say at least 4.5, maybe 4 3/4. Probably the former, though. It's more about big spots and reversals than a cohesive story, like the Kanemaru match, which I believe might have been the match Kenta had at the Tokyo Dome in 2005. There is a story there, as Low-Ki kept shutting Kenta down and just brutalizing him, and Kenta could never get his combo off. Ki reversed the combo numerous times, once catching Kenta by the legs in midair as he went for the knee, and in one fluid motion propping him up onto his shoulders and hitting the Ki crusher. It was unbelievable. Another time, Kenta was running into the ropes to go for the knee, and Low-Ki jumped onto the opposite rope and sprung off with his crazy kick that knocked out Dan Moff that one time. That match had one of the best series of near falls I've ever seen, and it wasn't overdone like in some matches from Japan. I also really liked Marufuji versus Danielson. I think it'll end up being one of the more underrated ROH matches due to it coming right before Kenta and Low-Ki. So that's pretty much all I had to say about that, but it's, pretty similar to what I would say now, right?
Yeah.
So,
I mean, your star rating is basically exactly what I have watching it today, which maybe again points to how well it holds up, because it seems like you felt about it then the way we feel about it now all these years later. So
yeah,
I feel like there are a lot. Oh, go on.
No, I'm just still going out of my mind about that thing about the ages, respectively, of Kobashi and Kenta.
Yeah, it's amazing just how broken down. I mean that style was rough, but like how broken down Kobashi was by, when you think back of the stories we told on the Joe versus Kobashi about him needing like the ring to be specially wrapped with blankets and like special little steps just to get in the ring, and to think that he's younger than Kenta is now.
Younger than I am now too, by the way.
Well, to be fair, I need steps to get anywhere now. I need steps to get into bed, Matt. I'm very much the Kenta Kobashi of knees right now.
Did you do a lot of moonsaults when you were younger?
No, constantly, man. I was a big moonsaulter. Also, props to, there was 2 really weird fans during this match. There was one fan that makes a really weird high-pitched screech that actually gets the crowd laughing during this very serious match. And then later on, when I think Low-Ki's attacking Kenta on the outsider side, you hear a fan in a very scary, aggressively loud, growly voice being like, "Kenta's gonna fuck you up, Kenta." I was like, whoa.
Yeah. Do it again, Low-Ki. I remember that. There were actually 3 weird fans there because I was also in attendance.
You were also making noises. So going to the Observer now, we get a couple, just like the Marufuji match, we get the live at the time reports, and then we get Dave's personal thoughts when he watches it later. So live reports, Observer. Dave wrote, "Some called it Ki's best match ever in Ring of Honor and one of the best matches in company history. The match didn't have the atmosphere of Kenta Kobashi versus Samoa Joe in New York, but that was also because you had an audience who had grown up with watching Kobashi tapes, some for more than a decade, whereas Kenta does so much in the ring, but he doesn't have the tenure. There were people who thought the match quality itself was better, but the heat and atmosphere wasn't at the same level." I wouldn't put this at Joe versus Kobashi, although I guess we'll find out because we will be giving out an award for best match of this year, and both those matches happened in 2005. Then to Dave's actual, when he got to see the tape, Dave would write, "Kenta versus Low-Ki was just spectacular. It's a match you want to go out of your way to see because it's a legit match of the year candidate. Low-Ki rose to the occasion, and his ridiculously high double foot stomps off the top rope, including one after putting Kenta in a tree of woe, were the blowaway spots. Danielson is the best mat worker of the junior heavyweights, and AJ Styles is the most spectacular, but Kenta is the best combination of the strengths of both, and his stiffness sucks you into a match because it gives you the spectacular but brutal vibe of a great lightweight boxing, kickboxing, or MMA match." By the way, this was clearly the era where anytime Dave complimented something, it was always comparing it to MMA. So anyway, This didn't have the aura of Kobashi versus Joe, where from the moment it started, people felt it was the ultimate epic confrontation. These guys obviously had to do a lot more, but when it was over, as much as everyone in that building respected Low Ki going in, that match had to elevate him in their eyes quite a bit. I'd go 4.5 stars, near the level with the Samoa Joe versus AJ Styles match from TNA's Turning Point pay-per-view, as the two best matches of the new awards year. So yeah, again, I think Dave's probably not really different than our opinion either for the most part here.
Yeah, although it is crazy to think there, and every time I hear something like this, it makes me think this. There was once an era where Dave thought that 4.5 stars put something in match of the year territory because now 4 matches a week get 5 stars.
Yeah, it's there was a time when people would get mad when Dave gave a match 4 3/4 instead of 5, where now it's 4 3/4 isn't even close to the upper limit.
Yeah, well, the thing is, I would be I'm still one of those people because it's what he's not, it's, what he doesn't give that to that. But anyway, why should anyone care at this point, right? I feel like Meltzer's star ratings have lost a lot of their cachet. I think in large part because he broke the rating scale.
Yeah. Immediately after the match, the crowd chants match of the year, one more match, thank you, Kenta, and please come back. Kenta gives a double thumbs up like he's the Fonz, which was cute. Julius Smokes, who was not at ringside for this match, again, another touch to kind of show that, they were not working this match kind of in Ring of Honor canon. They were more just doing it straight up. Let's have the best, most serious thing possible with no shenanigans or healing. But Smokes comes out, and he tends to Low Ki. The fans chant for Low Ki, and he and Kenta eventually shake hands. We then cut to a Christopher Daniels backstage promo. He says it seems that he can't go anywhere in the U.S. right now without seeing Samoa Joe in the locker room or standing across the ring from him. He says one of his biggest regrets is bringing him into Ring of Honor back in 2002. He says now Joe is trying to cripple him. He muscle busters him onto a chair in TNA. He muscle busters him onto a belt in Ring of Honor. Daniel says it's time they put an end to this, and they're going to do that in Ring of Honor. So they were really playing up how this was kind of a feud across multiple promotions, but interesting here how Daniels was framing it as you'll see the end of this feud, not in TNA, but you'll see it here in Ring of Honor, actually.
I also thought it was interesting that they gave Joe the Champ is Here music for that 4-way because he had the X Division title, which made me think now he should get that music in AEW since he has the ROH TV title.
If I was Joe, that theme was so great. I would have just always had some indie title somewhere.
Yes.
So you never have. I mean, as great as LL Cool J's Mama Said Knock You Out is, the Champ is Here is even better. I just always would have had if I had to do the Larry Sweeney thing and make up about this is Samoa Joe's now the Texarkana champion, so you better play the Champ is Here. I would totally have gone there. But
I still love his first ROH music, the Another Body Murdered song. I think that really suited him really well.
Yeah, I am not a fan of any of the modern themes. When everyone tried to do from the NXT to even the current AEW theme that people like, which are all variations on the same kind of the big brassy horn kind of I think those are all so goofy. I don't like any of those.
Yeah, to me those don't fit the intensity of Joe.
Yeah. But that was Final Battle 2005. I thought this was a really good show. It was a show we talked about the last show where, it felt like kind of an event, where this show felt like an event too, but I think you had the really great match on top. And I also liked, that I thought that Nigel match was great. You didn't like quite as much. The Mara Fuji Danielson match is close to being great. You got a big story development in the tag title change. You got a big story development with the Drano angle. There is, it's not a perfect show from top to bottom, but you kind of get the great matches and you get the big developments all in one show, which is sometimes you kind of have to pick. You don't have to pick with this one.
Yeah, there are shows from this year where it's lots of things just hit. And I don't think this is one of those shows. I think there are a couple things on the undercard I didn't like. And, I didn't like the pure title match all that much, but I feel like we balance out because I like the tag title match a lot more than you did. Yeah. And I feel like we're pretty similar on the last two matches. I thought this was a very good show. I think it's sort of implies or kind of previews some of the things they could do better in 2006 that I think they probably will do better in 2006. So I think this is a good taste of what's to come. I feel like this is a transition show. So it's not the show of the year or anything, but I think it has a lot of really good wrestling on it. And I think the atmosphere is good too. I think it's a good crowd as well, which I think helps a lot.
Yeah, it's interesting that, Final Battle 2004 kind of felt like the end of something with the Joe title reign, and 2003 kind of felt like the special one-off event. This really does feel like kind of the start of a lot of things, with the Noah relationship really growing from here. The Homicide feud is kicking off to a new level. The tag title division is really going to be set back on course. Like, a lot of things this is kind of a show that kind of sets the table for 2006.
Yeah, exactly.
And so 2005, now it is time for kind of our little extra mini thing where we go through a bunch of things. So that's the incredible new theme I came up with. So I guess first we should sum up 2005. And I was thinking, every year we try and sum up the year, and every year I've been able to kind of give each year an identity. And this year it was hard when I was thinking about this last week. Like 2002, I always say, we learned from rewatching, it was the year where they figure out how to be Ring of Honor. Like I always say, you rewatch that year, and it's them throwing a lot of stuff at the wall, and it's only by the end of that year and maybe early 2003, it kind of settles into the rhythm of what Ring of Honor would always be, where you watching that first year is like seeing Gabe figure out how to book a wrestling promotion, how he would like to book one. 2003, a bit more of I thought that was kind of the year where like the bottom raised a lot, where instead of having, like, it felt like the worst matches on a lot of shows were still average, which was like a new development where the depth of the company got better. 2004 obviously was the big Feinstein scandal, and I felt like, again, 2004 was Ring of Honor hitting a new level starting in the middle of the year, and also it was the year of like the really crazy good high-end matches on top, and I felt like by the end of the year it was also the year where like the Ring of Honor brand, like the title, meant as much as could mean as much as the matches at times. Like just how the draw of that last show was the changing of a title more than just the quality of the match. And so I try to think, well, what's 2005? And I can't really put one thing as the identity, because I felt like so many different things happened in this year. And maybe the identity of 2005 for me is it was the year where Ring of Honor did not become reliant on one, where the brand and the quality of the company at whole and the depth, it became like no one thing could kill this company, I think, by 2005. Like, it felt like every other time something in other years happened to Ring of Honor, whether it was the Feinstein scandal or a big name leaving, you'd be like, oh shit, like could Ring of Honor survive, or is the company still going to be that good? And I feel like Ring of Honor this year, like Gibson leaves, Punk leaves, Danielson leaves for months, like, things happen, and they just, I think we agreed there was like a brief few show period after Punk left where the company kind of had to fall, was kind of in a bit of a rut before Danielson title reign really got going. But for the most part, like, this was the year where nothing really dominated. I felt like it was kind of the year where Ring of Honor was just, they always had another gun in their back pocket, I felt like.
Yeah, no, that's exactly what I think the identity of ROH is in 05. It became a brand. Like, it became like ROH is the draw. It's not like you're going to get an ROH show from ROH no matter who's there, no matter who's not there. If you have a show where Danielson can't work, there's a lot of other stuff like that's there. It's the place where you go to see, amazing international talent, not just legends coming in to say hi. They're actually going to put on an incredible show. Like, it's the year where they showed their adaptability. I agree that, it didn't have as much focus as other years had. And, certainly there were some negatives, which we'll get to. But, I think that they're going to take the fact that they have this cachet just in the brand, and they're going to be able to use that to really do some interesting stuff in 2006. I don't know if, like, you want to talk about this yet, or if you want to save that for later, as far as, like, I felt like every year up to this, ROH got better and better. Like 2004, I think was the best year. I think I still enjoyed watching 04 more than I watched 05. I just think there was like a thread to follow that I just really liked seeing the growth of 2004. And I think that the major, like, on-screen stuff that happened in 04 just felt so special and, like, interesting to me, that and the stuff that they built to, I think, just hit me harder. But that takes nothing away from 05. Like, I think that it was it was just such an interesting year. Like, if you want to say it negatively, it was kind of all over the map. But if you want to say it positively, like, there was just so much diversity of what they went for, and so much diversity within the shows, and like so much variety of storylines and feuds and matches that I think it was a really interesting year to watch. But all that said, before we ever started doing Through the Years, the stuff that I associated with 2005 ROH were the Summer of Punk and Kenta Kobashi's match. And those are still the two things I'm going to associate with 2005 ROH. I don't know about you.
No, those are still the two tentpoles to me. I think the only thing that maybe made a bit more of an impact was the Bryan Danielson run. I liked it even more. I think it's a small chunk compared to what we're going to get, but I thought I really enjoyed. I forgot how quickly, how dramatically he changed. Where it really is one match, he basically just turns into the guy you remember him being. I thought it would be more gradual over like show after show after show, match after match, but really it's a very much a one match. He just clicks into it. And that was a big a surprise on rewatch. But I agree a lot. I think 2004, maybe because that's when I started watching every show, has a fonder place in my heart for that. And maybe because I'm a sucker for the best matches in 2004. Like the highs in 2005 are very high. And I would say the floor every year for Ring of Honor, the floor has gotten higher. And I think in 2005, like it's still got a little bit higher this year over 2004, where like the overall quality is still a little bit better than it's ever been before. It's not as dramatic. Maybe it's like the change from like 03 to 02 or 04 to 03 or whatever, but still an improvement. I think, like, for example, there are no bad shows this year. Like there are shows that we've liked less than others, but there's no show that I would say, oh, that was a complete waste of my time. There's very rarely a match in 2005 that I think we've given below like average, either of us. Like, like the media, like the bar in Ring of Honor at this point is as high as it's ever been. But I think kind of going to what you were saying, one thing I would say, and it's come up on recent shows is, and this might be in my awards, my negative awards, but there is a lot of, on rewatch, there's a lot of matches on the undercards in 2005 Ring of Honor that look great on paper, and they just turn out to be average or kind of good. And I think a lot of it was maybe they were holding back on the undercards a lot and trying not to overshadow things or what. And that's what I don't remember, because when I remember Ring of Honor from this era, I remember a ton of people that were kind of poo-pooing Ring of Honor, saying they do too much. It's balls to wall from the opening match to the last match. They burn the crowd out. And maybe that's more of a 2006, 2007 thing, and we'll discover that on rewatch. But like in 2005, compared to modern wrestling, there's a lot of holding back on the undercards.
Yeah, and I guess, like you said, we can talk about that as we get into our awards.
Yeah, so that's that. So next I will do very quickly something which probably I only do for me, but I do this every year. It's a very geeky, time-consuming thing where I sum up the attendance in Ring of Honor. I have done this every year where I go back and I look through every show notes I did. And so, as always with the attendance, I only use the observer attendance because I want to be consistent with one source and not cherry pick. And I realize, as I always mention, the observer attendance probably is not accurate on many shows, but at least it is consistent within itself. So a quick recap, because it was a little bit interesting this year. 2002, Ring of Honor only ran 12 shows. They averaged 437 fans. In 2003, Ring of Honor ran 20 shows. They averaged 395 fans. 2004, they ran 23 shows. They averaged 650 fans. So this year, they averaged the most shows they ever had done, 34 shows. They averaged the exact same number of fans as they did last year, 650. So, in a way, I guess you could say it's a success because they ran way more and still didn't lose fans. But this was the first year they did not have like year-over-year growth in terms of the average fans. Their biggest attended show was Third Anniversary Celebration Part 1, drew 1,200, which, again, not as big as their biggest attended shows in other recent years. And their lowest attended shows were Enter the Dragon and Buffalo Stampede, which were a double shot and each only drew through 350. So that was basically the year in Ring of Honor. So the year of expansion, we're going to come up on one more year of expansion. We're going to peak in number of shows with 2006, but we'll see how the attendance does. But, Ring of Honor we're doing pretty well at this point for Ring of Honor standards. And that brings us to the Ring of Honor awards, to our honors, where we give out awards every year. We give out the same handful of awards. It's a proud tradition. It's the biggest honor you can get, except if you get this award, because our first award, as always, is Worst Thing of the Year. Worst Thing of the Year can be anything. It can be a match. It can be an angle. It can be a general trend. It can be anything you want. In 2002, Matt, we both had the same Worst Thing of the Year. We said it was the rampant homophobia of the opening segment of Ring of Honor Begins. In 2003, I said it was the man-on-woman violence streak, and you also said it was the misogyny and violence against women. 2004, we both agreed it was the Rob Feinstein scandal. So basically, Matt, every year we have agreed so far on who wins this award. It'll be interesting to see this year because I don't think it's quite as obvious. So I guess I'll start. Number 3 for me is the overuse of dramatic gimmick angles. In other words, Jimmy Rave using a cheese grater to grind off CM Punk's stomach tattoo, him suffocating AJ Styles with a plastic bag, Homicide trying to cut Colt Cabana's tongue out with scissors, the Drano angle, even if you wanted to throw in Jade Chung getting pedigreed on the cement, which is supposed to take her out of wrestling forever. I said on a recent episode, I don't mind these angles. They can be really memorable. I like an occasional and overtop angle, but I feel like these are the kind of things you do once every 2 or 3 years, and Ring of Honor basically went pretty damn heavy on them in this year. And I think especially when you do more than one every 2 or 3 years and when guys come back from them quickly, it becomes kind of cartoonish and it hurts them overall. And some of these didn't even land at the time. Like the cheese grater one people remember, but I don't think it even landed great at the time. You know, I don't think even people remember like the plastic bag or the cutting Colt's tongue. The one we just covered, the Drano one's probably in some ways the most successful one of these, but I think they just went to that well a little too often.
Yeah, I mean, I definitely agree that it was just too much, especially since like people watch ROH specifically to not see that stuff. You know what I mean? Like, it's just like you want it. It's still, even though it's, you know, they don't emphasize the code of honor at all anymore. Or they you know, I don't even remember when they stopped reading off like what the code of honor was, but they certainly were not doing it for most of 2005. But you still, like, the gist of ROH in 05 was still like, oh, this is the wrestling company where we go to watch wrestling. And they just really went to town on these, like, sometimes, you know, these, like, over-the-top angles and even sometimes, like, cheap finishes. And that's not something that I don't think too many people watching ROH wanted to see.
So what was your third worst thing of 2005?
My third worst thing was crowd toxicity, mostly in the form of homophobia. A little bit also misogyny, like when they would chant that Lacey was a crack whore, which makes just, I mean, even as horrible as it is at anybody, it makes so little sense when targeted at Lacey. But a lot of, like, you know, the homophobia, like Jimmy likes balls, you know, like you'd even get some F-slur chants, you know, which were sometimes egged on by wrestlers, which is bad. You also, I remember you reading a story from Punk the Final Chapter about somebody gloating that they and the crowd shut down some women that were excited for Chad Collier. Yeah. You know, stuff like that. So just like the reason this is lower than it could be is because it's not necessarily all the promotion's fault, you know, and maybe there wasn't much they could do about it. But that vibe in the crowd at ROH and probably all wrestling crowds in this era is one of the worst things of the year for me. So I listed it.
And another good, that's a good one. I didn't have that on my list. Another one, I guess we could throw this in with crowd toxicity is I feel like this was the year we had the most stories of like wrestlers getting into altercations with fans, like Punk after one of the rave matches, like went to the crowd after a fan. I think there was at least like 2 Samoa Joe altercations, like where he was brought in to get fans. Like I feel like that. I think I'm probably missing 1 or 2 others. It felt like there was a good, at least hefty handful of like wrestlers getting so enraged with fans at Ring of Honor shows that they felt like they had to go after them, which is not good. But number 2 for me was the weakness of the tag division. This was basically a lost year for the tag division. When you think about, Moth and Whitmer started the year, and you could say, okay, some of the things weren't their fault because Moth and Whitmer, you know, like Moff had to leave because of something we covered on other episodes. But even Moff and Whitmer, I don't think they were a good standard mid-card team. I don't think they were the kind of team that was going to be able to carry an entire division, especially looking at who else was in the division. And then we get like a thrown together odd couple tag team with Whitmer and Jacobs, which was a fine team, but not, again, can they carry a whole division? Not really. And then we get a weird like 2-week Carnage Crew reign just because Dave felt like the division had grown so stagnant. Then we go back to Whitmer and Jacobs. Then we go to a completely thrown together team with zero chemistry, and not just a thrown together team. At least you could say Whitmer and Jacobs were established Ring of Honor regulars that had some fan base. You throw Sal Rinauro, who had only had like a couple matches in Ring of Honor at this point and some pre-show stuff, and Tony Mamaluke hadn't been in the company for years and wasn't high up or necessarily beloved there to begin with. They had zero chemistry. Obviously, they miss a show or two as a tag team because Mamaluke gets a concussion. Like, the whole year, it was just – it's funny. Like, I think right when Ring of Honor started, I read something from, like, one of the things saying, like, Gabe wants to make the tag division, like, a really main event level important thing. And I feel like they're still, this year, not accomplishing that. And, in fact, in many ways, in this year, it was their worst year for the division.
Yeah, I would say probably not their worst year because there was still 2002. But yeah, no, it was backsliding for sure, especially just like once the Briscoes left and the era, I guess, of the Havana Pitbulls, and then it was just kind of downhill from there. Yeah, I mean, I think the reason I didn't have this on my list is just because my expectations have just been so low for the ROH tag division that it was just like, I was just kind of blasé about it. But hopefully our memories are correct and it will get significantly better in 2006. We'll see.
Yeah, they certainly, I think, they get more main event spots. They get more high-profile matches in that division around the tag titles. It's going to be less of an afterthought, I think. So what was your second worst thing of 2005?
Continued production woes. I think we say something about this every year, but like, after all this time, we're still getting promos in pitch black on multiple shows. We're still getting weird sound issues in video packages and on commentary. We're still getting promos that they literally are inaudible, and sometimes where you literally have to have the announcers talk over them in order to understand what's going on. You still have issues with white balance. It's just like, all right, get it together. It's been almost 4 years at this point. Like, this is Final Battle and you're still having these issues. So it's not like this was like an early year problem, right? Some of those promos in the pitch black were happening on shows with Kenta Kobashi on them. Like, it's just like, I mean, it's indie wrestling. So, I still am not holding it against them so much that I don't like the promotion. But like, if we're listing worse things, it deserves to be listed.
Honestly, it probably should have been my top 3, but I've just grown numb to it. I'm reading ahead on like doing research in all the wrestling different newsletters and stuff as I try to do every few months to kind of get ahead. And one of the things I saw like a few months into, I guess, 2006 is like Kerry Silken has upgraded the camera, the lighting, and the audio system. So it'll be interesting to see
if we notice.
If there actually is like a better an upgrade, because they have upgraded some things over time. It will be interesting if there ever comes a day where we just wake up one day and go, oh, it's been a lot of shows since we've seen like a really badly shot thing, but I have a feeling we'll still see some more in our future.
I mean, it is still indie wrestling, so
yeah,
we'll see.
And my worst thing of the year, we kind of touched on it when recapping the whole year, the great looking undercard matches on paper, under-delivering in reality. I feel like if you are a person that wants to discover Ring of Honor, maybe through podcasts like ours or whatever, or because you're seeing it mentioned in AEW now a lot and all that stuff, all this era being referenced, I feel like you would look at a lot of these shows on paper and recognize the names and go, holy shit, that's going to be great. That's going to be great. And if it's a main event, it usually will be great. But if it's not, it often isn't. It's often maybe like 3.5 stars or less than that. And yeah, I already talked about it, but I thought that was sadly, my biggest surprise on rewatch was it was the year I had the highest expectations for. And because of that, it's the year that aged the worst for me so far, even though still the standard level of quality is the highest it's been. And the great stuff is still fantastic. In some ways, it was slightly disappointing.
Because you saw guys holding back so often, right? Like,
Yeah.
is that that's sort of like the crux of it? Is that
Yeah, just examples like even like like they throw like AJ Styles versus Austin Aries in like a first time in Ring of Honor when they've been there for years, and it's like a decent little like 3.5 star match. You know, it's like on paper you would look at that and go, holy shit, that's going to be fantastic, and that's just on the undercard. But then it just they kind of work to the spot on the card. You know.
yeah, this is the year of like the work for the whole show philosophy, where you're not trying to hurt the matches that come after you, instead of just everybody trying to steal the show. And yeah, I think there are a lot. I think by the end of the year, you're starting to see them kind of snap out of that a little bit.
Yeah.
But yeah, I think in the middle of the year, that was my big complaint, which is just like, you get all these matches with Samoa Joe and Nigel McGuinness, and they're clearly not trying to have their best match in almost any of them. It's interesting because, like, what if they did? What if they all tried to have their best match? Would that have made the shows worse? I guess there's a theory that they would have. I don't know. Well, it'll be interesting to see, if 2006 changes that. That was not on my list, but it was definitely a complaint that I had.
What was your worst thing of 2005?
To me, it was far and away the Jade Chung angle. I just, like, I get what they were going for. I get that the embassy were heels, and that Chung was going to have her comeuppance in the end, or that I guess that she was going to get her comeuppance in the end, I should say. But give comeuppance.
Get her revenge.
Yeah, get her revenge. Give the comeuppance. The embassy was going to get their comeuppance. Yeah, I'm trying to make sure, like, who's the subject and
who's
the object.
coming up?
Who's the subject and the object of that verb? But but the like, I just don't think that wrestling handles those kinds of things well. Like, so portraying the abuse of Nana was really jarring. Seeing her get tugged around by a leash was really upsetting. Seeing some of like the weird, like, vaguely racist references to, like, I don't know, like, quote, like, I don't know. I'm not even going to repeat them, but there's a racial tinged element to some of the comments being made. And I don't think there was any comeuppance that could have happened that would have made that worth it, but especially what they ended up doing. Like, she eventually gave Jimmy Rave a nut shot, and then at the end she distracted the embassy so Jack Evans could moonsault on them. Like, okay, was that worth months and months of, like, horrible abuse and, like, misogyny and racism? I don't think so. And like, there was even moments where, like, AJ Styles would, like, yell at her in her face, like, just like, it's just like all sorts of stuff that was just made me so queasy. It just wasn't worth it. I think that's my big takeaway. It just wasn't worth it. So that's my worst thing of the year. I wish they hadn't done it. Nothing against Jade Chung herself. She did an admirable job with what she had to work with. But the angle, I just don't think that wrestling is suited for such things.
Yeah, and this is one of those things. That's a great number one. Maybe I'm just heartless that I'm now just glossing over these, like, kind of morally reprehensible things, but you still have a soul, Matt. But I think one thing that really makes yours a great number one too is, there are some angles you can go, well, creatively this doesn't work, or other ones you could say, well, this is just objectional. I think with this one you don't have to worry about, because you focused on the objectionable stuff, and all of that is very true. But then you could throw in, it is kind of a retread of the Lucifer, Second City Saints angle in a lot of ways, and a lot of the same beats. And on top of that, like you mentioned, it doesn't necessarily have the most satisfying ending. And even just like the Roderick Strong romance was so, like, slapped together quickly, and Roderick Strong did such a bad job selling it, and then seemed to be so blasé when she got seriously hurt, supposedly. Like, I agree. I think Jade, it's a tragedy because Jade actually showed some real charisma at different moments during this feud, but, like, it put Roderick Strong in a position to have to act, and he is clearly that's not his strong suit. No pun intended. So that's our worst of the year. Finally, we get to the 3 fun awards. So I always like to start with the negative one, get it out of the way. First off, we got Show of the Year. In 2002, I had Honor Invades Boston. Matt, you had All-Star Extravaganza. 2003, I had the first year anniversary show. You had Death Before Dishonor. In 2004, I had Midnight Express Reunion. You had All-Star Extravaganza too. So, Matt, with the last award, Worst Thing, we had always agreed on until this year. This award, we have never agreed before. We might agree this year. Let's see. I think you'll be angry if I don't agree with you on this one. But, Matt, what was your third favorite show this year in Ring of Honor?
My number 3 best show of the year was Punk, the Final Chapter, from August of 2005. I just thought this was a very special show. It wasn't the best wrestling show of the year, for sure. The main event was not a great wrestling match, although it did have, as a show, an incredible brawling match with Low Ki and Homicide against Jay Lethal and Samoa Joe. It had a match that I liked a lot more than you, which was, in my opinion, the best Matt Hardy singles match I've ever seen, where Roderick Strong beat Matt Hardy. It had a really fun 4-way opener. It had a really memorable and weird angle where Chad Collier bloodies Ace Steel. But, of course, the thing that everyone remembers it for is for one of the most emotional moments in ROH history, which was CM Punk's dramatic farewell, the entrance, the post-match. It was just a really special night. And so it wasn't really hard for me to decide that's going to go in my top 3.
That's a really good pick. I did not have that in my top 3, but I could see just on the Punk thing alone, it being worthy of it. And you pointed out there's good stuff also on the undercard. My top 2 were easy. My top 3, it was hard because there was a lot of shows this year I felt like where there was good stuff, but it wasn't quite, there was always some nit I could pick, even though I think every show this year was enjoyable, but find ones that really stood apart. So this one was really tough for me. I could go a lot of different ways. My number 3 was, ironically, for the third spot, the third anniversary celebration, part 3, finished number 3 for me. I just thought the Aries-Joe rematch, the second Aries-Joe match, and Danielson, the Homicide Brawl match they had as part of their best of 5, were both very good. I thought the Star of the Wraith Punk feud was great. You get a second Cornette-Heenan managers match. It's not remembered as much as the first one, but that was fun in its own way. And then Alex Shelley really stretched the fuck out of Jack Evans on the undercard, and I thought that was fun. So to me, this was a show where it's not like a legendary show with one great segment or have a lot of real emotional significance for me, but there's just a lot of things I enjoyed on that show.
That was a fun show. I think my favorite show of that third anniversary celebration was actually part 2, the Dayton one, but they were all good.
Yeah. What's your number 2? I'm going to be interested to see if your number 2, because I'm pretty strong on my number 2.
My number 2 is Nowhere to Run from May of 2005, which ended in a really epic and awesome cage match between CM Punk and Jimmy Rave. But it also, to me, had what, in my opinion, I know not Trevor's opinion, but what in my opinion was the best match of the Nigel McGuinness Colt Cabana series. Just with really great storytelling. A super fun tag team match between, not title match, just a tag team match between Generation Next and Delirious and Alex Shelley. A match that I really liked a lot between Homicide and Doug Williams. Good title match between Danielson and Aries. I just really liked the vibe of this show. I thought it was possibly at least, the best top to bottom series of matches that ROH had this year. So that's my number 2.
Matt, you did not disappoint, because my number 2 is Nowhere to Run. I completely agree. I thought this was one of the only shows this year that had 3 outright great, as in 4-star or higher matches, like really great matches. With Punk Rave, I loved. Danielson Aries, I think, was probably their worst of their matches so far in Ring of Honor, but still their floor is still like scraping 4 stars to me. And Strong Evans versus Shelley and Delirious, we both agreed that's a hidden gem. That's a great tag team match. And then, like you mentioned, the rest of the show, like, even though I wasn't as high on that Nigel and Colt match, still good. I felt like Homicide Doug Williams was a little disappointed, but was still good. I think from just like the amount of great stuff you get on that show, it's probably one of the highest you get in all of the year. And on top of that, you get, the Punk Rave match on top of that. That's a great feud ender. And so that's a great extra thing for a show to have to say, not just to have great matches, but it's really like the end of something in a really satisfying way. So, Matt, I think I know what our favorite show of the year is. I'll be shocked if we are not in consensus. So what do you think is the Through the Years consensus pick for the first time, show of the year 2005?
I mean, I knew Manhattan Mayhem was going to win this before we even started ever doing this podcast. I still feel like it will be very hard for any show that we watch after this to top Manhattan Mayhem in my heart. It is not a show that's filled with 5-star matches, although I do think that my match ratings for that show are higher than yours. I think there are some 4-star matches on that show. But the pace of it, the crowd of all crowds, like they are just so great for everything on this show. Their stamina is excellent. They make everything seem like a big hot angle and big hot match, and everybody seem like really big stars. They make Samoa Joe and CM Punk seem like the biggest baby faces on earth for both of their matches. They elevate everything that happens. The pacing, the through line from the beginning to the end, and the storytelling. It's such a fast moving show where everything feels super relevant and entertaining. It does not at all fall victim to what you were talking about, where you get some matches where it feels like people are holding back. It feels like everybody is trying to have some sort of special performance, and they do. You have really great athletic matches, like the opener with Special K, and the Jay Lethal versus Samoa Joe match, and the tag title match, which is one of maybe my favorite tag match of the year in ROH, which is Whitmer and Jacobs against Evans and Strong. It also has really, really excellent storyline-based matches. Like, I loved the storytelling of CM Punk against Jimmy Rave in the dog collar, where CM Punk just, one of his classic bloody performances, for Punk. You had a good title match with Shelley and Aries. Not perfect, but very good. And then just a really exciting surprise angle-based final match with Key and Homicide against Lethal and Joe. Just such a fun, fast-paced 3 hours. There are very few wrestling shows I've ever found more entertaining from beginning to end.
Yeah, even though I don't rate the matches, like you said, quite as high as you, I am completely agree it's the show of the year. I think it's a show where it is top to bottom, like everything is good to right under great. And more than that, the atmosphere is fantastic. It really does feel like Ring of Honor, like that vibe you sometimes get when a wrestling promotion goes to a big new market for the first time, like they're kind of conquering something. And granted, they had been to New York State before and even New York City, but just something about going to Manhattan and being in that building.
And having mayhem.
There was an electricity to it. And I think we talked about that show, we kind of figured out by the end of the show, and I liked the way we figured it out, was the idea that, Gabe Sapolsky obviously was mentored by Paul Heyman. He was the Jay Lethal to Heyman's Samoa Joe. And there are different touches of Paul Heyman and ECW in Gabe's booking, but for the most part, Ring of Honor is not booked like ECW. And I think we agreed, like, Manhattan Mayhem in a good way is Gabe trying to book an ECW show in a way he rarely has ever done. Like, it has that kind of energy, that kind of show line, storyline, that impromptu main event, a lot of story-based things. It really was Gabe being Paul Heyman for one night, and it worked out really well. It could have gone in a really bad way, but it worked out in a really great way, actually.
ECW with better wrestling.
Exactly. So that brings us to, speaking of better wrestling, Match of the Year. In 2002, I had American Dragon, Bryan Danielson versus Low Ki versus Christopher Daniels. You had American Dragon, Bryan Danielson versus Low Ki. 2003, we agreed. Steve Corino versus Homicide from Bitter Friends, Stiffer Enemies was our only so far consensus match of the year. 2004, my match of the year. 2004 was a weird year for us for match of the year, where our top 4 matches, we had 4 of the same 5 matches, but we had them in different orders. But my favorite match of the year was Samoa Joe versus CM Punk 3 from All-Star Extravaganza 2. Your favorite was Joe versus Punk 2 from Joe versus Punk 2. And each of our favorites was the other person's second favorite. 2005 now, I thought this was hard for me. There was a lot of matches this year. I have a ton of honorable mentions I'll get to afterwards, but there was a lot of matches that, like, 2004 was pretty easy for me to figure out. 2005, my number 5 would be Bryan Danielson versus James Gibson from Glory by Honor 4, the match where Bryan Danielson wins the world title. Great technical wrestling match. I feel like I like it slightly less than other people, but I still love it. It was, A great, even though Gibson stuck around for a couple more shows, a great kind of swan song for Gibson. I'm glad they really got the chance to have one match like this. Just a great technical wrestling match, and it is funny where I do prefer the Danielson we get afterwards. That starts with the Roderick Strong feud, but it is interesting to see kind of like Danielson's first approach to being a champion, which was more of the Bob Backlund-esque, very straight ahead, babyface, kind of drier technical wrestler. And I think he made the right choice deviating from that. I think he needed to, but on this show, it worked.
Yeah, I would agree. Like, it worked. Like, it's good that we had this version of Danielson, like, briefly. Like, just to see what it was like. And, like, I remember watching the, I remember when we reviewed this, I said, like, this is not a match you would see for any sort of major promotion now. Like, just this kind of, like, old school, on the mat, classic, I guess what they call catch can wrestling style. And they just executed it so brilliantly. These were two, like, just amazing, like, masters of execution. And they, so, like, this was just, like, a beautiful thing to watch, I thought. Even if it didn't have, like, the drama that some top-tier matches do.
And also, I forgot to mention, this is the one award we do where, starting the second year, I set this to 5 matches just because I felt like there would be some years where if we only did 3 matches, we would have a lot of times very exactly the same. So in the hopes to gain a little variation, who knows if we will. And just because Ring of Honor, this is a match-based, product. It's very heavy on match quality. It's good to talk about the matches, and there are a lot of great matches each year. Matt, you're number 5.
My number 5 was CM Punk versus Jimmy Rave in the cage from Nowhere to Run. Just such like an epic old school storytelling match. I just love the dramatic beats. I love the atmosphere because this was CM Punk. I mentioned this when we reviewed it, just at the peak of his babyface powers in ROH. Obviously, he would have some more babyface power in other promotions later, but he was just treated like Hulk Hogan, in his prime by this crowd, but with just so much more intensity and like passion. And Jimmy Rave was just such like a great undercard heel that was elevated to main eventer just because the angle was so good. From CM Punk's entrance to the final moment where he hugs Colt Cabana in the cage and celebrates bloodily at the top of the cage. Is bloodily a word? But like, it just feels so epic and special. So that's my number 5.
I may have reason to talk about that match a little bit later, so I will go to my number 4, which is a match we just watched, which is Low Ki versus Kenta from Final Battle 2005. This is about as high as I would put this match, and, part of me was wondering, am I overrating this because of the, having just seen it?
Recency bias?
Yeah. But then again, I bet you a lot of people, who would make, if they made 2005 Ring of Honor lists, would put this in their top 3, maybe pretty high up, and I'm putting it in 4. Basically, you just heard my thoughts on this match. I think the thing I will say why I am happy with having this on my list is there's no other match on my list quite like this. And not really any other match in Ring of Honor for this year quite like this. I think the closest comparison, and it's even not quite a great comparison, would be Joe versus Key from 2002. Just the idea of 2 guys known for being badasses beating the living shit out of each other. But this match had a more athletic kind of balls to the wall, near falls thing, which you talked about, aspect that one didn't. So to me, that's the 4th best match of this year. What about you for number 3? We're getting into the top 3 now.
Well,
first off, yeah.
Yeah, I didn't say my number 4.
Oh, oops.
Yeah. My number...
I completely, for some reason, I thought Rave Punk was number 4 for you. I am losing it. Every time we go along, I am losing it, Matt.
It's all right. We've all lost it a long time ago. My number 4, which I already just spoke about, was Danielson versus James Gibson from Glory by Honor. So I guess, I already basically just spoke about it, but yeah, really great match. That's my number 4.
So my number 3 then is a match you just spoke about. That is CM Punk versus Jimmy Rave from Nowhere to Run. Yeah, I agree with what you said. I think this maybe CM Punk's best pure babyface performance. Like he's wrestling as a babyface right now. He's wrestled as a babyface, during parts of his career. But a lot of times when he's wrestling as a babyface, there's still like a bit of a jerk to him. He's like the jerk you love. I feel like this CM Punk on this night the reaction he's getting from that hometown crowd and the way he's wrestling, this really is, he's like living out his dreams of being like the 80s WWF, like beloved babyface, ending a feud. Like he is just overcoming all the odds. And this is a great cage match. In like so many modern cage matches, it's like, how many cool spots can we do off the cage? And there is a great off the top of the cage spot in this match. Or how violent can we get? And this match is violent, but this is more of an old school cage match, and that so much about is just about like the heel that's been running from the face all this time and like using tricks has finally trapped, and the face is gonna like Punk is one of the top guys at just taking glee in getting to kick someone's ass that he hasn't been able to kick their ass, and it's a really satisfying end to a feud in a way that you don't see often in modern wrestling, where a guy gets all their just desserts and it has a great finish. And just, yeah, everything you want from an old school cage match is here, and I really loved it. Matt, what is your number 3?
My number 3, I know, is a match that you didn't like that much, but I thought it was just such fantastic storytelling, and it is from Redemption in August. It is James Gibson versus CM Punk versus Christopher Daniels versus Samoa Joe. I just thought this is where James Gibson wins the ROH title in a super emotional moment and match. I just thought this was the peak of the summer of Punk. Like, CM Punk just was in his glory here, you know, as a heel, but also as, still like a threat as a wrestler. They did some great teases with him and Joe. Daniels was super over. And then the final stretch with James Gibson was so emotional. And I just thought this is one of the best storytelling matches ROH did this year. And they had a really long 40, 50-something minute match, and it kept my attention the whole time. It kept the crowd's attention the whole time in what was purportedly a super hot building. I just think this was one of the best moments of the year and a really great match with 4 great wrestlers.
Yeah, I obviously you can go back and listen to the episode. I enjoyed the match. I do not place it that high. It's not my top 5. You can go back and listen to my thoughts, but like, I certainly get what you're saying. It does have a lot of great story moments to it. I just don't see it quite the same way as I see like the 4-corner match at Crowning a Champion, which I thought for me hit a better blend of being a great match and telling a great story. This does have the great story beats, and I love the ending too. But I enjoyed the match. I just don't see it as match of the year level. My second match might be slightly controversial. My number 2 match for 2005 Ring of Honor is Bryan Danielson versus Roderick Strong, but it's from This Means War. It's the first, it's not the second they had. And I talked about this in the reviews of those shows, but I really deliberate here because my mind says the second match is better. Technically, it's a better match. It's more interesting. It builds on the first match a little bit. It's more dramatic. But this is much the way of the 2002 awards for Match of the Year, where I put the 3-way from Ring of Honor Begins ahead of Danielson Low Key, just because I had a more of an emotional attachment to the former than the latter, even though I think the latter is technically a better match. And these are personal lists. So I kind of kept going back to, the list should be what were the 5 matches I had the most fun rewatching this year. And this was the second most fun I had rewatching this year. I love this match. I love you see a guy, you see Bryan Danielson, one of my favorite wrestlers of all time, if not my favorite, discover the last thing he needs, like the last piece of his puzzle, and you see him discover it in a match. Like if you watch Danielson before this match and after this match, he's a different guy. And this match, he comes up with it all during the match. And I think that is such a cool thing to see. And the match is great too, but if you think I'm like if anyone who's listening thinks I'm like putting too much of my own assumptions into that. No, we read from Danielson's book. He talks about how this match was a turning point in his career, and it just has a special personal attachment. Like I have a personal connection to this match because of that. Matt, what's your second favorite? Oh, go on with this first.
No, I was going to say, I get it. I mean, it is everything you said, but my second favorite is, as you might expect, the other Danielson versus Roderick Strong match from the week later from Vendetta. I just think he took everything that he learned, he being Danielson, in that match from This Means War, and almost perfected it in a week. Against Roderick Strong in a slightly longer match, right? That match was almost 40. This match was almost 50. He just took everything. He did more of it. He did it better. He was fully formed. Like, he realized it at This Means War. He already had every piece of the package a week later and became this ultimate performer, telling this incredible story. I think Roderick stepped it up a little bit in the second match, too. He was harder hitting. He kept up with Danielson more. The false finishes were more dramatic. I liked the finish a lot more, which was a big part of it for me. So there was a part of me that actually wanted to rate this match as the best match of 2005, but for reasons we'll discuss, I couldn't do it.
Yeah, because I think we'll have another consensus pick, because I have a feeling you right after this match you were saying, I wonder if you will put this. You were already acting like this was going to be your match of the year, and I feel like rewatching Strong Danielson kind of gave you some pause, obviously, but I feel like your big question only was, will Trevor agree? Trevor agrees. Our match of the year for 2005, even though again we never tell each other what we're voting for. Samoa Joe versus Kenta Kobashi from Joe versus Kobashi. Yes, is it the boring pick? Yes, but you know what? The boring pick is often the right pick. I like that on this podcast we're not afraid to just, we're not to say the thing that even if it is boring, we try to hopefully make it interesting with how we talk. But like sometimes we're not going to be contrarian for contrarian's sake. This is the platonic ideal to me of a dream match. This is the rare dream match that not just lives up to the hype, but exceeds it. In a way, I kind of love that they never had a rematch, even though in a way it's kind of tragic, because I love that it kind of exists as this one special night, even though, yes, they did have a tag match the next night that was also great. Like, there's just something magic. It's almost like, those movies like Before Sunrise, Before Sunset, those Richard Linklater movies about two people just having one great night together where they're like true love, but then they never see each other until there's a sequel. But like, to me, this is the Before Sunrise or Before Sunset of pro wrestling. It's these two guys that fit great together.
Before Sunrise, Before Sunset, and Before Midnight, by the way, all excellent movies, and I think they get progressively better.
Yeah, so maybe that's an argument that these guys should have had more matches, but I do love, even though Joe eventually did go to no, I love that these guys never really did much together, and there's just something magic about this match, the atmosphere, the work. I mean, listen to our review. It is just it completely holds up. It is. This is one of probably the Ring of Honor match I've watched more than any other, and even after all these years, still just as good.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, there was a part of me that wanted to pick Strong versus Danielson, but like, how can you not pick like the most legendary match of the decade, as the match of the year? Like, it was just such a special thing. Like, when something is so special that, like, there's nothing like it before or since, and possibly, like, so special that there couldn't ever be anything that special, it's the match of the year. I mean, between, like, the hard-hittingness, the crowd, the emotion, the performance by Joe, the opening up of possibilities, I think that this match represented of legends from Japan coming over and being their best selves. You know what I mean? Like, it's just, it's something like you just can't replicate it. You can't describe it. And the fact that it happened at all feels like a miracle. And yeah, it's just like, I mean, I don't know if anyone could possibly be listening to this podcast who hasn't seen that match. But if you haven't, like, please watch this match. It's just such a special moment in the history of pro wrestling. Like, I've said it a million times about this match. It's the closest thing to a religious experience wrestling can ever be. And so, yes, it's the match of the year.
And if we want to go, we were talking about this earlier, even if we want to go by the Al Snow metric of the best match is the match that draws the most money, well, this was Ring of Honor's best-selling DVD of all time. It was all on the back of this match. So even by that metric,
yep,
it's the best.
Definitely.
So some quick honorable mentions I want to give out, Matt. If you want to throw in any too, these are just some matches I considered but did not put in my top 5. Aries versus Cabana in the cage, I think, was like probably the first great match of this year. Danielson and Samoa Joe versus Jack Evans and Austin Aries, that match where it was kind of like a one-man show from Jack Evans early in the year. Back in those first few months where I was like so in love with Jack Evans, where I was like, if he keeps this up, he's going to be one of my top 3 of the wrestlers of the year. Unfortunately, he could not keep that up all year, but what a match. Danielson versus Homicide in the cage. It was not quite as much as I hoped, but still a great match. Punk versus Aries, where Punk won the title. Great match and great emotional end. Nigel versus Colt, European rounds. You knew I had to have that at least in an honorable mention, Matt. It's the match I love more than even the people who wrestled the match. We had that confirmed from Colt Cabana. I'm the only person that really loves that match. I had to put it here. And Roderick Strong versus James Gibson. Gibson's last match was great. And then finally, Homicide and Kobashi versus Loki and Samoa Joe is a great, great match. And I almost wanted to put this in my top 5 because I feel like it does not get the credit it deserves because it lives in the shadow of Joe versus Kobashi. But that is it is a fantastic match in its own right and one of the very best tag matches the company did all year.
Yeah, I would agree with that. I guess the only matches that I would add, because I think you probably had most of them, would be a lot of the James Gibson matches. The matches that he had against Austin Aries, I liked a lot. You mentioned the match against Strong, which I thought was really, really good. His match against Samoa Joe, I liked a lot more than you. I thought that was a great match. I also really liked Roderick Strong against AJ Styles. I liked Roderick Strong against James Gibson from Best of American Super Juniors a lot. I liked Spanky against Danielson from Best of American Super Juniors a lot. So there were a lot of great matches this year. But some matches just towered over the rest, as tends to happen.
Yeah, it was, for much as I complained a little bit earlier, tons of great stuff this year. And that brings us to our final award, Wrestler of the Year. In 2002, I gave it to Low Key. Matt, you gave it to Bryan Danielson. In 2003, we gave it to Homicide, consensus pick. In 2004, we gave it to Samoa Joe, consensus pick. Will this be the third straight consensus pick? Who knows? Matt, who is your third favorite wrestler of 2005? And as always with this award, there's no real criteria. It can be for whatever criteria you want. It's just who in your gut were your 3 best.
My number 3 was James Gibson. He showed up. He had this great emotional connection to the crowd, and he put on this really tight and strong series of matches throughout the year. I mean, in a lot of these shows, he's the guy that you count on to have the really memorable match, and I mentioned a bunch of them, starting with a match against Spanky right off the bat that got over really well, had, really good matches against Joe, against Strong. He had matches against, a good match against Homicide, really good in a couple of 4-way matches. Good, but maybe slightly disappointing match against CM Punk at Redemption. At Fate of an Angel, I really love the 4-way at Redemption. I love the match against Danielson. I love the match against Strong. And just throughout it all, he just really had this amazing connection with the crowd to the point where I don't even totally understand what was so special about it, but it was just that special. Few guys really connected with the crowd that much. So I think he really made a mark. People still talk about his run in ROH as really the greatest run of his whole career. So I think that he definitely deserves a spot in this list of best wrestlers of 2005, even though he wasn't there for the final 3 months of the year.
I may talk about him in a second, but my third favorite wrestler of this year was Bryan Danielson. And it's funny because I think 2005 Bryan Danielson in Ring of Honor had kind of a year like Bryan Danielson had last year, where he had a pretty good with a couple great performances early part of the year. Then he disappeared for a while, and then he came back, and you were like, oh, he's not going to be able to fit into the end of year awards because he just isn't going to be around for enough of the year. And then he goes on such a great streak to end of the year. You're like, God damn it, he's just making it in. And I feel like he did that with with the WWE stuff with, like Roman Reigns and the WrestleMania match and stuff like that. And then he left for a bunch of the year and then came back at the end. And I feel like he did that in Ring of Honor where, he had I think we agreed the Homicide best of 5 feud. It was good, but not quite what we hoped for. But it was still very good in some way. you can hear all our complaints about it, but it was still overall pretty good. And that that Danielson Spanky match from Best of American Super Juniors was great. And the Aries match, again, I mentioned, it was probably their worst match. Like I said before, I still think that's like a 4-star match. And then he leaves, and then he comes back, and he immediately has the fantastic match with Gibson. And from there, it's just his title reign. And I think he did just enough with that title reign where I was like, by the end, by the 2 strong matches and the Romero match and now the Marufuji match, I was just like, yeah, he wasn't there the whole year, but there are a lot of guys this year that didn't get to do the whole year. And I felt like he did just enough where I was like, he needs to be in the top 3 here.
Yeah, he's my number 4, I would say. Just because of how much he missed. But yeah, I mean, especially after he came back, it's just like, oh my God, what a revelation. I mean, everyone knows this guy was the best in the world. The only reason he didn't have the best year is because he missed some of it. But yeah, I mean, and also because I know what's coming in 2006. So he's my number 4 pick, but there were just a few guys that I thought had better years.
Yeah, I would say until the last 2 or 3 shows, he was going to be my 4 too. Like he had done just enough by then. I was like, God damn it! Like I think he just did enough just to get in the top 3. But Matt, who's your number 2?
My number 2 pick is Roderick Strong. This is a year where like you really see everyone realize, oh my gosh, this guy, like he's a star at this. From the beginning of the year, you realized, from the way he's booked, that Gabe suddenly was like, oh, wow, we can do something with Roderick Strong. And I'll be damned if he doesn't do something with Roderick Strong. From right off the bat, he starts having good matches with Carino. Then he gets hurt for a little while. Then he comes right back, has the great match with Gibson, has a few really awesome tag team matches with Jack Evans as his partner, has multiple great matches against CM Punk. The second one being, I think, a truly star-making turn. Great match against AJ Styles. I think, again, what I consider to be Matt Hardy's best singles match, wins Survival of the Fittest, has a really amazing match against Gibson in his farewell, 2 epic matches against Bryan Danielson to close out the year, and I think a really good tag team title match where he wins the title at the end. He starts the year as a secondary guy in a stable, and by the end, people are arguing whether or not he should be the main guy. This was just such a breakout year for him, and he's continued to get better as a wrestler in a lot of ways, but, I feel like in 2005, his potential seemed as bright as you'd ever see it. And this was a really great year for him.
Yeah, Strong was one of the very last guys I cut from my top 3. I agree with what you said. I feel like he was the workhorse of the promotion. I mean, he was one of the guys that just stayed from beginning to end, didn't really miss any shows, and was just always hardworking, always good, had a bunch of great matches. And yeah, this was the year where Gabe really put him in lots of different positions to kind of start getting pushed. I guess at the end of the day, I miss a little bit of that charisma. He didn't really have one great angle or something like that. I kind of wish, something like that. I wish he had a little bit, something that kind of held the year together more than just he's good, really good, and was getting pushed this year. But I can't argue with anyone that puts him in the top 3, especially because, I think even Gabe on commentary was trying to sell him in the final few shows as or getting people to sell him as he's the MVP. Even when they were doing the Gibson thing, it was like, who wins this is going to be the MVP of 2005. And you can definitely make an argument that he was the MVP. But my number 2 is James Gibson, who was your number 3, which is funny because I feel like during the year you were a little bit higher on Gibson than I was in general, but yet I'm putting him at 2 and you're putting him at 3. But I feel like if Joe versus Kobashi is like the platonic ideal of what you want a dream match to be, I feel like Gibson is like what you want a WWE released wrestler to be in your indie, because he immediately just went into it with arms wide open, working his butt off, clearly in love with it. Like he did not see it as a step down, even though obviously he went back to WWE as soon as he could. The fans embraced him immediately. They didn't have any resentment like indie fans can occasionally have in this era for guys. And he was just so consistently having good match after good match. And we talked about so often he did the little things that so many wrestlers in Ring of Honor were not doing, these veteran little things, and just his enthusiasm and his love for Ring of Honor. Like, he is the best case scenario for getting a WWE guy in this era. And Matt, your number one, it's going to be interesting because either we're going to have another consensus pick or we're going to be way off the board with each other. So I'm interested in seeing.
My number one is CM Punk, and which is, interesting because he missed literally the entire final third of the year. But what he did before that was just so overwhelmingly dominant in my mind of what 2005 ROH was. Even before the summer of Punk, he was such a beloved babyface hero to the point where, like, you just never see that in ROH. Like the way he was just this ultimate babyface. Had this great feud with Jimmy Rave, and I feel like made Jimmy Rave a star while also putting in these great performances in the dog collar match, and especially in the cage match, and that first match that you mentioned at the anniversary show. He was the guy who gave the speech at the beginning of the third anniversary, like the heart and soul of ROH, for real, all the way through to the moment he left. He has that great match with Aries, kind of a gimmicky match, but a great match with Aries to turn heel. Everybody remembers the heel turn. He goes on to Sign of Dishonor, where he signs the contract and just has this epic one-night performance. And I think gives Jay Lethal the chance to have a real star-making match. Then the next night has his second match with Roderick Strong, which I think is Roderick Strong's big breakout moment and match. Does an hour-long draw. That's, maybe some people find disappointing, but he still did it with Daniels. I love the match where he finally loses the title at Redemption, and then has this magical final moment that people still talk about to this day, where he exits the promotion and has that final 2 out of 3 falls match with Colt Cabana. I just think he just carried the emotional weight of ROH for so long, and he did everything so well. And when I think of 2005 ROH, even though he wasn't there for the last part of the year, I still think of CM Punk probably before anybody else. So he is my wrestler of the year for Ring of Honor for 2005.
Well, we disagree because my wrestler of the year is Chad Collier. No, it's CM Punk. I agree with everything you said. It's funny. In 2003, I put Paul London at my number 3 spot, and I agonized over that because any long time Through the Years listener knows how big I was into Paul London's 1-year run, but the first half of it was like the second half of 2002, and the second half of it was only the first half of 2003. I was like, I can't justify putting this guy any higher than 3. And I thought Matt's going to think I'm crazy for even putting him for 3 for half a year, and then I think you put him at 2 that year. So, but this Punk, it's kind of the same. Because, he only went till like partway into, I think, August, and then he's gone.
That's still 8 months, though, Yeah. Like, better part of 8 months anyway. For
sure. But I also think, I would say the difference is Punk wore so many hats for Ring of Honor, and like, he was the beating, like, there's a lot of times the rest of the year is just someone that's had a lot of great matches or performances. Punk was like the soul of the company for much of the last couple of years. And in 2005, like, I said it when we did this final show, like, no one else in Ring of Honor brought the exact package of stuff as CM Punk. Like, there are people that will be better wrestlers than CM Punk in Ring of Honor, but although he was a great one, but like, no one else brought the package of promos as good as his, matches as good as his, angles as good as his, all tied together. He even did commentary, and like, just having something like the Summer of Punk or the Rave feud, like, those things really, I felt like in some ways they kind of carried the first half of the year, and they kind of made the first half in some respects feel more like 2004, where it was these long, angle-driven, feud-driven things that were always big parts of the shows. And I feel like Ring of Honor will have a hard time recapturing that, except for one feud we're going to get to. But he was just a special talent. No one else quite filled all the roles he did, and he did it really well in 2005. He had some of his better matches, although not quite Joe versus Punk ones, and kind of all his most memorable feuds, angles of all time. Honorable mentions here for me. Roderick Strong just missed it for me. I really wanted to give Nigel McGuinness his props because I feel like he has been such a great character all year and consistently very good in the ring. and I almost wanted to put him at number 3. I had to give Danielson it. And Jack Evans, if we had a best wrestler of the first quarter of 2005, Jack Evans would have been in my top 3. I wish I could, Jack, but it was the whole year. Not enough. Sorry. So.
And if I can name one other honorable mention, which is
go ahead.
Guy that I feel like maybe the booking didn't do justice to this year more than anybody, I think I would say Alex Shelley, who really had a lot of potential to be a big star. And I think not by any fault of his own, I think the booking just slightly missed the mark with him. He could have been a breakout babyface, and they just didn't pull the trigger on it, and eventually had to turn him heel. And, he relished in being a heel and did a great job, but I feel like they could have had something with him, and they didn't do it.
Yeah, if we had a Ring of Honor like the Observer, like underpushed or underrated, underutilized, like Alex Shelley would be like a good top contender for number 1 spot.
Yeah.
What's funny, Matt? Before we go into we just got a couple bits left, but what's funny? I wanted to say here quickly. You and I, we both put Samoa Joe as the Wrestler of the Year last year. He did not make either of our lists,
despite having the Match of the Year.
Yeah, and he was one of the guys. He did work all year. He didn't have a Gibson Danielson Punk style thing where he missed part of the year. And the funny thing is, we're going to go over it in just a second. But all the awards, like that, all the Torch and the Reader polls and the Observer gave out, like Joe finished at or near the top of so many awards this year. This was Joe's breakout year in a way that even 2004 was kind of his breakout year, but this was far bigger. And I think part of that was Joe versus Kobashi, but part of it was really just how there are a large number of fans that would not watch independent wrestling. Like, I think going to TNA really broke him to a new level. And so, yeah, maybe if you include all the TNA stuff, Joe would be worthy of this award. But I think if you just go by Ring of Honor stuff, I don't think we're crazy. It's not that Joe had a bad year, and he did have our Match of the Year, but I don't think it's crazy that neither of us even had him on the list.
No, he had a lot of those, good but not great mid-card matches in 2005. He just did. But yeah, no, his best stuff, other than Kobashi in 2005, was in TNA.
Yeah.
He had a lot of great matches in TNA. He had an awesome year in TNA. He was amazing. But, for sensible reasons, he was saving his best stuff for TV and pay-per-view. I mean, can you blame him? I can't. No. But we're just rating Ring of Honor, so we got to go with what we got.
So the next thing we do, which is one of the last things we do on these, is always the point where my voice starts going out and we start rushing, and we've been on too long, but I like to go over the awards other sites give. But this time I'm omitting the PW Torch Awards because, quite frankly, this year it's in the interest of saving time. And quite frankly, they weren't that interesting because here's the thing. Very rarely did any Ring of Honor guys make those lists, and when they did, it was almost always just Samoa Joe near the top of lists. So just know that. But I did want to do a couple quick Torch things before we go to the Observer. The first was Sean Radican, who was kind of the Torch's Ring of Honor specialist. He had his own top 5 for the year. So I thought just another guy who was covering a lot of the shows and attending shows, what he thought. He put Aries at 5, Rave at 4, Roderick Strong at 3, CM Punk at 2, and James Gibson at number 1. So I don't think that's a bad list at all. Certainly a little bit different. I think Aries did have a very good year. He didn't quite make it on ours, and Rave did too. This was a breakout year for Jimmy Rave in a lot of ways from a character standpoint. And then, Matt, I want to do this for a little bit of a weird one. The one last note from the Torch. The Torch did a lot this year of online polls, and then they just published those results in the in the Torch. It'd be weird if they published them in the Observer. And there was only one award that was weird, which was the Pro Wrestling Torch online reader poll for best tag team. Eminem won with 47%. America's Most Wanted did 17%. Roderick Strong and Austin Aries finished 4th for Tag Team of the Year. Matt, they had barely been a tag team together.
Yeah, what? From that one match at Night of the Grudges too.
Most of their I think they wrestled 5 tag matches together. If you're just going 2-on-2 tag matches, and most of them were in the last few months, so they wouldn't have made tape yet. And yet they got finished 4th in an online vote for the best tag team in all of wrestling. So that was something I just thought I had to mention how bizarre that was. That brings us to the great Observer Awards. Always an interesting barometer. of what the general kind of wrestling nerd public thought. So I always go through just the ones that Ring of Honor people were in. The Lou Thez Ric Flair Award, which is for Wrestler of the Year. For those who don't know that, I always have to remind you, the Lou Thez Ric Flair Award is not just who was the best in the ring. It's supposed to be a combination of best in the ring and biggest draw. Kenta Kobashi won this year. Samoa Joe finished second. AJ Styles finished 10th. So Dave had a problem with Samoa Joe finishing second. This is what he wrote. Samoa Joe had great matches and could be the face of TNA when it gets on the map in a real way. But that's for 2007, and it's a maybe at best. It is far from happening now. I've got no argument against Joe as most outstanding wrestler of the year, which is the award for just best in ring. But an independent guy for most of the year who isn't even well known among average wrestling fans in his home country, finishing a strong number 2 during a year with so many strong candidates. Shows that more American bias in the voting than in most years. So,
based on the standards of the award and based on the parameters, I guess he's right.
Yeah, for comparison, I'm just looking at the list here. Joe finished above Paraguayo Jr., Mystico, Eddie Guerrero, Satoshi Kojima, Shawn Michaels. I mean, those are some of the wrestlers he finished above. So, yeah, people a lot of times just confuse this award. Now we go to most outstanding wrestler. This is just for best in ring. Samoa Joe did win this. He actually beat out Kobashi. AJ Styles finished second. Kenta finished fourth. Bryan Danielson finished 9th. Christopher Daniels finished 11th. And Jamie Noble, they listed as Noble, not Gibson, finished 13th. Dave wrote, Joe had a year of spectacular matches in Ring of Honor and later TNA. For this award, he's a very deserving winner. At the age of 26, he's the youngest wrestler to win this award in nearly a decade, moving up from a 5th place finish last year. Kenta and Danielson, both 24, also look to potentially dominate this list for years to come. And you're right there, Dave. Feud of the year, Matt. Batista versus Triple H won. Ring of Honor did have 3 that finished outside the top 10. What would you pick what would you think, Matt, would be the highest rated Ring of Honor feud in 2005?
Oh my gosh. I gotta probably think of something weird. Because obviously for me it would be CM Punk versus ROH and then CM Punk versus Jimmy Rave and the Embassy. But am I gonna guess the Embassy versus Generation Next?
Bryan Danielson versus Homicide finished 11th for feud of the year. It was the highest turning Ring of Honor feud.
Wow. Okay. I guess people just were watching early year Ring of Honor more than other parts of the year.
CM Punk versus Ring of Honor finished 13th, and CM Punk versus Jimmy Rave finished 15th. So I wonder if CM Punk versus ROH was hurt just because maybe people didn't realize. I wonder if some people thought, can you really vote for a guy versus an entire promotion?
I guess that makes sense.
But clearly some did, enough to finish 13th. But, that was, to my mind, one of the hottest feuds in all of pro wrestling, and it finishes 13th.
But how many votes are you getting if you finish 13th in the Observer Awards?
Yeah, not that.
5? I'm serious. It's probably not many at all.
Yeah, there were a lot of big feuds that year, though. Batista, Triple H, Eddie and Ray, Edge versus Matt Hardy, which maybe it finished 5th, even though you could make an argument it was also the worst, a bad feud in some ways.
Yeah.
Hulk Hogan versus Shawn Michaels. Remember those weird promos? There was a lot of memorable stuff in 05.
But really, once you're getting out of the top 10, you're really talking about extremely few votes.
Yeah. Next we get Tag Team of the Year, America's Most Wanted won. Kenta and Marufuji finished 2nd. Jack Evans and Roderick Strong finished 9th. So no one in the Observer Awards voted Aries and Strong. So that's 1. Observer readers 1, Torch readers 0. So
Evans and Strong were a really great tag team.
Yeah, they could have. I still wish they would have done more together. They did a fair bit, but man, they could have had a tag run on themselves. But most improved, this was an award, Matt, where Ring of Honor dominated. So for this one, I want to name off all the Ring of Honor guys that did here. And I want you to say, do you think it's warranted? Did they really improve year over year? Because a lot of times Observer readers, I think many of them, it's more, I discovered this guy this year. But if you really went back and watched them where they were wrestling, they didn't always improve. All right, so the Ring of Honor wrestler that finished the highest here, the one who won the entire award for the entire wrestling world, Roderick Strong won most improved. Would you say he was improved over 2004?
Yes.
Yes, I would too. Although I think he was already pretty good by the end of 2004.
Still really improved.
Batista finished 2nd. Okay, the next Ring of Honor wrestler, Jimmy Rave. Was Jimmy Rave finished 5th in the award? Would you say Jimmy Rave was better than he was in 2004?
Yes.
I would too. I think a lot of it was more from the character standpoint than the wrestling standpoint.
That counts.
Colt Cabana finished 6th. Would you say Colt Cabana was better in 2005 than 2004?
If so, I'd say it was fairly marginal. He was already really good, and I think, he probably continued to improve, but not most improved.
I think by the time when he came back from that last European UK excursion in later into 2004, that's when he made his last big jump. And I think from there, he's kind of the same Colt you see in 2005. He's really good. 7 was James Gibson. I mean, that's always a question of how much of that is improved and how much of that is he just didn't get a chance to show how good he was.
Yeah, it's really impossible to say. But in terms of what he actually was able to show in the ring, I would say, yes, it's a big improvement than any other time in his career.
Number 8 was Alex Shelley, who it's interesting because I think we just argued that he actually kind of did not get used to his full potential but of course some of this might be TNA stuff. I don't know.
Yeah, I think he's another guy he didn't get really a chance to show. I think he showed more in 2004, but he also had more of a chance.
And number 9 was Austin Aries.
He improved, I think, in terms of his personality and charisma, I would say. In the ring, I think he was already really awesome.
And it's interesting, though, how much the Ring of Honor had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 of the top 10 most improved wrestlers, which maybe just tells you maybe more people were watching Ring of Honor at this point and discovering people.
Well, for sure they were.
And Dave wrote for this award, as always. Strong came into his own and will be getting more of a push in the next year. I just want to write that because I want to document all 25 times in 2005 Dave said Roderick Strong will be getting more of a push soon.
But it didn't take a rocket scientist to think that Strong was getting more of a push. They kept saying it on commentary, basically, that Roderick Strong is becoming a big star. And yes, he was getting world title matches, multiple ones. So yes, He was getting more of a push.
Best on interviews. Eddie Guerrero won. CM Punk finished 2nd. Mick Foley was the only other Ring of Honor even related guy. He finished 15th. I want to read this out, Matt, because I thought this was a little bit of a head scratcher, but maybe I'm wrong. Dave wrote about this. Although Mick Foley wasn't around in high profile situations, even his Ring of Honor stuff alone should make him crack the top 10. I don't think Mick Foley's promos were always fun and genial and charismatic, and he did a fairly good job. But I didn't think, when I see Mick Foley, I don't think, man, those were blowaway promos in Ring of Honor.
Also, yeah, I mean, he gave one really major promo segment at the very first show in 2005 where his promo was kind of the main event of the show. But otherwise, I feel like his promos were not that major in 2005. I think his more dramatic promos were in 2004, actually. But, I guess Final Battle counted for the awards, Final Battle 04. I don't know. I mean, he was a really good promo, and there weren't a ton at this point. CM Punk was really awesome, though. And he definitely deserves that spot. He might even deserve number 1, honestly. I don't really remember Eddie Guerrero's promos that much. I know it was a lot of stuff with that feud with Rey Mysterio, with Dominic and all that stuff, and I remember people not thinking that was a very tasteful angle at the time, so, who knows. But sure, I'm glad Eddie Guerrero got that award, regardless.
Now, here's the interesting thing. So, best interviews was Eddie 1, Punk 2. Most charismatic, which you would think would be fairly closely related, Eddie 1, CM Punk drops to 15. So, wow. Punk is, in fact, the only guy from Ring of Honor that to even make any part of the list. So,
I guess you can't have charisma if you're not on the big TV shows.
Yep. And best technical wrestler, of course, this would be a award Danielson would dominate so much it is now named after him. Danielson won it this year. Gibson 4th. Samoa Joe 6th. Daniels 7th.
Who was number 2?
Chris Benoit.
Oh, right. Oh, right, him.
He who should not be named.
Well, the funny thing about Benoit was that he would keep winning those technical wrestling awards even after he really stopped doing that style. When he went to WWE, he wasn't really doing a lot of technical wrestling, even though he would say he's the best technical wrestler. He was basically doing suplexes and chops and stomps and stuff when WWE,
I feel like if Chris Benoit has died just from an innocuous heart attack and not from a murder-suicide where he eliminated his family, he probably would have won or gotten votes in this award 3 years after his death. Some people would just been the same people that voted Aries and Strong for Tag Team of the Year at the Torch would have been Benoit in spirit. He was the best of the year.
Yeah.
Daniel 7th, Kenta 8th, Doug Williams 10th, and Nigel finished 11th. Poor Nigel can't quite crack the top 10. But the Bruiser Brody Award for Best Brawler, Samoa Joe won it. Abyss finished 3rd, Homicide 4th, and Necro Butcher, who we did not see in Ring of Honor, but we did cover one of his matches this year, he finished 5th. So the Necro Butcher buzz was growing before he even got to Ring of Honor, but we will start seeing him next year.
That Joe match was what got him started as being super buzzworthy, I would say.
Yeah. It is funny still to this day to see like Necro Butcher and Award finishing above Triple H and Kenta Kobashi, who finished 6th and 10th respectively. Best Flying Wrestler, AJ Styles won. Mystico finished 2nd. Jack Evans 3rd. Christopher Daniels 8th. I wonder if there's anyone else from Ring of Honor that we would get. I mean, Matt Sydal, he didn't get to show a lot yet in Ring of Honor, but he's a really good flying wrestler at this point.
Yeah.
Not in the top 10. Most underrated. Shelton Benjamin won. CM Punk finished 7th. Brian Kendrick 10th. Alex Shelley 13th. Dave wrote, aside from Punk, who was pushed as a star in Ohio Valley Wrestling, I can see strong cases for everyone. I like the idea that if you're being pushed in Ohio Valley Wrestling, that you're not underrated. Like, if you're one of the best promos in the world and just had an incredible run in a very, very demanding promotion, like, oh, he's not being underrated. He's in Ohio Valley Wrestling. Like, okay.
Dave loved OVW.
Yeah. Promotion of the year, Pro Wrestling Noah won. Ring of Honor finished 4th. If you take out MMA promotions, it finished 3rd. CMLL finished 2nd. UFC finished 3rd. Dave wrote, unlike just about every other company, Ring of Honor has a claim to fame in that they virtually never have a bad show and have many great ones. Still, they're an indie that doesn't pay for high-priced talent and has no television. They contended for first last year and still finished strong this year. Again, that's another one of those weird things where I can see if you want to include like money from a standpoint, money generating, yeah, Ring of Honor shouldn't be in the conversation. But the idea that like they don't pay high priced talent, well, isn't that then like almost a feather in their cap that they're still this good?
Well, maybe that's what he's saying. Maybe
I'm reading it the wrong way. Match of the year, they agree with us, Matt. Kenta Kobashi versus Samoa Joe won match of the year. Samoa Joe versus Christopher Daniels versus AJ Styles from TNA finished 4th. And Austin Aries versus Samoa Joe from Final Battle finished 16th. So there's that example of a match from late in a year finishing, in the next year's awards. Interesting thing. Go on.
People are only going to vote for matches that Meltzer himself promoted and watched. Like that, those are the only things that are going to show up. I will say this is the first of 3 years in a row that ROH wins the match of the year in the Observer.
Yeah, I mean, it's a pretty crazy run. Dave wrote, Kobashi now surpassed Mitsuharu Masao with 6 wins in Match of the Year. As noted, he had the winning match in the US, Japan, and Europe this year. Kobashi versus Joe was not only a great match, but it was the only match of the year that greatly elevated a promotion. Ring of Honor DVD business showed a marked improvement, obviously from that tape, which is the best-selling company history, but led to a huge increase in tape business for a company that relies on tape business. Angle versus Michaels was a great match on the right stage, but it didn't elevate the company, nor did any of the other matches in the listings. So yeah, just to point out what Dave says about how Kobashi had the match of the year in 3 places. Yeah, the best match in the US was the number 1 match. It was Joe versus Kobashi. The best match in Japan finished 3rd, which was Kobashi versus Kensuke Sasaki from the Tokyo Dome. And then the best match from the UK, I believe, was like a Kobashi. Let me see if I can find it. It was like a Kobashi tag in the UK. It was Doug Williams, and Jun Akiyama versus Kento Kobashi and Go Shiozaki in England. So like he had the best match in 3 continents in 1 year. So that's a pretty crazy little stat. Rookie of the year, Shingo Takagi won. Davey Andrews finished 7th. So Davey Andrews beating out The Miz, who finished 9th, and the Boogeyman, who finished 10th. His career's already over. Davey Andrews only 2 spots behind Bobby Lashley, Matt. Best non-wrestler, Eric Bischoff won. Prince Nana finished 3rd. Julius Smokes finished 9th. Mick Foley 12th. Dominic Mysterio finished 11th. Dominic Mysterio probably doing better in the awards in 2005 than he would today. So
I would say so.
Best TV announcer, Dave Prazak finished 9th. Mike Tenay won it. Worst television announcer, Jonathan Coachman won it. Jimmy Bauer finished 5th. Poor Jimmy Bauer. Our old friend Gabe Sapolsky.
I don't agree. I don't think
Me
he belongs
neither.
on that list.
Best Pro Wrestling Show, Pro Wrestling Noah's Destiny Show won it, the July 18th show. The only Ring of Honor show that made it, Manhattan Mayhem, finished 7th.
Funny enough, the only Ring of Honor show that Dave Meltzer reviewed the whole show of. So I wonder how that works.
Some wrestling, a lot of UFC shows made it here, even though it's supposed to be best wrestling show. But other shows that beat out Manhattan Mayhem was ECW One Night Stand, WrestleMania that year, Vengeance that year. So those were the ones that beat it.
Those are all really good shows.
Yeah. Booker of the Year, Gabe Sapolsky won for the second straight year. He beat out Paul Heyman.
Gabe, you deserve it. Clap, 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 clap.
He beat out Dave's best friend Joe Silva, Misawa, Cornette. He beat them all. Promoter of the Year, Dana White won. Kerry Silkin finished 5th. Vince McMahon finished 7th. So Kerry Silkin, a better promoter than Vince McMahon.
Hell yeah.
And finally, the last one award, Best Gimmick. All right, I'll say this first. Samoa Joe finished 5th. Abyss 11th. Milano Collection AT 12th. Delirious 14th. CM Punk finished 18th, I think. 15th, I think. So, but I want to say this. Forgetting Ring of Honor, how about this for a top 3 of gimmicks of the year? Number 1 was Mr. Kennedy. Number 2 was the Boogeyman. Number 3 was Japan's Razor Ramon Hard Gay.
Yeah, it is quite a list. I also want to mention, like, if Samoa Joe is a gimmick, then I don't know what gimmick means.
Exactly. Like, Samoa Joe is just, like, I don't get why. If you said, what's the best gimmick in Ring of Honor? Samoa Joe wouldn't make my top 5.
Because he's not a gimmick. He's just a guy, and that's his name. Like,
and so that is that. So now we turn our attention. 2006 is coming, folks.
That was very thorough, Trevor, I have to say.
It is going to be our longest year ever, Matt, because 2002 we had 12 shows to cover. 2003 had 20. 2004 had 23. 2005 had 34 shows. Matt, 2006 has 42 shows we have to review. It will be the longest year we will ever do on this show if we survive.
Yes, if we survive, always a big question mark.
Never know.
But that's 2 years that we finished since the pandemic started. Look at us surviving.
And there are that in many ways, a lot of people would say, I think, would be 2006 is maybe the best year of Ring of Honor history. I think a lot of people would remember. We will be the deciders, but it'll have what many people think is the best feud ever with the CZW Ring of Honor feud. Chris Hero comes in, Necro Butcher comes in, Super Dragon comes in.
It all kicks off on the next show. Hell yeah.
Yeah, I mean, you've got the Briscoes return. Nigel McGuinness versus Danielson in one of my favorite Ring of Honor matches ever. Just so much. Kenta keeps coming back. Dragon Gate with a 5-star match that wins Match of the Year in the Observer and all over the place. So much stuff happens.
Kenta versus Danielson in one of my favorite Ring of Honor matches ever.
Yeah, the Homicide's chase for the title. Like, so much stuff happens. Like, for fans that have been with this podcast since the beginning, like, you've earned this. Like, we are in it now. We have finally gotten to this point. I mean, it's been all great, but we are in, like, the creamy middle of this podcast now. Not to creep people out, but
too late.
So plugs, as always, ThROH@gmail.com, THROH for emails. We have a thread on the Pro Wrestling Only Plugs forum. Twitter @Trevor Dame and @MayorMGF. As Matt said, it all starts 2006 kicks off with a huge bang because Hell is going to freeze over, as that's the name of the show we review. Hell freezes over. It is finally Chris Hero comes to Ring of Honor, what becomes the unofficial start of the Ring of Honor CZW feud. There's a whole huge story about Chris Hero's coming to Ring of Honor, which we will go into in detail. It's going to be a crazy way to kick off 2006. I can't wait. Matt, thank you. Thank everybody who has followed us through a whole another year of Ring of Honor. We hope you stick around for the next one. It's going to be insane. And until next time, have a good time. Have a great time.